Was I coherent enough there? Was I coherent enough there? Could be, in other words, it could be a simulation, but how are we going to gauge whether it's a simulation or not? Because we adhere to the scientific principles, scientific methodological principles, that something needs to be capable of being falsified. Well, they already set out their limitations. So obviously there's more to that. And I would even go further and say there's necessarily more because science deals solely in the material world, if you want to put it like that.
Define assimilation.
Something.
I prefer the word construct, a greater construct, as some sort of representation coming from the mind of a greater source, an immaterial source. What we view as material comes from a greater immaterial source, a mind, if you want. You know what I mean?
So when they're saying simulation, what they're basically saying without saying it, because you have to read between the lines, yeah. They're basically saying that there's intelligent design. Whenever someone says this is a simulation, that implies a simulator, right? So it's built right in, right? Because in order to have a simulation, there must be an intelligent designer. But they don't want to say that this place is a creation, right? So simulation and creation are synonymous.
If they come out and said that it was a simulation, Larry, then they would become a religion. Here's the thing, right? This is what we gotta do. We are Sherlock Holmes. We are the fucking keenest mind in terms of this great adventure. Commando, honestly, we are flat earthers and beyond. It's not just we're flat earthers and beyond. So, yeah, now when the richest man on earth boosted to this position, a relative unknown 10, 15 years ago, Elon Musk, who I think in some ways represents the Antichrist, because remember, he has control over the heavens and the earth and the intermediary in terms of SpaceX, SpaceX, right? You can't say SpaceX without saying SpaceX, you know. But yeah, the earth in terms of Tesla technology, and then in the intermediary, the satellite, CubeSats. Someone's mentioning Saturn Cube. So yeah, in a sense, if you want to look at it like that, he's a good candidate for the Antichrist. But it's all be fake, right? But for him to come out and say it's a possible simulation, which is, I know he's not the first to say that, but lots of people would have heard that over the internet. But yeah, why the fuck then have you made your way to Mars? You know what I mean? All these questions then arise. If it's a possibility as a simulation, what did you encounter when you made all this effort with all your rockets to go to this place, which is denied now by growing millions of people around the earth as flat stationary earthers? You know what I mean? There seems to be a greater narrative, is what I'm trying to say, outside of the superficial layer. And that's what we got to delve deeper into. And not to mind Elon Musk and the connection between Werner von Braun, right? And his novel about Mars, and Elon mentioned as the prime ruler. But anyway, that's a different story. Do you know what I mean? But I think there's many different layers interwoven within it all. And the onus on the individual, should you pick up the baton and ask the question, is to delve deeper into all this. Because these are some of the keenest minds. They have to be. Some of the keenest minds in his, whoever you might think is in power. I think the creator's in power at all times. But you're dealing with the keenest minds going. That's what I'm saying. New perspective picks up on this more than anyone else. That all of the things that we deem to be conclusive, killer blows, maybe have been put in place, like some of the NASA fake, put in place purposefully, or the nose out of 9/11, put in place purposefully for us, when the time is right, to deal with and understand that there's a greater script in play here that needs encompassing. You know what I mean? As opposed to your battle just between the returning who, Zanuck tomorrow, or Kosho the day after, or Bacon the day after. That's fine. It serves you well, but after a certain point, then you got to realize there's a different thing going on. That's all I'm saying about this. I prefer to think of more of a construct than a simulation. That's what I prefer to think of it as opposed to what we were given anyway, both on a religious and a scientific sense. You know what I mean? Evolution, creation backdrop. Maybe the truth is somewhere in between. Anyway, sorry about that.
Well, sir, God created evolution.
I think evolution is metaphor, and that in the sense that within us is all potential, all DNA, if you want to put it like that. Well, we after all, we're told that we are 98% similar in DNA structure to monkeys, but we're told we're 47% similar to bananas. Now, do we have a connection to all life? I think
Yeah, but
evolutionary
I got
theory
a
would say
question.
yes. Yes.
I got a
Evolutionary theory
question.
would say yes. Okay, go ahead.
Do you ever look at a monkey and go, damn, that's a fine bitch, right? Because if you take a look at like a woman and you change a woman by like 3%, she's gonna look like maybe like one of those early Star Trek bitches, like Captain Kirk fucking all the blue bitches, right? So I think it's really important to understand that if there were 97% women walking around, they would look pretty hot. I mean, it's pretty close, right? 97% is pretty close. But when I look at a monkey, I do not find that attractive at all. Like, not even 1%, not even like 0.1%. So the
But you
whole idea
haven't.
that we're like 97% like monkeys,
But
no,
hang
the
on,
fuck we're
hang on,
not.
Hank. Hang on, Hank. You haven't fucking given it a chance. The woman who you share 100% resemblance with, that you did find attractive, you gave her a chance, and I'm not talking about you here, but you married her, and now you're fucking stuck with her. Oh, that's a joke. But listen, okay, I understand that. Now that means that there is. This is why the evolutionary path places us closest to monkeys, whereas I actually think there's a different truth in place. You know who I think we're closest to, in relation? It's pigs. It's the porcine family. Now, I have lots of different little clues that add up or point to the same sort of thing. But again, it's coming away from the basic evolutionary story. Everything got to do with the spinning ball Earth
Sir, we
is
look
a
more
lie,
like
is
a
an inversion
monkey
of
than
the
we do a
truth.
pig.
So even though the most visual resemblances between monkeys and apes, as you say, there is no innate attraction. There is something very separate. But at the same time, let me just finish by saying this. When's the last time you had a lovely bacon sandwich? Bacon doesn't bacon make everything better. You gollop up pigs.
Now, here's the question I have to ask. We have all these evolution. You see that that diagram of like all the different species that it started out as a monkey and we evolved all these different time periods until we're a full man. Where are all those in between periods walking on the planet? Because you should see if evolution holds true, then at every stage there should be men like that stage. There should be people
Yep,
walking around at every stage of that evolution, even today.
yep. You're talking about the mythical monkey missing link, right? These mythical creatures that
Yeah,
don't exist. It's like looking at the hieroglyphs and going, Thoth was a birdman. I don't think that's real, right? And then the evolutionists are going, how do you know? You don't know what you're talking about. That's totally possible through evolution. It's like, no, chill out there, South Park. It's going to be okay. You don't have to go with the mainstream and just repeat everything you hear on TV. Like, show me these mythical creatures, these mythical monkey missing links. I would like to see any evidence for this. It's like, oh, we don't have any. It's like, well, you just don't believe in science.
I think there's more to the story, though, and this is what I'm saying. If we are created in a certain way, have we been placed in this setting, right? As I wonder why Jesus was born in a manger, actually, Hank, according to the story. I don't believe the literal story. I think it's all symbolic, but I will tell you my interpretation of it in a few words, anyway, which is that we are born into this realm of the beast, the material realm, and all these elements. We can all agree that humankind is absolutely in isolation against the rest of all living kind, an exception to the rule. I think we can agree on that. Where we come from, that's a different matter. But as we get down to the beyond material view, if we're put in, if we are created, what would be the template? Well, the template, all the rest of the created animals. So maybe we ourselves are created as beast in terms of just a blend of all of the makeup of all other living material life. And we have this then greater imbued spirit, which allows us to rise from that, from the beast to maybe the best, something like that.
The,
You know
the
what I mean? To
prefrontal
rise
cortex.
upwards.
Hey, Dodo.
Yeah.
Um, that's cool. I have a different take on why he's born on a manger. So,
Okay.
uh,
I'd love to hear it, bud.
Jesus,
Hear it?
Jesus being the son, has a time of year when he's born, and that's well, there's two ways you could look at it: either the winter solstice or the spring equinox. I consider the winter solstice really its conception, and then
Yeah.
the spring solstice its birth into the world. But in March when he's born, the sun uh, only hangs out with a certain amount of stars it actually crosses in front of, which they call the zodiac, where there's animal figures who live in their houses, and so it just seems too spot on that the sun, born in the house of animals of the zodiac, the Zeo is zoo, meaning animal, and they all have their houses. So yeah, the sun is born every year in the house with the animals of the
Okay.
zodiac.
Yeah, very good, man. I can appreciate what you're saying. I think though we have to connect the external with the internal. So we are the son as well. So there's some intimate connection between us ourselves, son of God, and then this other son of God. And I think as well it has to apply universally. You know what I mean? So even though it might be winter time here over the
Yeah,
flat plain in the northern aspect, it's summertime in the southern aspect. So yeah, I do appreciate that view, but I do think yeah, you can't forget yourself in all of this.
I
You
think you're
are a
right
son
about
of
that.
God. Yeah. Don't think I'm right about that.
No, I do. I think you're
Okay,
right
okay,
that
okay.
that's like the external version of the
Mm,
sun being born in a manger, the
mm.
sun in the sky being born in spring in the
Yeah,
house of
yeah.
the one of the animal houses of the zodiac. And but then I think that you're right about you being this a son as well.
Now
And
in
what does that mean for yourself?
Aries is the most significant. Um, what do you call it? Zodiac sign, isn't it? Isn't it the
Constellation sign? Yeah.
isn't it the first? Isn't it the first sign of the zodiac, Aries?
Yeah.
So
It's
just an
considered that.
FYI, most biblical theologians either think that Jesus was born probably around either July or August in the summer season.
No.
The date of his birth, the whole birth date thing, was moved by a pope in I think the Middle Ages, towards December to match up with other celebrations happening during that year that were not biblical. That's why there's been a lot of criticism of the Catholic Church embracing pagan traditions in that regard.
He was born in September, dude.
Yeah, John the
Yeah,
Baptist
September
was born
11th,
6 months
maybe more
before him.
precisely.
Sorry, Pete. John the Baptist was born 6 months before him, and it tells you that he was born around a certain, excuse me, a certain high holy day for the Jews.
Correct. He tells
So
you
when you,
he was born right before a certain Moedim or appointment or festival, and it also tells you with the astrological evidence. You can go back and look at it with the cycles of the sky, and it seems to land right around September 11th.
It's 110 days from September 11th to Sirius Eve, which is 31st of December, January 1st. they've changed the new year around. But I think they did it purposefully for the sake of us catching up on the clues. The real new year begins on April 1st, which is a perfectly, back to Aries again, perfectly natural time to have it at. And actually, that is Fool's Day, which I call Dodo's Day as well. A dodo is a fool. So once again, maybe there's a greater story being told or interwoven within this emerging narrative that we've come across now, Flat Earth and beyond.
Well, the first day of the year doesn't
Last thing
consistently
I will say,
land
I
on a
certainly
Julian
don't
calendar day
underestimate
either.
the
I don't know where
storyteller.
you
That's
guys are
all I
getting
will
this
say.
stuff. I'm not sure where you guys are getting this stuff, but the first day of the year doesn't land on a specific Julian calendar day. It's maybe you could roughly say around April 1st, and the story does go. They call it full April Fools because they called the people that believed that the beginning of the year was around that time fools, but it actually changes, and it's based on the new moon, and it is in the spring around that time, and it actually seems to be close to the spring equinox. So you have, around like the 322, which is why it's the skull and bones number, seemingly, to around the first. About a week area that it could be because the Julian calendar is not legit, so.
It comes back to why they choose Easter every year. You know how to choose Easter? What's that? Or do you remember anyway? Because of course we just learned something and we remember why it is.
Yeah,
So the reason why?
it's the first full moon after the first Sunday after the first day of the spring equinox.
Yeah, that's
Or no, I'm
exactly.
sorry. I'm sorry. I reversed the first two things. It's the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox.
After the spring equinox. Yeah. So
No, it's
yeah,
just about
correct.
fertility and child sacrifice. But
Yeah.
I
Well, I'm
don't
not
know.
sure about
I
child
just I don't buy this whole it's just a metaphor thing. I think that's an ignorant position personally. Like I don't.
Well, it's just a
okay.
holiday.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking about like Yeshua, like that. It's just a metaphor. Like I mean, I've heard that. I think I watched Zeitgeist when I was like 20 or something, but that's not really what the evidence says. I mean, you can certainly argue that all the history's fake, sure, but I mean, you would have to say that specifically. Like, you have to specifically make the claim that all the historical documents around it are faked, even all the way to China.
Is it possible if this is all a simulation, a construct? Is it possible that things can be faked? Is it possible that the pyramids could have been built 300 years ago? I should think in our current mindset that yes, anything can be faked, and especially then, what we should refer to is the thing that was told to us to be as real as anything as we were growing up as children, which was the literal interpretation of the Bible, at least here in Ireland. Where we came up, brought up
Sure,
in
you
Catholic.
should specifically say that instead of just like, I think the word son is the same as the word son in English because it's not. Like I'm just saying it just doesn't make a
Didn't
compelling
say it like
case.
that,
Like,
man.
I don't ever hear anyone say that Buddha didn't exist, literally. I never hear people say that
Yeah,
Alexander
that
the
would be
Great didn't
funny. Can
I
you
exist.
say he
imagine
didn't
that?
exist.
Can you
I
imagine
say he
someone
didn't.
making the argument Buddha didn't
To be
exist?
ours.
That would be hilarious.
Why does no one make that argument, Larry? Because
Just
the
say
first
that.
documentation of his life was 600 years after he was alive. So it's like
Say that with Seth. I've said that
5,000
from the
times
start. Buddha
more
didn't exist,
shoddy
just like
evidence.
Jesus didn't exist.
I'm
It's a
making a
greater
point. There's
symbolic
clearly a
tale.
bias. There's clearly a bias against that guy. That's all I'm saying. Like, I
Come
certainly
on.
understand people not thinking that he like rose from the dead, right? Like, I understand that, but I don't know. I've never really understood
Oh, you
I
don't
felt for the he
understand why
didn't
people
exist
don't
thing
believe
until I
that man on the
researched
hill
it.
pulled
So
4,000 fish from his arse and fed a waiting crowd who hung on every word.
sure,
Every word
sure.
he said
I
so half
understand
he
people
couldn't
not
hear
believing the
it.
miracles, Pete.
Yeah.
I understand that.
It's
That's
not.
not the
That's
same
okay
as saying
though.
he didn't exist.
Not saying that. You might as well say he didn't exist and look for the greater meaning within the symbolic form, how Jesus' life applies to your life. What else are you going to do? We can't appreciate what life is like for a man in the Middle East right now, not to mind 2,000 years ago. That's
Pete, do you
creating
think that Buddha
idols in your own
existed, bro?
brain. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm just
Just
wondering. I'm
saying.
curious. Do you think that Buddha existed?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you think that Alexander the Great existed? How about this? Can you name one historical figure that you think existed?
I don't think Shakespeare existed. I
I
don't think
agree with you.
anyone.
That was
Okay,
actually
let me
a,
give
a
you.
pseudonym for Francis Bacon. Can you
Oh,
name
no,
one?
Edward de Vere. Edward de Vere as well. They're all, but I don't think any of these characters potentially existed as well. It's just stories within stories. But let me tell you this: my benchmark, I hold Whitsett, and this is just according to the story of the dodo. If we live in a construct of some sort, the Earth that we inhabit right now, experience right now, is 425 years old. This is what the story of the non-existent dodo tells, which is the emergence of our
What do you
present
mean the
reality,
dodo
which is a
story?
divided state of being. So all characters pre that date never existed. That's all of them. Post that date, you can only rely. I don't think Cavendish existed, for
So,
instance.
Pete,
What's
when
He
I
the
was
dig on
story
the
of the
ground and
dodo?
I find
done
I
now. I'm
find.
done. I'm done.
I'm just curious, Pete. When we dig in the ground and we find a city,
Uh,
what is that? That city is just less than 400 years old, for sure.
maybe, yeah, but maybe it's only 200 years old, bud.
Okay. So every
I'm not
historical
saying. I'm
figure
not
over
saying.
400
Hang on.
years
Let me
was
get this straight.
made up.
Let me get this straight, though. I'm saying that there was a
Insane.
different reality in play before 425. It's not just that everything popped into being, but there was a different reality in play, and that's where I say before the tree was cut. But whatever that entailed, then that's our true reality that we've fallen away from, and maybe that we could hope to get back to. I
Have you
don't
tried
know.
to
But
wrap your mind around the implications of what you're saying? Like, have you actually
yes, I
thought about
have
that?
more than anyone, man. More than
Okay,
anyone,
so
I
what you're
have.
saying is that there is a group of people that have created this entire historical timeline,
Yes.
and what they did was
Hand.
they went all around the world,
Yeah.
even to China, to the middle, all over the world, and spent billions of dollars
Yeah.
to dig into the ground and put fake cities and fake engravings and fake
Yeah.
inscriptions and make up stories for each historical civilization around the
It's
entire
unbelievable,
world.
isn't it? Yeah. Unbelievable, isn't it? What's that?
That is
But
Well,
remember
definitely
this.
unbelievable. Yeah.
Remember this is a possibility, though. Remember this is a possibility.
I'm open minded, Pete.
If
I'm not.
simulation theory is on the table, or construct theory is on the table, then anything becomes possible. Anything
Simulation
becomes
theory is ridiculous,
capable.
in my opinion. So, the mainstream is pumping simulation because evolution stopped working. So, but
Yeah,
like,
but
each
hang
their.
on. What have you decided on religion theory? What have you decided on creation theory? Is the only
I think
theory?
religion sucks, man. I think that if you can't acknowledge this place had to be created, then I think it's disingenuous. This place had to be
Acknowledge
created.
that, but I also acknowledge. Have you acknowledged that this place might have been destroyed?
I think it was destroyed multiple times.
Right. So therefore, we're not in a natural state of affairs externally and maybe internally. What's it? Maybe.
If
Maybe we
if if
ventured
you
into
want to
this
think that,
realm.
brother, like
Yeah, but maybe we
I'm not trying to
ventured willingly into
proselytize
this
you.
realm to experience division and to only to put the pieces together. Aren't you a beautiful exemplification of this potential with the recent arrival of what's Olia? Olia?
Well, this is kind of the part that theory falls apart for me. It's
Go
like,
ahead.
yeah, they made all of history, and then they came around and tried to hide all the history they made up. And they then spent the extra resources to hide all the stuff that they spent all that time to make up, and then they misrepresented all of it. Like what? Like just
That's
logically speaking, that doesn't make sense.
okay. I'll tell you. I'll give you my reasoning behind that because we wholeheartedly accept it, at least for the most part, and I'll go along my own path. I went through the schooling system. I came away from the church and religion, and I wholeheartedly bought into science, where all there was is a material realm. There was nothing beyond. Everything else was just in the area of wishes. You know what I mean? Just the inability to accept our true nothingness, I guess, in relation to everything. So here we go. This is the alternative then, coming to flat Earth and beyond, that there is a greater immaterial source in play, and that maybe we ourselves, with a promise of salvation, are not bound and destined for, well, the nothingness promised by heliocentrism and Big Bangism. So I
Don't you
think
think the
this is
idea
a
would be
greater
crazy though, Pete?
context.
Say in 200 years, people denied that we existed. No, that Discord server was actually created by the Rothschild family, and they made all kinds of fake live streams to pretend that people exist, but actually the Earth didn't even exist then, and that live stream was fake. And it's like, well, we for sure exist right now. There's historical documentation that's going to exist that shows that we existed. History has to exist. The question is how much of what we have is real. Like it's
Can you
literally
trust as
impossible
well?
that all of history is fake.
But what can you trust as well? You're not in a future position. So as we are here right now, and of course the internet is only our ability. This is a wondrous ability we have here to come and communicate across the world instantaneously with wondrous souls across many different cultures and many different physical places. But that's a different matter. But yeah, now we are in our current frame of mind, and we have come. This is the greatest battle in history, isn't it? The flat Earth versus globe Earth. The reason why most globe Earthers, I will say, and I speak regularly over in Gem Pandas as well, and I said this, I think it was today I said it as well, but the reason why you can't venture in, even put your toe into the alternative possibility, which would be the true scientific working endeavor, which would just, you're always trying to prove yourself wrong. Let me just imagine, what if the surface of the Earth was stationary? What would develop from there? They can't even go there. The thing that they can't, the reason they can't go, because they'll have to then betray all of the giants of science of the past, all of the body of science, all of the great minds, not just in the past, but presently working towards the greater betterment of mankind, and they just can't do it. They can't do it. So that is their greatest mental block, I think, if you're going to take them as being genuine. Otherwise, lots of actors in play. But yeah, it's the point. What can you, when we come to flat Earth, now we consider this alternative. Maybe there is a greater immaterial source to us, and now we're here for a different reason. If we're born into this heliocentric system, right? Are we always meant to come away from the biggest lie, which is that all we are is the material, all we are is the finite, as opposed to being connected to and being the immaterial and the part of the infinite?
There is no option other than the fact that there's something immaterial to us, though, right? Like it's
Yeah.
pretty much provable, right? Like we have over 30 million documented near-death experiences. We have near-death experiences where people know what happened in the room beside them, and they know what the serial number of the equipment above them on the ceiling was.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah.
We,
Even
I
beyond that,
just saw an
isn't it?
atheist. She died. She died for 15 minutes. Came back and told a story about experiencing heaven for 5 years. And we have intuition and dreams and memory. All right, like there's
Exactly.
no
And
doubt that
thoughts.
there's something immaterial.
And
But
thoughts, with it. We have thoughts at this present moment. Measure my thought, I say to the bowlers. Measure. They're all about measurements, physicality. Measure my thought. Measure the length of my thought. They can't do it. You know what I mean? So yes, within
One
ourselves, our
second,
own
Pete. One
being right
second.
now, there is this immaterial driving force. But brilliant,
All
yeah,
right.
excellent. Our dreams
Yo,
are
what's
another
it?
perfect example.
What's it? You missed the conversation we just had. There was a guy in here that was on Jeranism. He did this remote viewing thing. It was awesome. Like
that's
20
cool. Yeah.
minutes ago.
Yeah, I think remote viewing is real. Yeah. Because I watched where he had this guy on and he showed like all these different examples where he would draw pictures that like perfectly matched something that he didn't see. I don't think that's impossible at all. That's
Oh,
one
Men who
stage of
stare
it
at
though, Pete.
goats.
Go ahead, Larry.
Men Who Stare at Goats is a movie based on, you know, them doing this sort of thing, right? And I think that it's just a Hollywood film, but if you watch the movie, it kind of gives you an idea of kind of what they were doing. You know, they were trying to do all this, psychic stuff, and you really got to wonder what were they really doing, because meanwhile they're feeding us like stories about landing on the moon, but meanwhile they're trying to kill goats just by looking at them, and it's really interesting. Go ahead.
I will say something here, just especially to Austin, Kai, and Elia. I think I've been saying for the longest time, in a sense, if we are infinite or connected to the infinite, and we've ventured into this world of division, We're fed ultimate divisions all the way along, but we have the capability to work our way through, each and every one of us, in potential. While as children, we are born into a foreign land, we are fed a foreign food and taught a foreign language. So I think now you have the ability, with your greater awareness and Kai's and your beautiful family's greater awareness, that all of these things now come together to produce the outcome. You know what I mean, or what we would appreciate as I don't know, a standard human being in normal society. But that needn't be the case. You know, we've just been fashioned or molded into that way according to these early directives, so that you have these potential to control your own child's outcome with this greater knowledge. I think that's a wonderful thing. That's a wonderful
Well,
thing.
I'm going to tell her how to think, and I'm going to tell her not to listen to mainstream narratives where people just speculate and make stuff. If someone in the Middle East is an archaeologist and they use the Bible to go and figure out where to look, and they find actual cities underneath the ground where the dirt is undisturbed, I don't find it logical to think that they built a city underground and covered it in dirt so that you would find it. You know, like I don't
I
find
think
that
you
logical.
misspoke.
Can
I
I
think
ask you a
you said you're
question?
going to teach her how to think, not tell her how to think. Is that what you meant?
Tell her how to think, not what to think.
Right. Teach her
What about
how to
what you
think.
feed her?
Yeah.
What about what you feed her? Will you understand? Are you breastfeeding at the minute?
Of
Do you mind me
course.
asking?
Dude, nothing but blueberries and reverse osmosis water, dude. In the
I'm just
first couple of
asking.
years,
I'm just asking. Is
Ton,
what's a
tons of
breastfeeding?
blueberries.
Yeah, when she eats solid, sure. Yeah, she's gonna breastfeed for 2 years and
I
she'll
got
eat
my,
solid
I got,
Nice
6
one,
months.
bud. But
I
I
got my
wasn't asking about the
4-month-old to
baby. I
suck
was
on meat,
asking, are
eh?
you breastfeeding?
So I got my, because they tell you in Canada here, they tell you to keep meat away from your child at a certain age. I let my kids. I had 2 kids. I let one of them. One of them has a higher IQ, and I contributed to allowing them access to bone marrow and blood from the bone of an animal at a younger age.
Interesting.
Oh, it's a bit risque, isn't it?
Well, they
It's a
also
bit.
tell you
It's
not to
not,
have
Just
vitamins.
not saying
not
that's
eating
wrong.
because they don't have the enzymes to digest the protein. Just sucking on the fat and the meat. Thank you very much.
Okay, I guess I listen. I'm not saying that you're incorrect here, Dada. I'm just saying that's a bit risque. I thought about this with my own child. That look, there's only one route you can take. It's not as if you can go, oh, that didn't work. I will go back to scratch again, and we'll take this natural breast milk pathway, or we'll take the formulated milk pathway. Like my mother never gave any of us fucking milk. She was too bothered worrying about her figure when the Beatles were all the rage. Anyway, so yeah, I am what I am, but I think that in light of our new awareness, yeah, and we can take appropriate steps. And I think even come down to the basic things, the language we use, the words we speak, the influences the child has in contrast to your own meaning. You know what I mean? If you send your child to school, then they're going to be taught a system going against your greater connect. All these different considerations. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, vegetarian for certain. Not according to data. Suck the marrow out of the bone. Give your child a cow bone with it, and let him suck the marrow out of it. And
You don't. You don't.
I'll
You
look
don't.
into it. I think somebody was trying to get.
You're holding the meat in the bone. You're just letting them suck the juices off of it. No, I had 2 kids. I tried 2 different things. One of them, I was hesitant. Okay, so the first one, I was a little bit more apprehensive of taking it swimming earlier, giving it certain foods earlier. There is a demeanor difference between the two. Now that's not a causation, but definitely, definitely choosing to
But
do the other one has yield different results by
or
assuming, I shouldn't say assuming, by taking the practice on with the assumption if I took that practice on, there would be a change in
yeah, okay.
certain
Listen,
things, certain attributes, and there seems to be. So
yeah. It's very interesting, but the only problem I could see is a social sort of awkwardness. As the rest of the children that crashes with its baby will be there, as the rest of the children, they'll all have their babas or their dodos, their suitors, and they'll be with its gorgeous girl sucking on a cow bone, a cow thigh, and you're going, what? What? Look at her. She's more intelligent. Stop it. Yeah, it's just going to be socially awkward. You know what I mean? But I think you get over it.
Dude, she's gonna know we don't live on a spinning ball, bro. Like
That's
the
for sure.
social awkwardness, man, is inevitable, bro. Like I'm I'm not gonna. One thing I'm not gonna do, as it pertains to our discussion, right, is like I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, Aaliyah, Jesus," I'm not gonna do that. But I'm gonna teach her the truth. I'm not gonna teach her an analogy I came up with about Jesus and how he's the sun in the sky and he did. I'm not gonna do that. Like I'm not. I'm gonna teach her how to think. I'm gonna be like, look, here's what all this evidence says. When she's old enough to understand that, I'm gonna be like, you
Yeah,
have to
that
think about
zeitgeist
this
thing.
for yourself.
The zeitgeist thing only works in English. Can you imagine going to a Mexican and telling them, that the soul, right, is, the mijo, right? It doesn't work, right?
Are you
The
gonna
language. It
are you gonna
depends on what
tell
you
her
say language is,
Pythagoras
though.
existed?
I don't see myself prioritizing that. No,
But you well,
I
surely
do
you did
believe that a
that.
lot of historical figures, like the main ones propped up for scientism, could have been characters or certainly exaggerated.
Okay,
Well,
Well,
it's
so
in a
at least
philosophy,
it,
right? In
yeah.
in that Neoplatonism that took over Western philosophy, it is an amalgamation of the idea that you're going to put a whole bunch of philosophies together to suit the civilization the best. So they could have painted a picture together to give you all of those philosophies through these characters we call the Greeks, right? It's very
sure.
possible, but
Yeah,
I don't think
Hellenistic
I don't think
age,
it.
yeah.
Well, just
another character who may not have ever really existed is the blind poet author of the Iliad, the Odyssey, Homer. You
Of
know,
course.
uh, you
Of
know,
course.
him, Pythagoras. I mean, I'd even take it as far, personally, to say that I got serious doubts about Aristotle or Plato or Socrates and these guys too.
All of them.
Those people
That's
weren't
not
even
a
in the
serious
but those
believer,
people
though,
weren't even in
right?
the ballpark of the amount of historical documentation. So that's why I
None
brought
of
up Buddha
them.
and Alexander the Great. They're second and third place. I've actually looked into this. It's like I can understand that the amount of replicated documents isn't necessarily proof, but they're all over the world, and yeah, compare the historical documentation for Pythagoras to like Yeshua. It's not even remotely close. It's like laughably not close, and I don't really know many people that would deny that like Buddha was a dude. And I don't know many people. He was just an enlightened dude that didn't like to eat a lot. He definitely wasn't fat. He had blue eyes, and he said a lot of enlightening things. I don't deny that that dude lived on the earth, and I don't
Do
know
you
that he
accept
did.
it? You
Who
you
cares
neither
if he
deny
was?
nor accept, right?
Who
I
cares if
I
he
would
was,
if
then?
I had to answer the question, I would say that someone referred to as Buddha existed, right? And that's a limited
Yeah.
answer. I would never even tell my daughter like you should believe in Yeshua because of this historical documentation. I don't think she should. I
Well,
don't think
Buddha's a
that anyone
title,
should
Why
not a
should
build
she
their
name.
believe in?
worldview
Why
off of
should she
that.
believe in Yeshua then? Why should she? What are you going
She
to tell
should
her?
she should personally pursue a relationship with the
Why
creator
not?
and ask.
I agree with that. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that, of course. And you tell her from the earliest stages she is the most gorgeous, precious gift from the Creator. But I'm just, when you get to specifics, then, why does she go? When she comes to a certain time and she says, well, why did they
What
call
is
the
that?
Son of Man the same as the Son of Man? Why does it sound the same? Are you going to say,
I would say
are
the
you going to
English
give a
language was
boring
made
response and
recently.
say it's arbitrary?
I would say that's not a
At first,
that's an English language was made recently, so that has nothing to do
You
with
trust
like
the
the idea of
historical
having a
record
son.
there on the origins
Like
of the English language. Okay, very good.
and that was like a controlled rollout of language where they're setting us up in the
I think
formation
so.
of this
Yeah, I think the
language.
English language is the most controlled, meticulously crafted language ever.
It's the devil's language, bud, don't you
it's
know? But
exactly
that
what it
doesn't
is.
mean
Yep.
the devil
I
was
guess
created by God. That doesn't mean there's no truth in the English language. You just got to manipulate it and turn it around. That's the point here, I think. I think.
But anyway, I'm just
That's why
saying like
English is the number one language. Now, internationally, you can't be an international pilot to fly around this flat Earth unless you have English language. And I say, as in the beginning, so in the end. All of the evolutionary tales regarding language is bollocks. That's as far as I'm concerned. But what if
so this is
everything's
what I'm
created
saying. So
equal?
my daughter's gonna want to know what her dad thinks.
Yeah, of
Okay, and
course.
of course, children are inclined to kind of follow their parents.
Or-
And I'm gonna tell her what I think. When she asks me, I'm gonna tell her what I think, but I'm not gonna tell her that's what she has to think. I'm also not gonna tell her to go watch Zeitgeist and just blindly believe it. I've actually gone and debunked Zeitgeist. So it's like I would much rather her just learn how to think, like to think logically, to never like cloud her judgment with bias. You know, to challenge every predisposition that she has, and to always seek out knowledge, right? And that's what's important. If children were grounded in that understanding, the world would be a significantly different place.
I agree, man.
Well, they would be harder. They would be harder to deceive. Absolutely.
And can I
And they
just
would
say,
innovate much more.
so can I just say, you're on a wonderful.
Yeah, they'd be good at problem solving. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just say this, Witsit, you're on a wonderful, beautiful adventure here, and what you probably don't realize quite yet is how much you have to learn from your daughter herself. So whatever your thoughts and notions are right now, that's prone to constant change, of course, as your lives develop. But I will say, absolutely, man, you have to interject your own personality, your own being, your own true beliefs on your daughters. If not you, who else? Of course, you're
You know, she's
entitled
gonna
to do
want to
that
know. The children
because you
can't
have that
help but
open mind.
innately
What you
want
should
to
do
do
is
it
sit her
different.
down and show her the story of Zeitgeist, or show her the story of not what you should do, but show her all of these different stories, and let her make up her own mind without a sort of a predetermination by yourself, or as little influence as you can, if you're looking for her to make up solely her own mind. But of course, you're going to interject your own personality. That's what makes us unique, and it's a wonderful venture you're in for, and it's a wonderful time, I should think, to be alive, to be born. I should think the most wonderful, possibly. Make it so, bud. Make it
Amen.
so.
Well, yeah, I think any unjabbed, homeschooled children that know how to garden are gonna have like huge advantage.
Okay, why do you say unjabbed? Like, that's kind of a straw man.
Straw man?
Oh, it'll do. It's good enough.
Like, the jab doesn't matter.
Okay, so
Okay,
which
well,
part of
that's what
your
you think.
argument did he misrepresent, Garth? Come on.
We'll
Bro,
call her
who
in a bit.
misrepresented someone, dude? I don't. You just said it doesn't matter. Okay, that's a cool belief. Okay, my daughter won't be getting 108 jabs by the time she's 18. So, I mean, you know, do you, bro?
Yeah, let's not get sucked into this ploy.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, them eating clean food and drinking clean water and understanding, like, going outside. Like, children always knew throughout all of history until recently, you know, like, go outside, walk on the ground with your shoes off, get in the sun, swim, and
That's what
then
we were
drink
taught
lots
as
of
kids,
water.
buddy. And then all of a sudden, what did they do? Reverse that. That's one of the first things I was like, they didn't teach us. They taught us to fucking go outside and get runny noses and get in the dirt. That's what we taught to strengthen your immune system specifically. Get your fucking ass outside, play with your friends, and get in the dirt. They
Yeah.
literally
Go suck some
encourage
cow
that.
bones. It's never too late.
Yeah, suck on bone marrow, get some meat in you. Yep.
I'll look into that. I'm not opposed to that. Like, yeah, like, I know there's a lot of stuff, right? Like, if you're gonna use a pacifier, you can put actual fruit in there. They make pacifiers where there's fruit inside of it, and so they're just sucking fruit juice before they can fully eat solid food.
You can freeze them.
Or they
Exactly.
make these crazy things. There's one cool thing where you can mush a banana in it, and then the baby will
Yeah,
like
that's
chew
a
on
good
that.
one.
You can also freeze it. You can freeze whatever you put in there like a popsicle.
Yeah, so if they're teething, it's good for that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like there's actually a lot. I mean, I feel like we could really set our children up to succeed. She can learn a few instruments at a young age.
I bought a
Right.
get a reverse osmosis machine. I got that. I haven't drank tap water in years. I just keep
Well, yeah, I
reverse
mean, I have a
osmosis.
mega home distiller, but
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
Read a
Wait,
whole bunch of books.
With it, are you expecting?
I just had a baby 5 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, Witsit.
Thank you.
Good,
Best
man.
thing ever
You're
to happen to
good.
a guy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good
It's
thing,
very
bro.
cool. Yes,
Look into it.
it's surreal.
So you created a life, bro.
It's like
That's pretty
impossible to
spectacular.
grasp. Yeah, it's crazy.
But
You created consciousness.
facilitated an arrival. That's what I think of it. We're not
Yeah,
going
you
now.
and her created consciousness, right?
Or
So once you
facilitated.
planted your seed, right, her body took the nutrients that you were feeding her and created a meat suit for your daughter's consciousness, bro.
Bro, and then you realize that everyone alive used to be in that same position. It's such a
She
trip.
knows.
Like that had to happen
She
for
knows
everyone
everything
that
right
you've
now,
ever
though.
met.
With it, she can't just talk to you about it. Imagine she knows everything right now, but she just can't talk to you about it.
I
And
think
that's why
that's
I mentioned to
true.
you
I
last
think that
time.
she
I
knows
have a
it.
memory going back when I was only a couple of months old, and I snapped into existence, and became aware of everything. And the first thought in my brain, I can recall it right now, as I looked up into the corner of the room, and I said to myself, I looked across, and I said, "Where am I? What's going on?" In my own mind's voice, in that language. Where am I? What's going on? If I was
I
born in
intuitively
China,
think she
I had the
knows
same
way.
thought. I developed a different language to express the same thought. So just to bear that in mind. Imagine she knows everything,
Yeah,
and just
so I wouldn't say everything, Pete, right? But I think that she intuitively has a much deeper understanding of the other
yeah,
side right now.
You
And
know
I
about the
there you
think
go.
that,
baby
There you go.
language?
do I?
The babies have certain cries and they're saying words, right? But we don't perceive them as English. But every baby all over the world makes the same sound when it's hungry, when it's wet, when it has gas. Well, not the same sound. The babies make same sounds if they have gas in China and in America and South America. They also make the same sounds when they're hungry, but it's a different sound than the gassy sound. So it's really interesting. Like when you look at it when they got a stomach ache or when they need their diaper changed, like they'll tell you. It's just can you differentiate between the different
Yeah.
sounds?
So
Like
what
when
you
they're
can do,
pissed off and they make that high pitched scream,
Yeah.
like you know the mother's going to come running, and they know the mother's going to come running.
what you can do also, what I did with both of my daughters is after that stage is hand signals. So I taught them sign language so they could communicate to me when they were tired, when they were hungry. It's just
When they
a
wanted
pattern of
more bones to suck on.
yeah, anything, and it was alleviated a lot of frustration on their part because they could use hand signs to communicate. I
There's
did that.
something else that's very cool, bro. It's like Kai's body knows when she's hungry, right? Like she'll know that like Aaliyah's about to wake up and be hungry. Because it's not like this perfect. We don't, she's too young. We don't like put her on a schedule. It's like when she's hungry, she's hungry. They have cluster feeding.
Exactly. Yeah.
But like, she can tell, bro. Like she can tell she's gonna wake up soon because her boobs will like tell her. And like, of course, as soon as like she starts to be restless, like her boobs will start just like making milk, and it's pretty crazy, bro. It's really crazy the way the world works, man. It's
Her
like,
boobs will get sore. Yeah, they'll get
yeah,
swollen and
she'll know
sore.
it's
Yeah.
time for her to eat. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is mad. Hey,
You know, we
what do you
make
think about the
Isn't it
moment
good
they
though? Isn't it all so good and the way it's balanced? Everything is just everything he creator does is good. Everything. There's not one
It's
like it's just all
beautiful.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
we
actually,
make
from my
babies.
understanding, you could be in a grocery store. A woman could be in a grocery store and hear another baby cry, and then her milk
Start
will
producing
start
milk.
coming. Yeah.
Goats do the same thing, but we make babies. We don't create them. So
We're given the power of creation. Like Jesus says, ye are God. So by that standpoint, I think we're given the gift of creation. Therefore,
well,
it's that's why
to
he calls us God.
create is to form out of nothing, and so you're not forming a child out of nothing. You're making a child with what you have from the Creator who created things out of nothing, right? So
Before
it's not
this goes down
nothing
a
you're
dark road,
creating
can I
out of nothing.
interrupt? Can I just go
We're
back
living.
to
We're literally given the power of creation, right? That's why I
come
think that we're
on, bro.
God state.
1 second.
Let me get in there. Let me get in there. Can you guys not hear me? So we were talking about the Akashic record earlier, and I wanted to talk about the boobs activating at the food the Walmart or whatever, right? Or the market, the fresh market, or the getting fish, right? So they did this study, like Rupert Sheldrake was talking about the study, and the dog knows when the owner is coming home, even if he doesn't come home at the normal time of day. Like if every day he shows up at like 5:30. But one day he gets off of work like an hour early, so at like 4:20, the dog is like waiting by the door, and then the owner shows up like 10 minutes later, and they did this test and varied it, right? Because, you want to get your variables. And it showed that the dog like knows when the owner is on its way. Anyway, I thought that was interesting.
I've heard that before, Larry, and it's very interesting. The animals before the tsunami in Asia, apparently all the animals or lots of animals knew to head for higher ground. So there's different sort of frequencies, different awareness going on in sentient beings. I was going to bring a controversial thing into play here, which I think is something is considering what we consider creation. Perhaps it's destruction. Perhaps from the moment our connection to the mother is severed, which is through the umbilical cord, that this is when our death starts to begin. I think that's something to consider, especially I would say now that we have at least thought about or pondered or considered the possibility of eternal life. That we are just players here, having a brief experience in this division, but very interesting. I'm going to leave it there. Great conversation as usual, and the very best of luck, of course.
What about a plant?
What's the
The plants know to move and do stuff too. And then, like, you can never have anything without something. So no matter what you create or anybody creates, you're doing it out of something. You can never create
It has to
something out of
die,
nothing.
right?
Yeah, you're
Yeah, there's
making
never,
it, you're not creating
yeah,
it.
there's never been nothing.
You would be forming something or creating it, and not really forming it in the sense that you are doing all the meticulous work of forming the child in the womb, but uh, you're making something out of something that you're provided with, some substance you're provided with, and that would be the point. Now, as far as the making milk when babies cry, I don't know if you guys ever seen. I used to watch this show called The Office, right? And I think one of the young ladies
UK version
was.
or US version?
I'm sorry, say that again.
UK Office or US Office? There's two different TV shows: the UK Office and the
Oh, the
US Office.
Yeah, the U.S. office. And I guess one of the ladies was pregnant, and one of the guys just went up to her and started crying real loud like a baby, trying to get her to produce milk, and that was kind of funny. But yeah, goats do the same thing. And if you ever have animals, and you have a goat that will adopt another kid, another baby goat, and actually nurse it milk and produce milk, even though it wasn't pregnant, that's one animal to hold on to and to try to keep that in the genes, because not all of them will do that.
How real do you think this God gene is? This MAT V2? Like, I mean, as far as, I mean, it's genetically there, but how the influence? How real do you think it is?
That was a super cool goat fact, by the way. That was awesome. That was super badass. Thanks for sharing. An adopted female goat that all of a sudden starts producing milk just because she adopted a stray baby goat.
Yeah,
Like
cats
if-
do that. Dogs have been known to do that too, right? Even to cross species. So a dog, for instance, will produce milk for a cat.
He said no to me. I might have said something wrong. You said no, right?
Yeah, I said no because I thought you had heard me say that the goat was adopted. The goat adopted another baby goat, so a grown female goat would adopt another baby goat. If she heard it crying, right, she would start producing milk, even when they're in neighboring areas and they're crying. Some of these female goats produce milk.
And now I'm confused at your point, because I thought you were saying there was a female goat that wasn't producing milk and she didn't give birth to this baby, but she adopted one.
That's what I said. That's what I said. You're right.
Oh,
You're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fucking metal, hardcore, badass as fuck. Like,
yeah, but cats do that. Dogs do that. The goat's not privy to that,
equally.
Right?
Yeah, sure. Just maybe not just the goat, but that's fucking baller.
Yeah, not all of them will do it. Even though cats can do. Some cats do it. Not all female cats will do that, and not all female animals will do it, and not all female women will do it either. So yeah.
But some will, and I hear you say on that last note about keep that goat around, because that's a real one right there. Fuck yeah.
Well, I mean, that's where I'm asking about the God gene, because it appears that only some humans have the God gene. So I'm just assuming that a particular gene within these animals would facilitate that requirement if need, because they may perhaps contain the God gene.
I imagine you get that term from somewhere else. Like, what is that that you're referring to, and where'd you hear that from?
So MV2 or whatever, MAT-V2 is the genetic sequence code that apparently people who have a disposition to believe in a God have this genetic marker, as where people who don't believe do not have this genetic marker. So I'm just researching things like that, and one of the intriguing parts of potential God gene is the idea that, for instance, if you had a goat and it was to adopt another kid, that it would produce milk for the survival of that other kid. As stated by the other gentleman, that it's not always inherent that you're going to find a production of milk based on, the mother's capabilities. So do they contain that kind of gene marker? That's kind of where I'm at.
Beats of the terrors, bro.
Based on nothing at all. Based on nothing at all, I want to say that sounds like horse shit. But I'd be blown away and would love to be proven incorrect in my feelings. But I mean, to me, that sounds like a sack of shit.
It sounds like you're speaking, going back full circle about something someone was speaking of earlier about the mind and, physical matter and mind over matter and these kind of things, or the
genetic marker that specifically relates to.
There's actually a word.
Just a minute, just 1 minute, just not even a minute. Or the physical and the non-physical, or the mindset, right? So, and I'm sorry, it kind of messes me up when you interrupt me because I can't remember what I'm gonna say. So, yeah, go ahead, man.
You threw him off his groove.
Let's try it.
Well, anyway,
there's
there's this God gene apparently, and it's I think it's MAT-V2 is the.
It's called VMAT. The monomer.
Sorry, there you go. VMAT2. Pardon me, my bad.
Yeah, and it's yes, that's the claim, that it's like your connection to the creator.
It sounds like your choice is being tampered with, is what it sounds like to me. And if you're speaking of a mind thing or a genetic thing, going back to what I was saying, mind over matter, or does it change the sequence of a code, the mind, when you change your mind, or it's renewed, in a sense. So yeah, you could speak about all those things, but yeah, thank you.
So you're saying that you don't agree with VMAT too? Is that what you're saying? I didn't know.
Well, I've gone through states of believing and non-believing, and I don't know what that means in reference to this gene, as if my DNA changes as I change my mind, as many people do, or maybe it's are you born with it? Does it develop and your DNA changes all of a sudden because you become someone in prison who finds God, and now all of a sudden you can do the milk when you adopt a baby? I don't know.
What about Finding Nemo, when the dad meets the boy and then they change sex? I'm serious. It's exactly what you're asking about.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, clownfish are hermaphroditic, or they can change. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they meet each other and then a reaction happens. If no woman is spawned or produced in like a certain amount of time, then a reaction happens within those. So maybe that same type of odd reaction is like when the bees just drop, or when the baby cries. Maybe that tone or that frequency.
That's a great point, D-Mock. And the whole God gene thing seems like that only clownfish that have a faith in a creator would be able to change their sex when the appropriate partner isn't around to have babies with them.
It could be that these people who showing you images of the brain light up and telling you that, some people are predisposed to having some kind of religious tradition or some connection with a scripture, and we're going to interrupt that by spraying certain said chemical or giving it to them in some kind of form, and that's going to throw them off, right? And so somebody might tell you that as they're poisoning someone and making the person feel pain, right? They could just be lying to you altogether, right? Because what do they really know about the brain or the mind?
Hey, that's a compelling speculation, man, and I never take anything completely off the table.
I just want to say,
I,
whoever missed the convert. Oh, my bad. No, Funny.
no, no, no. I was just gonna pretty much say the same thing a second time in a different way. I have a bad habit of doing that. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, whoever missed the conversations we had a couple hours ago with the remote viewing and mind over matter. It's an interesting conversation. You guys should go check that out. It was awesome.
You mean like rewind the live stream? It's like a couple hours back or something.
Yeah, man. We just had some awesome conversations in here all day.
Is there like a username I can look for in order to track that conversation down?
It's in Earth Awakenings.
Yeah, no, I mean, is there a Discord username that I can like look to flare up on screen to know that like I'm on the right track?
How far in, Jeremy? How many hours in? Maybe is what he's trying to ask, basically.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah. So just fast
what was that
forward
guy's
it, funny.
name? What was that guy's name? Maniac something? Manic something? Oh, I can't forget his name.
If it's something like that, I'll figure it out.
It was Mixlex.
It was a new guy that he doesn't really talk a lot. I don't think I've ever heard him before. He was on Jaronism's show. What?
Mix licks.
Yeah, mix licks, I guess.
Mix licks, that's it.
Okay.
Nice work, guys. Yeah, that was awesome. You guys heard that? That was awesome, right?
He's still in the room. He just said his name. But no, I didn't hear it. I'd go back and listen to that.
What about the chronograph? Was that brought up into it in any way, shape, or form? Like the thing that's supposed to be able to look through the future or past or something like that, the glass or the light or something?
We talked about the Akashic record and remote viewing and stuff. Oh, man, it was awesome.
Have you heard about the chronograph and remote viewing, Jeremy?
The Chronic, Dr. Dre and Snoop?
The chronograph. It's a thing that sees back in the past, supposedly. The government.
We don't use that kind of language. We don't use that kind of language here.
Okay, no chronographs.
I think he was saying that when he sees things, when he visualizes things, it's as if he's looking through a keyhole. I think that's what he was saying.
No, there literally is a government thing.
If you guys are interested in that sort of thing, you guys need to check out the Rupert Sheldrake website that I just posted. He's got some pretty good theories.
Have any of you ever heard?
Thing sounds awesome.
Have you any of you ever heard about the chronograph before? To where it's like this magnifying glass, and you put this like frequency or magnetic wave or light impulse or some shit, and like whatever you put it in front of, it can see there's like the past in it or through it, or what, like it can see the past. So like if you have a building that's new and you put it in front of the wall, it'll look through it and see what's going on, like from the past. It's weird. Supposedly, I don't know.
That also sounds like some horse shit. But
right, but
at least the name makes sense though, like chronos or chronology or time.
Right.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
But to look in the past, I think might be in a way doable to a certain extent, like a vibration. You can see when the ripple started, maybe, if it's possible. Now, to look in the future or change it, that's a whole different subject. I'm not saying you can do anything with it really, but
I'll Google it and get back to you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, and think about that though, like something that picks up a frequency that's like far more sensitive, like the highest pitch ever, like a dog whistle, and it would have, the delay or relay of like information in it also. Same as the pitch, like a movie to a TV series or something, a delay of time. Yeah. And something like stuff picks up on it. And if you get the right material, you can decode it or look back into it, or I don't know. Sounds pretty cool.
So the first definition of chronograph is an instrument that records time with great accuracy, and then as an example, it says a stopwatch. But I think the one you're referencing that you came across somewhere is, way more advanced than a stopwatch. Of course, must be some sort of specific chronograph.
It's actually like a crystal or a material that would hold the information, like a piece of gold holds 100% of the energy until put out. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of like a Etch-a-Sketch, or even better. You ever seen those children's toys where it's a bunch of needles like suspended in a plane, and you can like push your hand from the
Yeah,
backside
yeah,
onto
little
it,
hand
make that
thing.
impression?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Your face, your hand. Yep.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, and it's just gonna stay there with that impression you made onto
Exactly.
it.
Now, I believe that can be done. Now, going back into the past, no. Going into the future, I don't know. Maybe sending a frequency ahead of yourself by a second, but it's not gonna. You know what I mean? I don't know. You'd still experience it in the same time we experience it, like coming to you right now, for the future thing. But for the
Yeah,
past thing,
yeah.
it seems like it might be doable.
Sure.
Like
Yeah, I mean, if you could ever like
pick up an old
somehow,
USB, an old ancient technological USB we didn't know worked. Then we grabbed it and plugged that motherfucker in and found out it worked.
well, that's the whole idea of like the lore and the like the mystique behind what people talk, when people talk about crystal skulls, right? Like, oh, like I think it's in movies and in
Right.
certain, yeah, these crystal skulls that have all this memory encoded onto them before
Right
USB
idea.
drives or whatever.
Wrong
Same thing.
material. Right idea. Wrong material. No, I'm
People
serious. I
also
don't
say the
think
same
it's
thing about water. People say water
right.
stores information.
Well, no, everything stores information. Don't get it twisted. But what stores it the best, the clearest? What would you get the clearest
Right.
vibration or resonance from to see the whole story? Like you don't want a vibrated picture of Santa come and bring you half presents. You want to see everything he brought. In a way.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for water, that I like. There's nothing I would like more
I do
than
too.
for a discovery to come out that water is this giant like hard drive that's been
It
recording
is.
every experience it's ever
It
had,
is.
and if we
When
could
when
only untangle it, we'd learn
when you
so much about history.
when you say compressed water, what do you really mean? Store potential? Store memory? Store the ability? So when you try to overwork or compress or outwork water, it outdoes you back. What it does is magnifies the amount you put into it, and then you're going to get the kickback whenever you get the kickback. You understand? The action and then the reaction. So that water is just as powerful as anything trying to put anything into it. It's going to exert it back times 10. Water is badass. It is electricity. That's why it'll shock its way through shit. That's why they don't understand why the lava and all this other shit, it's all formed from the water. The electrical current, and then you get lava, and then you get magma. All that shit molts, and you get molting, and then it just molts together, and whatever comes in contact molts. Whatever's far enough away doesn't get heated up enough. Simple.
Well, if there was one substance that I would call magical, I would give that title to water. I'd say water is obviously a very special thing, especially if you believe in a sort of intentional,
Memory.
like, design to reality. I think it's obvious that water is just like one of the most necessary and special and magical, ingredients
What if it is
of this
memory?
Oh,
reality.
carbon. Carbon is essential to life.
No,
Sure,
no,
I
no,
mean
no. Water is
that's what I've been
memory.
told. But
Everything.
you're not gonna have a carbon life without water also being involved, right? And like, what roles do they play? Just like a
Mm,
person, you got like a
What
person, they got
allows
the
things?
bones, but then they also got like the muscles, and like carbon may be like the backbone that everything else wraps around, and it's that foundation to build upon. But a skeleton alone isn't a very alive, you know.
Carbon comes from liquid also. It's just a hardened liquid.
Well, carbon's the foundation for DNA.
It's a foundation of water and bone.
Do you want to tell us about how carbon is the foundation of DNA? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know if you feel like telling us about that and elaborating and stuff.
Well, I mean, we're all carbon-based life, but there's
No,
also
the DNA, man. Like carbon is the base, or the, what do you call it? The foundation of DNA. Like I don't know much about DNA. if you could put it in like easy to understand way for me, I'd love to learn something new.
Are you saying because it's the molecular bonds that have something to do with the carbon, or is the actual DNA is supposed to be just made up of?
Well, what do they say about
It's like,
DNA? It's like made
it's
out
like
of
an
like
amino acid,
proteins.
right?
Yeah, amino acids, which are made out of proteins, I think. And so are proteins like
Well, yeah, the
They may have
arranged
sugar,
with
hydrogen
carbon?
bonds, but they're not like
like
protein.
DNA is made out of sugars that contain carbon.
Sugars,
What
really?
came
What an
first?
interesting.
What came first, the bone, the sugar, the water, or the egg?
Well, that's like
Or
I
the
think that's what they call the rings. Like,
well, like what about memory? When we talk about this, just memory itself, where does that come into play?
what do you mean memory? Like,
Well, you say bones are the structure of life, and then water and all this other, like, or whatever, right? Carbon. What about memory? Without the ability for memory, the word memory or the attribute of memorizing or to remember or to gain the thing that's happening and carry that tune or that thing, like what? How does that work? You can't just have bone, right? You can't just have water because water wouldn't know to be water. The bone wouldn't know to be bone. You wouldn't have marrow. You wouldn't have carbon. You wouldn't have whatever you claim
Right,
that you claim is what it is.
but bones have marrow. Bones produce red blood, don't they?
What's blood produced from?
yes,
I'm
sir.
saying what's the key ingredient for all these things? Memory,
Memory.
intelligence. Memory is intelligence. The ability to hold shape, the ability to do something, to act or react. Intelligent memory.
Well, it's just the laws of physics.
Well, I mean, what is that intelligent memory? Is that not just electrical attributes reacting within their self? And then we get what we call material. Through the electric field, you get electrical field mediums of material. And one's water, electric water. You got electric gas, and then whatever you put in a container, you say is whatever, but it's still all just electricity you're putting in the container. Once you try to compress, you're just magnifying the potential or demagnifying, depending on what it is, like helium. You know what I mean? There's a differential there. Yeah.
So like electrified water, that's like a lot of people say water is universal solvent, but electrified water for most metals just decompose it, but it'll decompose a lot of other things, just like with electric.
It'll do a lot of things.
You guys are talking about blood
Because it's eroding the molecular bonds.
They
Go
say
ahead.
that it's not even red, right? That it's blue, and only
Blue,
until
purple.
only until it hits oxygen does it turn red. But I don't think that's the case.
Well, how would you know that when you see it green and my veins are green?
Yeah, I know it's blue, but look,
My veins are
this is
green.
what
It's Incredible Hulk.
this is what I think is going on. When there's like trauma or wherever blood has to rush to a place, that's when it turns red and it compartmentalizes itself. But until then, it's just water. But water will reconstitute itself and turn itself into blood.
I know what you're talking about. Well, not without some other stuff being mixed. You have to have the other stuff being mixed through your fucking sack, through your stomach, and it has to be filtered like orange juice and food turn into blood and pee. Yeah.
No, I don't believe that, dude. I don't believe you got 70% water.
You think water is just
floating
blood?
around?
Now hold
Yeah.
on. I know under the ocean. I know under the ocean that we have lit up things and liquid acts different accordingly to pressures. So what you're saying is the color can be permeated or compressed of the water and act a different color under different compression or the way it is. I understand that. But
what I'm saying is when blood has to be blood, it will turn into blood based off of cues to whatever trauma is taking place. Until then, blood is just water.
So you think it's water? There's no plasma, no chlorophyll, no blood cells. No, you think it's just water.
Talking about chlorophyll.
In your blood. You have like platelets and blood and stuff. Like you have all. You're saying water,
Yeah,
man. I'm just telling you
that
that
only
water
takes place.
sounds a
You
little
don't
That
have
less
only
soil
takes
complicated.
plants.
place. Yeah, look, a blood will do that when it needs to compartmentalize itself, because I've explained this before.
You're
The
talking about
purpose of
coagulation.
that is instead of losing 100% of something, if you compartmentalize it and um like
Contain it for
section
the
it
whole
off.
time.
Yes, it's
You
not
do a negative.
contained. It's saying it means that
You're making a
they'd
helium.
rather.
Your body's basically producing the water and the helium is what you're trying to say. But when you get cut and stabbed and it pours out, why doesn't it turn back into water?
Because at that time the blood has a program, and it's carrying out its function, which is to heal,
So under
right?
pressure, it's blood. No, hold on. Under pressure inside your system, it's blood. But when you release the pressure and let it out of your system, you're saying it's blood still. I don't get it if it
Have you
reacts
ever
the way
cut
you're saying.
somebody and water pours out, dude? Have you ever cut somebody and water
Yes, if
pours
you
out?
stab somebody,
There's
hold
supposed to be
on. Blood
70%
stabs
of
out
blood.
too. Hold on a minute, man.
There's
Hold on a
supposed to be
minute.
70% of
That's why
water
I'm telling
inside.
you it's more complicated than what you think. There's a plasma inside people. It's a
No, it's not.
chlorophyll. Yes, it
That's
is.
not what's
There's a
going
clear.
on, dude. That's a
If you
lie.
stab somebody fast enough, the knife will come out clear. Yes, but once you wait,
Whatever.
right, that person can bleed out. That will be red everywhere, all over the room. Correct? That's not clear
Well,
all over the sheets, right?
like we're all like water balloon
That's
people.
because the water hasn't had time to turn into blood. But
It's blood
that's
coming out of
why
you. What are
that's
you
why
talking
there is
about?
blood,
So hold
is
on a
because
minute.
the
You're doing
body
these
sent a
actions.
signal to the water and metamorphized it, changed it, and it turns into blood. And what blood is it's just another program of your body, because your body does many things, right? Your body makes everything for you.
Well,
Hormones, and I don't even believe in hormones. They're
well, how
just
do you mimic that
it's
effect? What
just,
little
hold on,
machine?
it's just programming water, dude. Is
Well,
all it
like
is.
Right. So how can
Every
you do that?
all of this is programming water.
So how
the
can you do that and make blood in front of us?
Like whenever you eat something, all you're doing is extracting water,
No, no,
dude.
no, no. I'm saying how
You're
can
not
you
taking
take?
vitamins. You're not doing none of that. You're just
We're not
you're
talking about eating. We're talking about
excreting
water.
water, dude.
So you're going to take water and put it in a machine, a tube, a processor, a condenser, a mixer, a container. How are you going to make it turn blood red now? Liquid water.
The body does that.
No, how are you going to mimic it, Goofy? Come on, work with me, bro. You're supposed to prove
The
your claim.
body does it, dude.
Well, how?
Well, okay. How do you fucking breathe?
Breathing is electricity. You exert the kinetic energy.
What are you talking about?
You expel, right? You pull in and you expel the kinetic energy. What are you talking about, son?
I don't think that's what's going on either.
I know for a fact that's what's going on. You can't take the smallest amount of air and not let it out if you think you're absorbing it. You're lying. You can't prove that. You cannot, no human can demonstrate they're going to absorb the smallest amount of air they could ever even breathe in and just hold that and then just keep breathing in that small amount. Prove me wrong.
Stop breathing.
Can't
I
do
bet
it.
you turn blue.
Right,
And
because
then
you're
Well,
not absorbing shit. You got
I'm
to let that
still
out. You have to let
I'm
out
still
whatever
on the
comes in.
contention of
No,
when it
you still haven't
they
shown us
claim that
water be turned to wine.
the body's 70% water, but I've never seen somebody like break their leg and water pour out. So
That's not what they're saying. They're saying the content of the makeup of the shit, dude. The skin, the flesh, the eyeballs, the stuff, the material in itself.
uh-huh.
They say it's
Uh-huh.
mostly in a way made up water. In a way,
Yeah,
it's right
how
because
come
you
your
hold
eye
on a
doesn't
minute.
have
I'm going to tell you.
you
You
blood?
came from
How come
sperm from your daddy. Okay, let's not
you're
get
doing it to
stupid.
me too?
That's liquid. I'm not doing
So
anything. You're
this
not
is
letting
the
me
way you
finish my
talk to
sentence.
people.
I'm not. That's the way you don't
You
be
don't let
quiet.
me finish either.
What are you finishing? You're not even listening to your own point. Calm down, dude. Listen, you are liquid when you come out of your daddy into your mom, correct? I'm just saying you are liquid. So like all these things that you are made up of a liquid. So yeah, I agree with you. Liquid is badass, but I don't agree that the water itself is just blood right away.
I didn't say that, dude. It's
Well, how do you
always water
demonstrate it?
until it needs to be blood.
Well, yeah, but you're saying that, and that sounds cool. Like Dr. Seuss needs to be a flying nun. But how do you demonstrate it?
Well, you demonstrate it by looking at your veins.
How do you get a clear tube and demonstrate it to us?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about show us, pour water into whatever process you claim the body is doing. Are you okay now? Do you understand this one step? Whatever you claim the
Dude,
body is
we
doing,
don't have
mimic it
we don't
so we
have
can
that
see
type
it in
of
a clear tube.
mechanism.
So now
We
we
don't
don't do
have
that.
that type of
Oh my
programming
God.
that can do that for water.
Are
But
you
the body
okay?
will do what it needs to do with water because that's what the human body was designed for.
So you're
All
telling
living
me,
things.
no human can mimic what the body does with water?
No, we don't know all the intricacies of this yet, but this is what's going on, dude.
And so not one person ever but you, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You could be 100% right. I would just like to see some attribute of it. That's all.
Well, don't drink water for a couple days and you'll die. So why does the body
That's
need
not
water
true.
so bad? Why
That's
does
not
the body
true.
need water so bad?
It doesn't. You can eat fruit. You can eat other animals. You can eat
Yeah,
anything.
and
You know,
you know what you're doing? You know what you're doing when
that's
you're
not
eating
water.
fruit and stuff? You're
You claim?
extracting the water.
No, you're not. Where at? Show me. Extract water from
Oh
a
my
bat.
God.
Extract it from a cricket.
Dude, water is just programmed into everything, dude.
You just said you need water.
Literally
Now you're
everything.
saying you need anything. So are you with me here or what? You're agreeing with me, right?
Well,
That you just don't need water. You can eat it. You can get your source of whatever water is claimed to be a lot of ways.
yeah, your stomach is extracting the water. That's it. And you shit out the rest. You know, that pulp and all that stuff you guys say you need for fiber or whatever. All that fiber shit, it's garbage, dude. Your body
You can only ingest liquid,
your
yes.
body can't digest that, dude. Why do you think
Right.
that?
Well, it can
Because you're
digest
just taking the
microscopic
water,
amounts,
dude.
dude. You can digest little pieces of glass,
No, that's
diamond,
why they say fiber
fibers.
is good for you, dude. Because
No,
fiber is actually
microscopic.
bad for you.
Not. I'm not
Because
talking
your
about little
body
pieces of
isn't
food you
using it.
chew up, buddy.
Your body isn't digesting it, dude. That's why it cleans you out, dude. What they say cleans you out.
Some
Roughage,
stuff
dude. It's
makes it
roughing
through.
up your intestines, dude. Because your intestines can't break it down, dude.
And break.
All it's doing is extracting all the water that has been used by that seed that's programmed to
You're
take the water and make things with it. That's all, dude.
you're dumping it out of your butt like a dump. That's the bad stuff. You ain't supposed to break that down. That's exactly why that happens. You keep the liquid and you dump the excess crap like seeds, leaves, pulp, bark, crazy shit, corn, peanuts that you can't break down. I'm serious. So you do absorb the
Well,
liquid. I'm with you, man. But there are also amounts of stuff that get mixed in with that a little bit, and then you have problems with your pancreas, your livers, your kidneys, your spleens, your appendix.
You know, at first when you said livers, I was like, "How many livers you got?" But then I realized you can donate half your liver and it'll grow back. So I guess you've
Well,
got
you never
liver.
know, Larry.
two
How
halves.
many? How many? Did you ever know you got 8 things that make blood in you? Big ass things that pump blood the whole time.
That's a lie. Prove it,
Listen,
dude.
yeah, right.
Prove it,
I didn't
bro.
say it. I said that's what they say. Listen, they say, not to mock. I'm telling you what they say. They say there's little things in you that go, and they all pump blood. When I was little, I saw a video on it. Now, I didn't see the outside of the body and the inside of the guy at the same time, but they showed the inside of the body and they showed these things pumping blood. Look like a fucking clamshell. Now I don't know what the
So,
hell's going on,
so
but I've seen a lot of weird shit in school, depending on whatever supposedly really is happening. I don't know.
I've seen videos of like medical procedures, right? And they got somebody's chest open, and you know, I don't see you know, blood squirting out and shit, right? They, you know, blood's nice and tucked, well, not tucked away, but in veins and stuff, right? Arteries, all this stuff. And what
Not
I
if they
think
get
is
cut.
going on, what I think is going on there too
No,
is
that squirts. Blood squirts. I got into a fight with the dude and I hit him, and his blood squirted across the room like a squirt gun for a long time.
hey, I
Filled the
did
whole
that
room.
too, dude. One time,
You
when we were
just said
younger,
blood
me and
doesn't
my
squirt out.
friends,
God damn you, boy. You're
dude,
double
we
speaking.
used to box, and I punched this dude in the nose, and like blood just squirted like past his like face, dude. It was like hilarious.
Blood squirted past me when I did it. It shot at me and I moved out of the way and it went like across the room and it was all over the floor. It was squirting bad. So yes, blood will squirt out of you. Red blood. Like squirt, squirt, squirt,
Well,
squirt, squirt. Every time your heart pumps.
why do you think that's happening, dude?
Because you're a
What do you
pump.
think's going on there?
You're an electromagnetic pump. You're electricity.
Like
You're an electric pump.
look how instant look how instant the body will take a cue from a traumatic event and start trying to repair itself. The body will respond like immediately, dude. Like like split second, fraction of a second, faster than you can think, dude. Uh, that's how all these processes are happening that fast.
It just means right now. It means memory. That means the memory is going to work as fast as it can to try to figure out how to like better the situation next time or fix it if it's possible for what you have.
Yeah, and that's when things.
It's
That's
all
when
memory.
water turns into blood. You don't have blood pulsing through your veins, dude. That's not what's going on.
Have you ever seen V8?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen pomegranate V8?
Mm-hmm.
Don't they both look like blood? I'm just saying, when you mix these fluids together in your body, I mean, how do you know you're not making that color red with them anyway? Not just water.
Like,
Just when you drink maybe soda, eat some fruits, eat a piece of steak, peanut butter, anything you take that has color is going to be a colorful liquid, correct?
have you ever left some of that juice like and let it sit there for a long time, and you get like stuff separating, right?
Yeah, do it with milk. It'll blow up and expand.
Well, it's usually like the water separating. I mean, water does that with everything. Oil, water won't. Um, it's not
Given the
soluble
right
with
temperature and set
oil.
it in the, yeah, it'll separate itself. Certain things, chocolate milks, teas, anything, they'll separate slowly but surely.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
You can tell with the chocolate milk because I used to have the powder Nestle Quick. That powdered
Oh
Nestle Quick
yeah.
when you're a kid, and that powder just
Mm-hmm.
forms back at the bottom. So you really can tell with that. That's why I brought up chocolate milk. Hey,
Yeah, you're making me hungry, dude.
cut it out. Don't drink Nestle Quick. It's not good for you.
So yeah, I was hearing, you know, I forgot who was saying it, but sugar. They're saying something about sugar, and I kind of agree. You know, everything that they say is bad for you, like meat,
What do you think?
sugar, salt, all that stuff is actually good for you.
Did you know Eskimos don't get diabetes? Did you know that?
What do Eskimos eat?
Eskimos eat fat, blubber, meat, and they don't get diabetes. They have some kind of gene or chemical in their body, and it breaks the sugar down super good. I mean, look it up if you don't believe me. Anything I say, look up. I heard it somewhere a long time ago that because I was doing the vegan thing, telling everybody they're vegans. Everybody's a vegan. You can't not be because everything eats grass.
I mean, do we have to like hunt whale blubber or what?
I'm just saying. I don't know. Someone else brought the Inuits up along a couple days ago. I heard, but about it for a different reason, but the same aspect. Like they can't even catch diabetes supposedly. I mean, don't you find that weird?
Well, I bet if you bring them down here and you start putting them on the good old American diet, then they'll catch
Processed
diabetes.
cheese, Dodger dog, Taco Bell. They'll be,
Bell ain't
having
food.
cancer within 10 years. Speaking of which, Eskimos eat whale. Isn't it strange that whale was outlawed? You can't hunt whale, so maybe that's because it's so damn good for
Seal.
you.
They eat seal, whale, any kind of blubber. But yeah, Larry, that's funny as hell. Come on, Eskimo, let's go, or Inuit, let's go down here and have lunch. Give them some ice cream, some other stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh man, my teeth don't feel good."
I've heard it said that like when people from other countries and they come and see how we eat out of cans and stuff, they're like saying in their own language, like they're eating dead things.
Everything's dead, dude, that you eat.
Rotten,
Plants,
leftover dead things.
plants, anything you pull from the ground, everything, unless you're eating it like alive, but
Right, but we don't put rotten apples in a can and then eat them later. We don't put
yeah,
rotten
you
fish in a
do.
can. No, you
You've
don't.
never,
You put. Hold
you've
on a
never
second.
drank
You
apple
put.
cider, anything that
No,
ferments.
I don't. No, I don't. So I want to know: do you take a bloated whale, put it in a can, and then eat it later?
Yeah, that's how they eat it, dude. You've never seen
So,
some of that.
so after a whale's bloated on the
Wait, hold
land,
on. I forgot what it's called, but in Iceland they ferment their shark,
kimchi.
and it has a real
It's called
pungent,
kimchi.
smelly. No, dude, that's
No,
Korean
it's
fucking fermented cabbage.
it's
No,
cabbage. Yeah. Well, it's fermented. They put it in the ground. Same fucking aspect, man. Work with me here. You're rotting the shit up. You put it in the ground. It grows spores and mold. It becomes poop, and they
not
eat it.
spores and mold.
What? What's it grow?
Good bacteria.
Spores and mold. Your opinion of
No,
good bacteria is your
spores
opinion.
and
I would
mold
never get caught dead eating that shit.
are different.
Well, listen, do you know there's some clear
Look,
stuff?
spores and mold are attacking something else, or
Do you know?
hold on. If I can explain what spores and mold are, they are doing the same thing, like decomposing. So they are a form of bacteria, but they actually go after certain things. So
Sugars and water.
No. Water is programmed a certain way to do that as well.
Have you
So
seen the new clear stuff they got everywhere? People are grabbing it with their hands. They call it star jelly. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. Dude.
It's called star jelly. It's stuff that grows. It grows on like little things. It grows in the water sometimes, on the edge, on pieces of tree stump, all kinds of stuff, peat moss, and it's a clear stuff, and it grows. And you pick it up, it's like jelly. They don't know what it is. A lot of people haven't noticed it till now, and there's been more and more and more people noticing it. And they call it star jelly. Just wanted to get your opinion.
No, I in what country is this? Where?
Everywhere.
And why do they call it star jelly again? I wasn't even paying attention.
Because they don't know where it comes from. It appears in the morning, or it appears within a couple days. They'll be like going out, they don't see it, it doesn't exist, and then the next couple days they go out and it's a big, clear, thick shit, like a clump of like jelly or something. Okay, if you've ever had little babies back in the day, they had crappy diapers, and if you put them on there and they peed, got the little clear beads of like full of like it would leak out little beads, and like you didn't use those diapers anymore. Kind of like that. They look exactly like that. Like a little fucking growth or a little spore but they're kind of big. Like they're as big as your hand, and they can be chunky. They can be a slime ball, but they're all clear and white, whitish clear, like saliva.
Yeah, you're losing me, dude. Anyway,
You don't know how to look it up? What do you mean losing you? Look it up. Talk to me about it. It's something new and mysterious. We can be the first ones to bring it to the table. Star jelly. It could be the thing that makes gold.
D-Mock, you got some kids you're watching back there. How many kids you got back there?
Oh, 1,500. I'll never tell. I'm just being goofy. One, there's a baby behind me and a baby in the other room. They're sweet little babies.
Are you a flat Earth dad?
Fucking right. Flat Earth grandpa, flat Earth dad, flat Earth BMF. No, I was trying to figure out like why the formation of gold in certain places or certain crystals rather than other places. And then I see the formation of crystals in some places, but not the other from the temperature. Right? So once you hit a certain temperature, like this crystal can grow. Hi, big boy. So this crystal can grow and stuff. But in the midst of these crystals, whether it's gypsum or quartz, you can have gold, little gold specks or spots or little things in it like poop or like a mold itself. You get where I'm going at?
nah, bro, you're losing me, man.
I'm not talking to just you. So, anyway, so when the quartz grows in under temperature and all the lava makes it and it heats up and it spews up and it starts to cool down and you see the quartz form and the little pieces of gold in there, what makes gold form over there in the quartz but nowhere else? And why, and it's like the rivers always have it, right? From and the rivers flow to the sea, right? Or do they flow from the sea to the sea?
Isn't the narrative that the gold is created in the exploding star and that it's littered places on Earth? And the reason they're in the streams is because they're in the mountains and the rain washes them down the streams. Isn't that the
No, that
narrative?
wouldn't make any sense. It would be on my roof too. It'd be on your roof. It'd be if it came from out of the sky and came to everywhere on the spinning ball. Everywhere would have an amount of it like snow. It'd be covered like a smooth pattern, like a foam, like a fizzy layer of like things that you blow in the summertime. You blow those little white things, and it would just build up with them. There's no way. There's no gold in this area. There's only gold over there with that black dirt and the other stuff and a certain material. So why is that material over there and not over here? I think it's from stuff that grows. So once you have a certain mold or something that grows and it gets put in the dirt or leaks down or that stuff drips down, it forms the crystal and certain drips can become the gold depending on what's in there, depending on what that is. And I was thinking, what could be in there? What could be getting trapped in all these things? Like inside some of the diamonds and the gems and the other stuff, there's clear stuff that's trapped, right? And they call it water. They'll say water got trapped, but clearly it's like an air bubble.
D-Mock, you gotta figure it out, man. Just tell us where the gold is, and we'll just go down and have a gold rush.
It's it.
Like in California.
I'm trying to tell you, Africa is still producing the most gold in a couple other places. And there's like 3 places. And they have certain materials in their dirt. That's the key. They have that
Hey,
material in their dirt, not everywhere around the whole world. So if it came from
haven't
the
you
sky,
seen
that's false.
haven't you seen that have you heard about that king God, what's his name? Massa Musa? Like in the 1300s, he was the richest man that have ever lived, even till this day.
Oh, the islands, the southwestern islands.
No, he lived somewhere. It's Mauritania. Like some of the ancient Roman maps called it that, but it's pretty much like southern Morocco, even like God, what's that country? Mali, in those
But how was
areas,
he richer than Rockefeller?
because he had that much gold, that he's richer than, like, he had so much gold that he's richer than all of the money combined. That's how much gold he had.
What do you think that means? That mean
Well,
that means
I
he
think
kind of a
that means
lie.
I think that means that why they keep Africa, not secluded, but kind of like under the
Dumbed
radar, if you
down,
will.
knocked down to a third world country.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
So,
Because
what, like I'm
that's where all
saying,
the
it's got.
goodies are at. They don't want everybody going over there taking it, right?
Well, what is mana? Where does the mana fall still? Same spot. I mean, would it be funny that drops of liquid or certain liquids that drip down are the gold that get caught and trapped in the quartz while it's forming? And when the quartz forms, just the way it forms, it's leftover gold. Like you're trying to say the water's produced with and how it reacts with the blood. So water basically becomes the gold, or a mold or a slime or something that can get trapped in there, or something that actually can grow. Maybe it's actually growing. So when you have quartz, little gold can grow inside of it. I don't know. How else would it form? It's either got to grow or be created, and either way, I can't tell the two apart in a way.
Remember, you used to in school, right? You would take like salt or whatever, and kind of just leave it in a jar, and then leave it on your desk, and boom, you got a crystal. It's like, I mean, obviously, bro.
Where do black diamonds come from? Do they come from, miles and miles and miles underneath the Earth's surface, or do they come from above?
A black diamond is coal.
No, an actual black diamond is different from a colorless diamond. So a black diamond structure is even a bit different, and it's among the hardest of the diamonds. So when you're speaking of a carbonado diamond, not one that's, not a diamond that's treated to be a carbonado diamond or a black diamond, but an actual black diamond.
Lady Gaga has a special nail polish made of black diamond. Is that like that? Is that we talking about?
Well, a lot of people are familiar with, tools that use diamond, right? And a lot
Yeah,
of people
diamond drill bits, and they are gray. Go ahead.
yeah, and a lot of people are familiar with diamonds being treated or heated up, and then they turn this blackish color, right? But I'm speaking of a natural black diamond, carbonado diamond. Now, a lot of people
Well,
think you only find them in places like Brazil and some of these places. Some people argue in science if they come from asteroids hitting the Earth or they come from miles and miles and miles, way further down than we've dug. They argue over those two
I'll go
things.
with that.
what
Maybe
about the
not further
oil?
down than we've dug, but just really far down, just to the
Are
barely
they
miss.
really diamonds though?
Well,
Is it like the Hope Diamond? Is it valuable?
No, I think it's just compressed coal. It's just compressed
no,
fucking coal and
no,
heated up,
No,
no,
I think
no,
shiny,
it's
it's
not.
pretty,
just
No, it's not.
oil,
stupid
dude.
hard. Think about how hard that would
I
be,
mean, what
gentlemen.
else is black I mean, there's a bunch of other
You got obsidian, you got all kind of
elements
black
in the
stones,
earth,
right?
dude.
You got all kind of black stones, right?
Is
But
it
when
all?
you're
Is it,
going when you're
Is
going
it
by
all a form of
hardness,
that coal? And
when
just
you're going,
different hardnesses?
no, no, when you're going by structure and when you're going by, what it's made up of, the hardness, um, you know, the water density test. Of course, a lot of you guys speak of that. Um, so
There's
many
also
different factors come into play, even light being, shined through the crystal. Um, different, stones present different kind of reactions to certain light.
Translucent. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, hell yeah. Fluorescent, translucent, transparent.
But you're not going to take a piece of coal and start cutting other diamonds with it or things like that. Um, no, yeah,
Well, it wouldn't be
very
called coal
interesting.
at that point. They would tell you it's a black diamond and it's the hardest point. Like, say you go 7 miles down. 7 miles down has to be more solid than 6 or 5
Well,
or 2 or
they say
1
the
or
black
0,
diamond.
correct? Like
Yeah, but
underneath
they
my
say
sandbox, if I have a trillion, hold on. Underneath my sandbox, if I have a trillion tons, the very bottom is going to be the hardest, even though it's all sand. And you and I, if we were little bitty microscopic things, we would probably call that a different material because to us it would seem like it's a fucking different material from the top layer of sand that's smooth like water. And then we go down, it's compact. We go down, it's more compact. We go down, there's crystals, there's stones, there's granite, there's rock. So, like, just think about it. I mean, how would it be work any other way? How could it?
well, if you got a
Lava
sandbox,
doesn't burn itself.
yeah, if you got a sandbox and you filled up a sandbox, I'm sure you have lighter pieces of grains of sand at the bottom than you do the top, maybe. But that's not the argument I'm trying to present. And they say that these black diamonds come from the ones who do say they come from underneath us. They say they come much further than 7 miles down. That's not the claim they make. So they're telling you that more pressure is needed than so 7 miles wouldn't do it, right? So it's either an asteroid hitting the Earth, in their opinion, or in their other opinion, it comes from miles and miles and miles beneath the surface. So
I don't believe in asteroids, so that takes that off the picture for me. I believe in humans doing tests with stuff and dropping materials out of planes after they put them in a vacuum and after they compress them
you can
themselves as much as they
you can
can.
show me.
They'll put, hold on a second, they'll put material into a hadron collider and collide it and collide it and collide it and collide it and then take it up into they'll cool it and heat it and cool it and heat it and cool it and heat it. This is real experiments. And then they'll drop it and do whatever. And then it hits the ground and we think, oh man, there's some crazy material, but they can't say nothing about it because they're the ones doing it. How would you know?
You couldn't show me one asteroid ever.
Right. That's
yeah,
what I'm trying to
I'm not.
say. And if you
Yeah,
do, it's probably a plane that flew over your head within an hour of that time, of
yeah,
some
I'm not
sort, a
claiming.
balloon, a plane, something.
Yeah, I'm not claiming asteroid. I'm just giving the argument that's presented by some scientists. So,
Right. Right, because they want to claim the idea of a fucking supernova vacuum and all this stuff, a reaction hot enough or more compressionable or, with the temperature that can do that to that material to where if the material can withstand it, it's going to just get harder and harder and more, compact within itself.
well, even when you go to a gemologist or anyone like this, and they say, well, where did you find it? And this kind of stone is only found in a certain place in the earth. They're not aware of all the factors. So, yeah, there's many things spread out all over the earth. Quartz would be one of
Oh,
them.
there's still like I know people that went over to wherever during the war, and they've got gemstones some people never even heard of before. Like literally, like ones that really they're just like we don't know what it is. Even the gem people that handed it to them or sold it to them don't know what it is, or they find it and they're like, oh, that's cool. We don't know what it is. Because you
I
can go
always
over there,
thought
like
that.
here in Arkansas. Here in Arkansas, you can go pay money and dig diamonds. Over there, you can pay money and dig stuff, but you're supposed to clarify what you get. Sometimes people don't. They sneak it. So, and when they grab something or find something that no one's ever seen, they're the only one that's got it that they know of.
Yeah, and you see why I ask people a lot, and I do ask a lot. Where do people think black diamonds come from? And when I say that, I want the Globers to kind of give me their opinion because it's either one or the other. Either they believe it comes from an asteroid or from miles beyond what we have dug into the earth. And for either of those things, they're gonna, have to present some kind of evidence.
I think it's weird, the gray material. Supposedly, when they get down to a certain level and they get down to those so many miles, all they got's like gray clogs. They pull up gray sleeves, a gray sleeve of sludge, a gray sleeve of sludge. Then you take that gray white sleeve and you mix certain amounts of it, depending on what's in it. If they got crystal in it, and you can grind the crystal, you can grind that sludge, grind it all into a powder, and that's what they use to make gold also.
I always figured that if you had these asteroids, so-called asteroids, from different planets, from these millions of planets and stars and billions of galaxies that would hit the Earth, I think they would bring. I bet they would bring minerals and elements that were not found on Earth. That's what I would think. But all of them have the same elements as on Earth, so not impressed.
Yeah, and that's what they say about the black diamond. So it's kind of funny.
Well, my wife showed me a video today of a video taken in the Congo, which is like the deepest, most unexplored, inhabited place on Earth, probably, because the Congo is huge, right? And this guy, he gets like a little chisel and he knocks off a rock, and then he hooks up like a battery to the rock. You know, I'm sorry, not a battery, a circuit with a light bulb. And when he hooked it up to the rock, like it started like showing light, and I'm like, okay. So then another time he takes the rock and he like pushes it against something, and it starts arcing and like cooking like a piece of charcoal or something. And then she shows me a video of this dude like cooking an egg with cold heat. So it's like all this stuff is out there and we don't know about it. But anyway, yeah, the Congo. The second video about the cold heat was basically like from like the 1950s or 60s. It looked like it was like old technology. And he puts this piece of paper on this wood block and he puts a pan on top of it and cooks an egg. I'm like, what the fuck?
To be fair, it doesn't take much heat to cook an egg, but I got you.
There's a lot of stuff out there that's remarkable that we don't know. Speaking about cold, have you heard about the cold radiant energy, Tesla?
Hope you're not talking to me because you sent it to me. So yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay, all right. I did send it to you. That's right. Yeah, I'm just saying general. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that it's amazing out there.
I'm trying to find that electric rock thing now. I remember seeing the thumbnail, but I didn't click on the video.
Speaking of rocks and crystals, you guys, I heard you mention crystals. There's the piezoelectric effect. There's some crystals, when you strike them, they create electricity. So there's that.
Oh yeah, the ones in your lighter.
That's correct, sir.
Cesium, yeah. You click them, you smack them, they make energy. So does granite. When you hit granite or you put a frequency into it, it puts shit out. Same when you try to compress water. Anything you try to do something to has a reaction.
There's some kind of crystals called pyroelectric crystals. You apply a flame to them and they produce electricity.
Yep.
That's
in other words, compress them or heat them up. Yeah. Voltage. Yeah. I still think it's cool that you got to cool the gas up before it lights. Still find that fucking freaky. Like your lighter blows out the super cold, and then it lights. It's like contained, and when it comes out, it's cold as hell. Then it lights up. It's lighting up something cold, not hot. I just always found that weird.
What's freaky is the suppression of this technology. This cold stuff that we're talking
Right.
about. This is like from the 1800s.
Yep, and a lot of people don't know about it. Have you ever heard of Greek fire or Roman fire? I think it's called.
Greek fire, absolutely, yeah. It's a lost. They never found the recipe. They don't know how to make it, but yeah, definitely heard about it. Yep. They used to throw it from ship to ship, and the other ship would catch on fire, and apparently no way to put this stuff out, even with water.
Apparently, it was like water they shot out, and the water they were shooting out was coming out like fire from the ocean. It was like ocean water being turned into fire.
You know what it was like from what I've read? It was like and it was like a tar on fire. Think of it like that, like a sticky, tarish thing that would stick on
Marijuana
anything.
resin. Yep.
Yeah, well, something
THC
like that.
resin. Oh my God. That's that shit they don't tell you about.
Yeah, they found and they were able to reconstruct some of the stuff that would shoot it out, but they never found. They were never able to reproduce that kind of flame. Think of it like a napalm.
Yeah, and where would you
Probably
get
the
that from
closest
if
thing.
you're at sea? Where would you get a replenished amount of something that can burn at sea? Poop, baby boy. Methane from the gallows. If nobody goes down to the bottom port and it's compressed and we all poop down in there, and then you have like a little seeping thing and you light it up, that'd be crazy. Throw some resin on the people, squirt resin on them, and then light it up. Where'd they get all that tar at?
Nobody knows what it is, bro. One thing is certain: these people had a lot more technology than meets the eye.
Well, yeah, they had motors, they had sound motors. I mean, when I tell people a sound motor, a Glober will go nuts and be goofy, but then like you can look it up all you want. You can create some motors from sound, like, and that's what they are. That's what a sound instrument's always been. You blow in one little part, and it gets magnified out the other part doing work, right? Amplifying or magnifying what you put in. Same way, and so you're compressing sound, but at the same time you're amplifying it. Anytime you try to compress a frequency, you amplify it. Anytime you try to compress water, you amplify it.
Just the other day, I was looking at this. Well, wait till I find it. You're gonna be surprised.
I might be blocked out of the chat. So if I don't see the stuff and I'm not like saying stuff about what's in the chat, it's because I can't see it. So you might have to send it to me.
Of course, I didn't save it. Damn it. Was
Just
this
explain it.
ancient? Check this out, bro. Was this ancient machine 2,000 years old? It had operated by wind. It had a blade on it, like those you see in the Dutch countries, those spinning things. There had one of those.
Windmill.
Yeah. And on the other side, it had like a flute, like not a flute, like a series of pipe, like organs, and it would play automatically. Of course, I can't find it. My point is that the ancients had technology. Like, for example, did you know that the first robot was invented in the ancient times, like 2,500 years ago?
I think one of the number whatever robots was Leonardo da Vinci himself. An AI. No, I'm serious. An artificial intelligent human robot man that was a hermaphrodite boy girl, and he was the Vitruvian man himself. He was the Vitruvian man. He was the first test tube fucking baby like that.
This
Like
has
an
got to
artificial.
be.
Yeah.
Look what I was looking at yesterday. What were you just talking about, Dimok? Have a look at live chat.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, Da Vinci did like a walking tiger robot.
When you said the robot was from 2,500 years ago, are you talking about giant robot?
No, it was a wine pouring robot. I'm gonna try to find. I was just looking at this stuff yesterday, man. It's unbelievable. We're talking about it now.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday too. It was the ancient Greek robot that pours wine.
Yeah, I posted it. You saw it? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I've known about it, but I saw it again yesterday.
That's freaked out, man. But Moyak. Moyak. Sorry, man. I called you Moyak. My bad. Dimok, have a look at the thing you were talking about. The flamethrower. There it is.
What's the power source for this Greek robot that pours wine?
I don't know. To be honest with you, it didn't say what.
Does it use
I don't know.
a battery or something?
I just found out about it a little while ago. I don't know if it was some sort of wind-up thing, or a lot of times they would use levers and water, but a good question. I don't know. They even had steam operated, like the flying pigeon. You guys heard about the flying pigeon?
I'm talking about like the early steam copper stuff in Greece. Oh, they had a mechanical pigeon right at the Oracle.
I just posted it.
Oh, you did?
The first
Is that a
automatic.
bell? A bell
No,
at the end of that barrel for that
no,
Greek
actually,
fire
it's a
thing?
steam. I think it's a thing that creates steam and shoots it off like.
Okay, because right underneath the very tip of that bell, the barrel, it looks like a little bell underneath it. That's just weird.
Well, it could be. It could be. I can't see it clearly on my phone. But keep in mind, these things are over 2,000 years old.
So if the bell rings, that's when it's time to shoot, like ring-a-ling-a-ling, ring-a-ling-a-ling. That'd be
I saw a
crazy.
thing
And if
today.
they,
Never mind.
I'm trying to find the robot one.
I saw this thing today where they're trying to pass a bill, or maybe they already passed it, and if you get caught with drugs, they'll give you a choice. If you get a vasectomy or you get your tubes tied, they'll drop your charge to a lesser charge.
Is that like a Chinese thing?
It's in America, bro. They're starting eugenics everywhere, bro.
Are you serious? They don't know
Yeah,
that
with
there's
the
a
name
negative birth
Schwab
rate.
and the you'll own nothing and be happy or whatever. Like they're doing a bunch of weird shit right now all over the world.
Wonder who's behind that. Cut your balls off.
Bro, you've seen the movie Megan coming out, right? That's Leonardo da Vinci, man. Today. Back in the day, Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man, number whatever, VVI, could draw really good, do stuff, and print. And it was a polymath and all this other stuff.
There's the wine pouring robot and the automatic organ demock that I was telling you.
Yeah, the fan blade pulls that cord around, and as it goes around, it hits each thing like do 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 do. That's tight. But it's literally power. When you have a tuba, a flute, a harmonica, anything that you hit, and something else comes out the back, resonated, magnified, amplified at a greater amount than what you put in. How's that going on when it's supposed to not happen?
Yeah. Now I'm curious how this robot was powered. It's a
I
good
think
question.
it was weight
Is
and
it wood?
If you poured wine in his hand, he would pour it in a cup for you.
Yeah, but the hand would move, I think. Now,
Gears and
what made the
levers.
mechanism move? Was it a wind-up thing? Was it what was it?
Oh, it could be steam. It could be levered by a rope. Like a lot of things were done by a rope or a timer or some sort, and like a weight would drop or something, and the thing would lift, and just the sheer design of the lift would pour, or whatever. You know what I mean? How it's designed
Yeah,
itself.
counterweight levers and stuff like that. Yeah, but I'm
Yes.
just
Yes.
curious what it was. Yeah.
I think they actually show you the backside of it in one point at one point, because that's not the only one. There's one that tilts. There's a Jesus that tilts its head and cries. There's a statue that does some other stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple of them like that way back in the day that used to move and do stuff, and it would
Man,
freak a lot of people out.
these ancients were creative, man. They had clocks. They had time, like alarm clocks. Like, look at this contraption here. They had coin-operated vending machines. They had automatic door openers.
Yeah, the game Mousetrap. You ever saw that when you were little? The game called Mousetrap, to where you set up certain things accordingly. And once you hit this one, it reacts with this one, and reacts with that one, and reacts with that one, and then the ball drops.
So the
Yeah,
official narrative,
amazing stuff, man.
the official narrative is that humans were always just as smart as we are today, but over time we've gradually gained knowledge. But I don't think that's true. I think that's observably not true that we've gained knowledge over time consistently. I think that there's obviously architecture that we would not be able to recreate today that they somehow did, right? And a lot of times, people go around and said it was the aliens, it was the aliens. Like, no, that's just because it goes against your narrative, so you got to invent yourself a little out, right? It wasn't the aliens that built like those steps in South America. Those steps were built for farming in the mountains, and it was a really, really cool thing. They weren't giant steps for giants, right? That's just not true. And I think that it's really easy to see, like when you look at the world, the pyramids all over the world, like they were kicking ass back in the day, and somehow we lost that ability to kick ass like they were.
Yeah, the stuff they made, like the Antikythera mechanism. The sailing that they were able to do, the Arabs, the Chinese, the Polynesians, the buildings, of course, the Egyptians, which we know wasn't the Egyptians. Well, I know wasn't the Egyptians. These stone building all over the world. I mean, it's pretty evident. And the only way we know about it is because only the stone. Imagine the stuff that disintegrated or is still buried that we haven't discovered.
What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing?
Who's
Yeah,
who are you? Can you please? Are you new to this? What's your name?
Where'd everyone go? This room was fucking packed 10 minutes ago. What happened, guys? All right, listen. Okay, so we had great conversations. Did you want to question me about that thing where I said we see in the past at sea?
What? Yeah.
That was
I
dope,
would
right?
actually.
We see in the past, bro. Yeah.
We see in the past, huh?
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. If you think light is instant, then you don't think we see in the past. But if you think light has a travel time, then yeah, we're definitely seeing in the past, bro.
Holy cow! This new guy coming in hot. What's going on? Can you tell us your name, please?
I'm telling you, do you think light has a travel time?
Bro, there's no way we see in the past. Forget about
Man,
it.
does light have a travel time or is it instant?
The medium has a travel time, light doesn't.
That doesn't make sense. When you
Yes,
turn
it
a light
does.
on,
Yes, it does. Hold on. It's like a corn maze, Jeremy. You can run 1,000 miles an hour forever till you get blue in the face running through this corn maze. But the bigger I make the corn maze, the longer it's going to take you to get through it. Even though in an aspect you're instant to yourself, you're instant as hell. You're running 1,000 miles an hour. You never stop. You just have a bigger corn maze set out in front of you, right? It's going to take you longer to get through it, correct?
dude, when you turn the light, I don't know what you just said about a corn. When you turn
The
the light on,
medium is a corn maze.
hold on, man.
Simple.
When you turn the light on, does it instantly get to the other side of the room or does it take time?
It has to go through the corn maze of air.
So it takes time.
Yes, sir.
So that means if you were looking at the light bulb on the other side of the room, and somebody turns the light on, you wouldn't see it right away. It would be like,
A quadrillion.
split second, a quadrillionth of a second or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see the light turn on, but it already happened in the past. See, Essie? Even Democ agrees with me, which now I'm scared.
The perturbation rate, the perturbation causes the rate of light to, not to travel, but it's like activating it, right? So light
The time.
Yeah, light doesn't really travel. It's just like being activated at a rate.
Yeah, however you want to call it. If you want to call it perturbation or whatever, I mean, it takes a little bit of time, right? So that's just a little bit in the past, you see.
Hold on. Have you ever turned on a light bulb anywhere and it took time for it to by the time you turned on the switch and by the time the light, not a fluorescent one, of course, you know what I'm talking about? Has that
That's what
ever
I mean.
happened?
If you think light's instant, then this wouldn't apply to you. But if you think light has a time that it takes to get places, then I mean, when I turn on the light on, it looks like it happens instantly. But they say
Have you
it has
ever
a
seen
speed, so
anything? Have you ever seen anything different?
then it traveling instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never personally measured like the 2A speed or not. No.
So
That's
you're
what I'm
going on
saying.
a story. You're going on a story. What you heard.
Well, bro,
Like
I
everybody
mean,
else. I'm not knocking you or anything, but
yeah. I'm saying if you think it's instant, then fine, we don't see in the past. But if you don't think it's instant and it takes time, then you're seeing in the past.
well, I could only go by what I've seen, and whenever I see light, it's always instant. I never seen like it take time, so
Yeah,
I can only
I've never
go by.
tried to.
Its rate. Its rate is that rate. Whatever that instant rate that we see it at, that's the rate. Now, depending on what material, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to go through some material at all. Correct?
What are you talking about?
Light. It's not going to travel through some material at all. Like if you hit granite, you shine light on a granite wall and you're on the other side, you're not going to see the light, correct? But
It
if I do it
depends,
through water,
unless you might see the light if you're remote viewing it. You missed that conversation earlier, so
well, if the light was bright enough, should be the answer.
these remote viewers can see through walls and shit, bro. They see in the past. They're seeing in the past, bro. That shit is fire. Did you hear that conversation earlier or no?
No, I didn't hear that one.
Oh, you guys missed
I've heard
fucking
about
good conversation.
remote viewers though, Jeremy, for the government, where they like find this box of money or this little trinket or something that's hidden in the forest, or this lady. Yeah, I've heard about it. But
No,
like
this ain't
the
no
word,
Lifetime movie network series. I'm talking about real shit, bro. Where these
yeah,
these
no, the
guys are.
government, Department of Defense. Yes, I agree.
Oh, there was a guy in here that did it. He was on Jaren. They did some remote viewing thing on Jarenism, and
It always depends on how it's set up, Jeremy. If the
What did he
gentleman is
find,
a
Jeremy?
part
Did he
of the
find his
setup,
perfect test?
hold on a second. If David Copperfield comes and says, I can do this, and he's the one that helps me set it up, no. If I set it up my way to interrupt any things that he can do to trick anybody, then it might turn out different. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. I didn't see the thing. I couldn't really call it.
it's just Jarenism did this remote viewing thing where he picked like 12 pictures, and the guy that was in here, he was the remote viewer. He said he got like 4 of them. He only picked 4 of them, but he got them right. He said he viewed it by he knew what it was by going and viewing Jaren when he picked the pictures out. So like you go in the past, it's like this Akashic record type thing that you tap into, and you can go just go view stuff that happened in the past.
Right. But now the light thing, all I'm saying is it's like we all have contention on what is instant to us. Like instantaneous, we've never seen it anything other than the word instant to us, because that's just how we can explain it and how the way it works, you know what I mean? How fast like we perceive the shit. That's as fast as we can perceive it. So instantaneous, as compared to taking a quadrillionth of a second, I mean they're pretty much the same thing.
Well, in a room, yes. If you're somebody turns the light on in a field and you can see them 3 miles away, that might take more time. Now you're seeing farther into the past. I know you guys are gonna love that one. And then if you got if you got a galaxy that's 8 trillion light years away, you're seeing 8 trillion light years in the
Yeah, I
past.
called it. Jeremy's going to be the first baller tourney in here. I said
I'm
it
just
first.
saying, bro, that is how it would work in theory, though, right? That's how far the stars were. Like you'd be seeing.
So
it's happening in a room and in a field and shit. So
You
is the
should
light
DM
showing us what's
Sean
happening?
G. DM Sean G and tell him what's going on. How when you turn, how should I do it? Like,
hit Ranty up.
So is the light carrying the information from the past to us? Like, is it carrying the past with it, or is it just showing us what happened because it illuminated the object that's going on?
It's like a photonic tunnel, sort of.
Yeah. Like, which one is it doing? Is it actually carrying the information through it and with it? Like, if I shine my light at this thing, and it takes 50 seconds to work, and it gets to you, you can see 50 seconds ago in the light, or do you just see the object being lit up for the 50 seconds?
It's,
Here's what I think.
It's not just that. Like if you were let's say remote viewing something that happened at a NASCAR event, you might interpret. You might hear I hear motors or something like that. Like, oh, there's a lot. Oh, it's it's all around. You know what I mean? You might draw. A circle might be within your line. You know what I mean? It's things in that nature that that lead you to kind of process the whatever the fuck whatever is working in it.
So here's what I think, Denmark. Here's what I think. If you do a jumping jack on the other side of the room and that light took time to get to me, then I'm seeing you do that jumping jack in the past. And the farther away you get, the longer it takes the light travel. So the longer ago you did the jumping jack. So
like some Glober shit. Like you can't trust your eyes, man.
Are you in the
I'm
past?
not
Or are you
saying you
just
can't trust your eyes. I'm just saying, does this not make sense to you guys?
I'm
are
just
you
saying
in
that
the
the whole
past? Or are you just farther away?
Just farther away. It's taking longer for the time to get longer for time for the light to get to us. The longer that takes, the
So
longer in the past you're seeing.
so if the gentleman has a watch on, he's not going to look at the seconds tick the same as you. As soon as you do it at 4 o'clock and you're like go, and it's like 4:01, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to act different.
I don't know what that means.
That's
If
time.
you look at a watch, okay, look. If I look at a watch, I'm looking at a watch, and you're looking at a watch. You are 1 foot from the watch, and I'm 10 feet from the or I'm a mile from the watch. You're gonna see the watch tick before I do because it
Okay,
took
if you
longer for the
say
light to get to me.
time dilation, we're doing an intervention on
No,
you.
none of
If I
that.
hear you say
Stop.
that word, bro,
Stop.
that's it. It's over for you.
Never that. Just relax. I'm just saying the time the light takes to travel to you. That's all. I mean, hey, I don't know. Light could. I don't know. Like I said, if you think
Bro,
light's
That's
in
why.
order
moving,
for
just
you to be thinking what you're thinking, right? You gotta be thinking of trillions and billions of miles and light years. You gotta be in the head
no,
of a baller right now. Yeah.
absolutely not. I'm just talking about real life scenarios. Like we're in a field. Okay, we're in a field. You're 100 feet away from a guy with a light bulb. I'm 3 miles away. You're gonna see the light bulb turn on before me, right?
No.
Wrong. You're gonna
Well,
see
if
it
you
at the
think
same
light,
time.
well, if you think light's instant, then yeah. I mean, I think it has a travel time.
The word instant is a mofo, Jeremy. Do you know? I mean, damn it.
What does that
So,
even mean? The word instant is a mofo?
yeah, you're trying to determine a quadrillionth of a second of your imagination compared to instant. They're both the same fucking thing. You can't really equivalate each. You can't separate them from each other. Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
I mean,
You couldn't
I
demonstrate.
couldn't measure the time. I couldn't
Right,
measure
you
the
can't
time difference.
demonstrate
Yeah.
a quadrillionth of a second and say, well, a quadrillionth of a second is slower than instantaneous. That's all I'm saying. No one can. So where do we come to an agreement that it's instantaneous, or it takes time, but it still appears to be instantaneous?
Well, I mean, do you guys agree that we got the two-way speed of light?
I think speed would be a one-way thing, wouldn't it?
I'm not even sure of that. I think that's just a calculation, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, but think about this: if you got to go from point A to point B to get speed or a duration of distance or an area somewhere, it's just 2 points. You start and you end up. It would it wouldn't be going back and forth like a bouncing. That'd be no.
Well, they can't get the one-way speed of light because of this other thing that I'm not going to say because SC is going to kill me. But they got the two-way speed though, right? Like if I send you to the store and back, that shit's going to take time. That's like what they do with the light, right?
Well, how is a two-way speed any different than a one-way light both ways?
The one-way light both ways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm looking at it, and I think what I'm seeing is actually there, right?
you got a
I'm not
light
looking
pointing
at
to the
something.
store, and you got a light pointing to your house. I'm sorry, I thought you were.
Sorry, I just want to say real fast. What we're looking at, the light, it's not from billions of years ago, from quintillions of miles away. Like that just doesn't make sense.
Bro, I'm not saying nothing about billions of years. I'm talking about real life shit. We're in a field. You're 100 feet away from the light. I'm 3 miles away from the light. Somebody turns the light on. You're gonna see it before me if you think light has a speed. That's all. It's not. I'm
No,
not
you
saying the zillions of light year shit.
Is it like a split
no, you could
second?
have a flashlight. You have a
Yeah.
flashlight, and your friend has a flashlight. On the count of three, you both turn them on. If two cameras on the screen show the light at the same time, then you're both seeing it at the same time, correct? That's the two one-way lights.
You see, it's instantaneous. We all know it's instantaneous, right? But they put a speed on it, right?
How do you know
So
it's
now, if you
instantaneous?
let your
Well,
mind go away from you, right, you're going to say, okay, it has a speed, therefore this, and that, right? That's where the model bull comes in. Space
how
time,
do you know it's
curvature.
how do you know it's instantaneous though?
Because every time that's what I've experienced always. I've never experienced light slowing down, speeding up, or like not seeing it. Like in other words, if we have a fire show, right? Fireworks show, and we have
Yeah.
people 1 mile away, 2 miles away, 10 miles away, 20 miles. You think that when that thing explodes, they're gonna see it at different times? No.
If the light has a time that it takes to travel across the distance, then yeah.
No, that would
if you
mean
think it's instant, then yeah.
no, that would mean that your buddy 50 miles away would see it for an hour.
Yeah, that's right.
You see what I'm
It would be
saying? He
over
would see
for
it the
you.
whole time. He would
Well
see the
done,
ending.
bro. It would be
Yeah, he
over
would see
for
the
you on the
ending.
spot. Yeah, but
Yeah.
your buddy would see it, would be still watching it like 20
It would be
minutes later.
ending, and then end.
Yeah, makes no sense. It's all relative mumbo jumbo from a crackpot that envisioned his greatest moment was seeing somebody fall from a building. That was his greatest inspiration. Like, come on, man. That's why this stuff is in your head, Jeremy, because you're going in that model, you're going in that framework.
Well, I'm just saying. I thought it was clear cut that light had a perturbation or travel speed or time or something.
Well, if you
Right,
go
but
with
like, how do you define instant or just slightly instant? Like, how do you define like
Slightly instant is not. That's not a thing.
what you're saying? It's slightly instant.
No.
Well, look, Einstein
Instant means.
said.
Go ahead, Essie.
I'm going to say
I'm always
Einstein
up for a
said
good
that
Einstein
it's relative, it takes time, but we have Tesla that said, wait a minute, there's no such thing as the speed of light. I can make things go 2-3 times. And on top of that, it's instantaneous. He claimed that he had instantaneous communication no matter how far apart.
Yeah, spark is instantaneous. Magnetism instantaneous. Things that react are instantaneous upon reaction, are they not?
I don't
mean,
know
for what?
about all that.
Well,
Listen,
you never know about anything I say till an hour later, and I have to explain it to you. Like if I take a brick and drop it on my face, as soon as it hits me, that's when I'm going to feel it, regardless of what anybody's interpretation of that is. So as soon as I see the light, as he's saying, as far as we can, that's all we have is instantaneous. We haven't seen anything but that. We haven't seen this perturbation of waiting 20 seconds, waiting 50 seconds, waiting 90 seconds to see the light. It doesn't take 90 seconds for you to fill the brick, does it? If it does, that's
you
weird.
guys all think light's instant, and we haven't measured the two-way speed of light. Come on, guys, really?
Jeremy, there is no two-way speed.
I mean, when you look at the stars, like if it's like 100 years old, then you're looking at the star 100 years ago, right? Is that
He's not talking about
difference?
that though. He's done said it like 3
Oh.
times. I was talking
Yeah,
about
man.
I was outside.
Well, like across the field, right? It's basically the same time, right? I mean, if it's 3 miles versus 10 feet, it's the same time, right? There's no difference.
Not if light has a speed. If you think light's instant, then yeah, there's no difference. But if you think
So,
light
but
has a speed,
Jeremy, let's just talk practical, right? Isn't the speed of light like 1,000,000 miles an hour?
it's like millions of miles a second or some shit, ain't it?
Which means it's roughly the same time. You'd have to have 1,000,000 miles to be a second. So we know that's not going to happen, right? 1,000,000 miles. So across the field or 3 miles away, it's basically just rounds out to be 0.0, same time. That's my point.
No, they can measure shit to a billionth. Have you ever heard of an atomic clock? See, we are on the fringe of time
No,
dilation.
they can't. No, they can't. That's your misinterpretation again, because you want to see rocks bang together and you think that's measuring something. Tell us how. Tell us more. A cesium clock is quartz.
Clock work.
It's a vibrating quartz with a timed vibration. Wow. And it reacts and acts accordingly to temperature, pressure, heat, vibration. It reacts to voltage. So tell us more about these rocks that tell you all this good information. Just like your scale, your gravitometer.
Technology rocks.
The rocks you were talking about, Jeremy.
I don't know if I mentioned the rock. And the atomic clock?
Yes. Exactly, the cesium quartz crystal rocks. Those are rocks.
Yeah, they're supposed
Just to
to be able
clarify.
to keep track of time up to. They're supposed to be able to keep track of time up to like 8 billionths of a second or some shit, right?
A rock is.
Well, the
Man, I'm gonna
oscillation of
call
a cesium
Aristarchus
atom.
on
I
that.
don't know if that's a rock, but
I'm gonna
You
call
don't know.
Aristarchus on that bullshit.
You don't know if a
is the
crystal is a rock?
oscillation is the measurement of the oscillation of a cesium atom is one way to phrase it.
That's not
I've never
time.
heard it phrased like a rock.
Well, I don't care. I phrase it as a rock because that's what it is. Earth is a rock. So anything from Earth is rocks, unless it's water or gas, right? And then which can turn back into rock, right? Or be
What
heated
about
up to
wood?
turn back into gas, right?
What about wood? Is wood a rock?
Might be.
When I wake up in the morning, it is.
It's
Leaves
built from
rock.
dirt. It pulls dirt and water up into itself. It can be petrified. I don't know. You tell me. So, like, yeah, two rocks telling time. How do we go about that? How do we know two rocks are telling us time?
You only need one rock. You only need one atomic clock to do this. You send a. Don't they like send some photons or a laser beam or something, and then time how long it takes for it to get back, and they bounce off a mirror?
What does that even mean?
This guy George Hanichuk one day on Jose. We were on Jose's, and for like an hour, he was trying to convince us that he measured the one-way speed of light. I'm like, dude, no, you didn't. He's like explaining it to us and shit. He did end up walking it back and conceding, like, all right, I didn't measure the one-way speed of light. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, when you break it down and you ask them like I'm asking you, they're going to be fumbling over their words. They're not going to know what the hell they're talking about. How is shooting a light somewhere measuring time? How is hitting a rock or making a rock do something measuring time? I mean, you're still
They're
baffling
not
me.
measuring time. They're measuring how long it takes for the light to get back. So
That's
they
time.
shoot a laser beam and you start the clock. And then they stop the clock when it gets back. I'm guessing it probably happens something like that.
When it gets back from where?
From the mirror it bounced off of.
What the hell are you talking about? Where do they do this at on Earth?
Wherever they measure the two-way speed of wherever
They do this on
measure
Earth in a football field or 100 miles away or in two different labs. Where do they do this?
Bro, I don't know where this is done at. I'm guessing scientific lab, something places. I don't know. The point is,
you're not talking about the moon, right?
Dude, no, I'm talking about in the lab, bro. Relax. This is like they measure the two-way speed of light, right?
By
Come on,
shooting a
guys.
laser.
You guys don't know about? You guys not know about this, or
There is no such thing as a two-way speed. What are you talking about? You're talking in circles right now when you say that word.
okay? If you go to the store, if I'm like, yo, how long does it go to the store? And you're like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I don't got another guy at the store to time you. But you could run to the store and then run back, and then I'll have your two-way speed of how long it took you to get there and back.
No, that's
like
one speed, there and home. That's the total speed altogether. How long did it take you to get there, get done, and get home? Home is your point.
Whatever, yeah. You can count the distance both ways and how much time it took, and divide it by 2.
No, there's only one
That's what they
stopping
do.
point. No, Jeremy, there's one stopping point, home. That's when you end the result at home, not at the guy watching you. You run to the store from home, you go back to home, that's when you hit the clock. It's one way, buddy. It's a loop. There is no two way.
Okay, I can measure how long it takes you to get to the store, and that would be the one-way speed from the house to the store. Or I could just stay home, you go to the store and come back, and now I'd have your two-way speed from you to the store and the store to home.
No, those are both one ways.
Yeah, they're
They
one
would have to
ways
be.
unless I only time them the two-way of you going both ways, then I'd have the two-way.
You do them at the same time? Can you make two Jeremys and then give me
you're
the
hurting my
two-way?
head, bro.
Well, you're not making no sense. You can't have a two-way.
There's a law of non-duplication of Jeremy's.
Right. You can't
That's
have
a
a
good
two.
reason.
Same way with a non-duplication of light. You only have one amount, one time, one way. You can either pick going back and forth and make that 2, which is 1 and 1, or you can go home, make your loop, and that's 1. There's only one.
Jeremy, you said that they measure light to the billionth of a second, right?
I'll be right back. I gotta make a phone call, guys.
Doesn't
Yeah,
Jeremy
if I
realize
run,
at the
if
same
I take
time?
off running in the field, how can I say that's a two-way? I mean, what does that even mean? If a light shoots at something and it hits the object, that's one way. And then you turn it on and it shoots and hits another object or reflects. That's still one way. It's still one light source doing the whole thing. It's one way.
He's not making sense to me because it would still be the same time. Being a billionth of a second,
Exactly.
you couldn't tell that difference with the naked eye.
Right. No, you couldn't tell it with a clock either. If we
No.
both had our clocks on YouTube and a screen next to us to see the light, and you're like 3, 2, 1, click, it would be the same. There'd be no difference, and our clocks would be the same too. Like tick,
You
tick,
need
tick, tick,
you
tick.
need a computer though.
Well,
A computer might be able to slow down.
well, it's like if you said take a cesium clock and then say give it an X-ray, and then see if like the clocks are off. But that's like the radiation load that you would get in a 3-hour flight or 5-hour flight. Isn't that true?
Right. See, like a bell, have a bell do the attribute, and you see the vibration of each bell in real time. Yeah.
It's all delusions. There's no such thing as time dilation. It's all in their minds. They've all bought it, and Jeremy seems to have caught the bug lately. It's all these these fantasies put in their mind. They think that they can watch the I Love Lucy show like there's some aliens a couple of billion
Nobody
light
lets
years
me
away.
talk. They don't let me talk, and they don't let me disprove their crazy ideas. I get muted a lot, and then they think they say, well, we don't understand what you mean, and then I explain it in different ways. So like you have to understand, like, and most of the time it's just a misunderstood concept. So Jeremy's like not wrong so much as he just doesn't comprehend what he's thinking is wrong. In a way, like they're explaining something to you to try to be the top people to bring you something. And if that thing doesn't exist, and now they convinced you and the whole academia that there's a two-way speed of light, right? Then they are the magicians, they are the wizards, they are the badass ones because they fooled you to be goofy enough, right? To fall for it. And you can't prove it, you can't disprove it, but you're gonna believe you're gonna buy it? No. I'm not buying that.
Exactly.
I'm not
And
buying
there's
no
some
unicorn
people
lollipops.
exactly. And there's some people when they hear the truth, they get triggered like little girls. And I love it. The more I see them get triggered, the more I do it, the more I like it.
When earlier I brought up elevation, and then where'd the guy go? Disappeared, didn't talk about it no more. I'm talking about the Cavendish and the Foucault's pendulum, do them at a different elevation. If you claim your scale, your gravimeter, your Cavendish, your pendulum, whatever you got, does something at a longitude or latitude, right? Go to the top of the Burj Khalifa, inside of it, then take the elevator to the middle floor and do your reading at all three. They've never done this. And until they do that, they have half-assed science. And they're not going to tell me that they can determine elevation from a ball or a longitude and latitude on a ball. There is no difference from just going up or down in your spot where you stand. Stand in the
Imagine
place.
somebody convinced them, Dimok, somebody convinced them that
Because they
one
don't have
person.
it. They don't have
Go
the
on,
elevation.
Altin, go ahead.
No, they don't have the elevation. You're right. No one's told them the ladder.
Yeah, they're too afraid to do the tube observatory.
Yep, that too. Just a tube through water or a stick diagonally or horizontally. Stick your stick horizontally out of the side of the water ball. So simple. 1 foot, man. We'll be done. Out of the waterfall. Stick it out. Stick your selfie stick out of the waterfall that we live on.
Ooh.
You guys don't? You think it's less simple than that? I mean, I don't know.
Dude, I want to make like a perfectly cylindrical tube that like starts at the ocean and then it comes out on land somewhere, and I want to fucking skate it. You know what I mean? That'd be sick.
Well, yeah.
Like 50 miles, a 50-mile tube that would go through like 400 feet of like water or, you know, whatever curve, big air quotes, 500 feet about. over 50 miles. Yeah, that'd be sick.
They
You'd be going uphill, downhill, and flat all at the same time. Who'd have thunk it?
they can't even sit underwater with the submarine towards the surface and shoot a submarine bullet out of the water 1 foot horizontally. Do you understand how sad this is? If you lived on a globe, this would be the least of the things you could do. This would be the easiest thing to do. Turn this up. Turn it. Turn it. Turn it. Okay. Now shoot the torpedo. What are we doing, boss? We're right near the surface. That's right. We're shooting horizontally. We're going to shoot it out. Boom. And we're going to leave the earth right here because we're in the edge of this water. Just water right here behind us and in front of us. We're in a wall of water around a ball. And our submarine's sitting here horizontally. And we're going to shoot this camera 1 foot out of the water. We don't care if it drops down after that. We don't care if turkeys come and eat it. All it needs to do is go 1 foot out of the water. What do you say?
Please. That's what
Pretty
I say.
please. With
Yeah.
my fingers crossed and cherries on tops. Just when it goes out of the water, you see no water under it or no dirt. That's all we want. No dirt and water underneath of something horizontally. That's it. And we'll be on the globe. So simple.
Dude, it's so obvious that it's not what they say it is because they got to keep coming back here. They just can't get enough. Like, if they really
can't even
believe
draw.
what they're saying, if they really believed what they say they believed, there'd be no reason to, like, I don't need to go to, like, some science fucking place where everybody's geeking out about space and just constantly try to prove it to them. Like, I'm like, no, it's cool. It's all good. You do your thing.
Get a toy helicopter and hand it to them and tell them to fly that around the ball. How they see it as a human.
Yeah, they don't know up from down. It's all good.
Well, they're going to try to fly it and then drop it straight down like they're hovering down. You can't do that on a ball. That means you would be landing horizontally on the sides of buildings and leaving off of them. I'd love to see that shit. So just get a little toy helicopter and have them fly it around the little buildings and have them fly it around the ball. How we see it in our view, just drop down past the curve. When we see the propeller at the top, not tilted anywhere, just drop it straight down like it's in an elevator. Show us how that works with a little ball. They can't even get a microscopic cube. My challenge to them, any ball they can get that they can show on camera, any size, it can be 50 foot tall, 50 foot wide, I don't care. Get a microscopic crystal cube, one that's perfectly like a perfect cube with the corners, and put it on top there and show us the corners match up. Because they keep wanting to tell you, the size, the scale, how big. No, it doesn't matter how big. You can have the biggest ball in the world, and the smallest microscopic cube, the corners are still not going to touch that ball because corners do not exist on a ball, correct? Where have you seen a corner on a sphere? I haven't ever. So when you sit any kind of cube down to a sphere, sit it on there, the four corners are going to sit off of the cube, therefore proving globe. So if you're on a globe, you take any cube object and sit it on the water, and if the four quarters can come off, you're on a globe. Pretty simple. This is physics 101. But you'll never see a glober ever get a ball or a cube and sit one on there and show you. They're not going to do it. And it's got to be a solid ball, not a bouncy beach ball, not sand. It's got to be solid. And it's got to be a solid cube like crystal. Like a crystal ball and a crystal cube.
Dude,
Sit
I
them
wouldn't
together.
even really, engage with people that believe. I don't really want to do experiments with people that believe that shit.
This isn't even a hard experiment, though.
And
this is how we. Well, this is how you embarrass them.
I don't want to embarrass them. This is what they've been done. What's been done to them is pretty fucked up. They've been traumatized to the point they believe some Harry Potter shit. That's fucked.
I know. But it's the only way to break the magic spell is truth. I mean, it takes a minute, but the only ones you can't break the spell to are the ones that are lying to you. The ones that are the spell.
I was super lucky. I had my boss at the time who was my money. That was my fucking money right there, dude. Like, if I lost that job at that time, it would have been so fucked. And he like very gently pulled me aside one day because we were kind of talking about like UFOs and stuff, and he just told me we didn't go to the moon and that the Earth wasn't a ball. And I thought I was gonna have to quit this job that I needed. Like, I went full Agent Smith mode and was like, dude, I'm gonna have to fucking be homeless because I can't work for a crazy person. And then I did the fucking started looking into it and was like, holy shit. And we're still friends to this day. Like, I don't work for him anymore, but it's all good. Like, I do something else now. And
My bosses used to try to prove me wrong. They'd come and say something, and I'd give them a rebuttal or say something about it or whatever, and say, "Well, what about this?" And just show them, and they're like, "Holy shit!" Every time he's got like an answer, like, "No way," and like so, like they were like, "Yeah, he's the resident flat earther." You know what I mean? Don't fuck with him. That's what they told him. So
yeah, dude.
yeah, they would come in every other day and ask me questions and be like, "I was on a plane and this and that." I was like, "I don't care what you were on."
Democ, you ever seen a UFO?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, take us to your leader or some super wow shit. It was probably just like some star, or it was like some light in the sky.
It was a light that made a triangle and disappeared in the middle of itself, like a little drone or something. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot of those going on lately. My buddy called me like 3 hours ago from the road, FaceTiming me. He's like pointing his camera out his window. He's like, "Do you see this? Do you see this?" And I'm like, "Dude, no, but you're driving. You need to chill out." He's like, "Fuck, this thing is crazy." And like he said, there was like this cylindrical fucking silver thing that like came out of a cloud and then was just like hanging out. It's pretty cool. He was out
the
by
cigar, the big cigar that flies around.
Well, what's crazy is he's pointing the camera and he's like, "I can see it right now. Can you see it?" And I'm like, "Nah, dude." And he's like, "Okay, I don't think the camera can pick it up."
But the cameras are shit. You
Dude,
get cameras on your phone nowadays, and when I look at stuff, they're crap.
Yeah, man, I know it. My very first, it was like my second UFO encounter. I tried to film it, and I did. You can see some lights, but you can't. Okay, well, here's what was cool. You can't really see the hue of the glowing, this orange fucking hue. It kind of doesn't. It doesn't even really look orange in the videotape, and it's all fucking pixelated because it was a shitty phone. But what it did pick up was something that I didn't notice in real time while I was filming it, but there was like a sound that got picked up on the mic, and it's kind of creepy. It's just like this whirring sound that I feel like I would have heard while I was watching it go down. I would have been like, "Oh my god, do you hear that?"
It's propulsion.
Well,
when you heat
for some
something
reason,
up,
the camera mic or the mic could pick it up, but my ears couldn't. Is what I'm trying to say.
oh yeah, it was probably a high pitch. Yeah, that makes sense. Like a dog whistle sound or something. If it's a tube, a tube with an opening, right? And you push in one way with compression or heat or voltage, and then out the little port or part you get power, and it'll come out and make a noise. Or that's the sound it makes, like this. Or that's the sound that heat makes in tubes, and it also pushes the thing and propels it like a motor. Sound propulsion, the same as submarines, jets, the tube you're talking about, if it's up there, yeah. It's like, what is the flute? It's a whole bunch of tubes next to each other, different sizes, right, that you blow into.
Yeah, man, I hear you. I just pulled into the store real quick. I'll be right back.
No, you're good. The pan flute. It's the same flute that's going off in SE's video where the blade's going around and it goes. If you drop something into the tube, you can push, something, lift it up and drop it down, lift it. Yeah, you can do the same thing. Make a noise. And what about a tuning fork? If you can't get more out of something than you put in, then what is a tuning fork all about? If you can put a tuning fork in a little hole of a fucking building and hit it, and it can tear the building down, isn't that a lot of work for just tapping something? I'd say so. When I take my scale to the longitude of 42 degrees 59, my quarter weighs 1 pound. And when I walk it away at a different longitude and latitude, it weighs half a pound. Bullshit. Do it in an elevator, at the Burj Khalifa, at the top, middle, and bottom. And if you get a differential in the same spot, that means you are not on a globe. You get the same reading standing still on a non-moving, non-rotating plane in one area. You didn't change longitude or latitude. You just went up or down. You can't differentiate the two as a glober. You cannot separate elevation from your imaginary longitude and latitudes because you don't have it. You're not using elevation. Therefore, you're not on a ball. Therefore, it's not longitude and latitude of a ball without change in elevation. Correct? You either have to move up or down accordingly on a sphere to change your longitude or latitude. Either way, whether you're going left, right, north, south, east, west, whatever, from that center point, you're going down or up. Either way, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, to say you go up 10 foot from a 10-foot building, right? You go down from the ground and go up 10 foot, right? Then you change longitude and latitude within 10 foot. Where's your ball at? A ball doesn't have 10 foot of area, height, width, and girth. What the hell? You're missing 7,000 miles, man. You're missing depth. Ain't no depth on the ball.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. There's no depth on a ball. Longitude and latitude has no depth. That's why they don't put it in the Burj Khalifa and show you your scale weighing yourself at the top, middle, and basement. And it's different. If it's different in a building that doesn't move or rotate, and it's not a ball, and you get the same reading, then they're liars. Plain and simple. Dealing with a bunch of liars.
Have you seen that where they bring a scale up to the top and the middle and the bottom?
No, never.
So what if
That's
they
what
did
I'm
that
asking
and
them to do.
what if they
Well,
did
it
that
would
and
show
it
you.
weighed different?
Yeah, it will weigh different. And what that's going to show you, it's gonna mock their supposed idea of going around a ball, and all you did was went to the top and the bottom of a building. You're still missing 7,000 miles of depth. 10 foot or 20 foot or 200 foot going up in the air and coming back down to the ground. That's not a ball at all. And if you get the same reading just going up to the top or the middle or the bottom, and I could say this is this longitude, this is this latitude, and this is this latitude, and you like, what the hell? No, you can't differentiate that. If they're claiming a reading and you can get the same reading just by going up or down in the same spot and you're not moving anywhere, and they're claiming they get a reading by flying a plane around a ball, but you're matching it by sitting still, what does that say? Their reading's
Well, if you're going
inconclusive.
up and down, if you're going up and down, you're not sitting still for one, you're going up and down. And they actually say that it's supposed to be different on the globe if you go up or down.
Up or down how far? 7,000 miles? Or 10
Any
foot?
amount, an inch, 1 inch. They say gravity is distance based. No,
I'm saying at some point you have to show a 7,000 mile drop, Jeremy.
W equals mg. So
Well, W's and Q's and P's and aardvarks and snardvarks. But where's the 7,000 miles we can see you drop on video? We can get
I
the
don't know what
reading
you're
and
saying.
put your camera on it. Put your camera on your little reader in there, and it shows you drop, right? Fly your helicopter out, 3959, and then drop. And then you'll be at the bottom of the ball. Then fly forward, turn around, fly forward, and you'll fly back to the ball. Fly away, 3959, drop. You need that 7,000 mile drop. That's what I'm saying. Height, width, girth. You're supposed to have the length across the top where our feet are, and then everything's supposed to drop from there. You go 3959 out from that point. If you make a fake circle, right, fake flat circle, and then drop, you're supposed to have from that flat circle that you imagined, you're supposed to have 7,000 miles of drop in every direction down from 3959 where you're standing, where your feet are. So if your buddy flies a drone 3959 out from you in all directions, every one of them should be able to drop 7,000 miles or kilometers. Sorry. We don't have that. That's what they need to determine. Now, once they can differentiate that, then we'll be good to go. I mean, it's funny that I can drop a drone down a hole right before the ocean, right? So it's going down below sea level in that hole. But when I fly it back up and fly it forward, I can't find the curve and drop down below the ocean anymore. When it's over the ocean, why is that? Kind of weird, right? Because we're not on a globe. You're supposed to be able to drop it down, baby. Drop it low. Especially when they say the curve pulls it down. Where's this happening at? Nothing's pulling nothing down. You're not dropping down. There's no drop. There's no down. There's no depth. The only depth we have is the height that we can see from where you start from in your helicopter. You start from a height, like say you're at the sea level on a little thing that floats. You go up. That's it. You go back down. There's no 7,000 miles there. What the fuck? Do we not understand we're microscopic little things supposed to be going around the outside of this thing accordingly? We're not stuck to it. So we should be able to demonstrate the 7,000 mile drop. Free fall, rock drop, whatever you want to do. Nothing going to stop it. Oh, except for the fact that they can't do it. That everywhere you go, there's dirt and water underneath you. And you'll never be able to drop anything. You'll never be able to drop an object 1 foot past the place where you started from the sea. So you couldn't even fly.
did somebody kick them?
I just moved him into just to see if he would get a hint. Hint. Yeah, Demog, I moved you real quick to the other live stream. I was gonna join you down there and tell you just you're kind of monologuing. It's hard for anybody else to like get a word in, or
What are you
maybe
going to
change
say?
the subject. I mean, we all kind of agree with you, like vaguely, but some of the stuff you're saying is kind of hard for, like, I would say even,
Dropping a rock.
Dude, nobody knows what the
That's hard
fuck.
for you to
He's trying to
understand.
say the nice way.
Dropping a
Nobody
rock
knows what
is
the
too
fuck you're
complex.
talking about.
It's like rocket fuel, AWV, MC squared, drop a rock. Show me how you dropping a rock. Show me how you're stopped from dropping a rock. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You don't understand this? I'm saying go out 39.59, drop a rock. The rock shouldn't hit the earth anymore. Shouldn't hit water, shouldn't hit dirt. What would you say about that?
I'm driving right now, dude. But if I wasn't, I'd be muting you so that you could, like, hear what I'm saying. Because I'm just trying to say, like, no one's really arguing with you. You're just going. You're going.
So what's your point if you have nothing to say in contention to what I'm saying and you agree? Are you mad that you agree with me? I don't comprehend. Are you mad? Are you jealous? What are you even talking about, dude? So you're driving and you agree with me. Cool.
Awesome.
Cool. I do agree with him, and I am driving.
Oh, what did he say that you agree with?
That I'm driving.
No, before that, the other part you agreed with. Well, let's hear it. What did he say that you agreed
Like,
with?
honestly, dude, Tube-Observatory is one of my favorite democ-isms ever. I think it is a fantastic fucking idea, and it should settle things once and for all. I mean, but nobody's got billions of dollars to build a 50-mile long fucking tube that's going, basically cutting a cord line, through the circle, right?
Well, how would you know you made your tube straight or not?
Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck, dude. I guess straight and level. I don't know. I just line up a bunch of yardsticks, probably end to end. See if that works. I don't know.
You two precision engineered like spirit level shaped metal pieces or three of them and just keep leapfrogging them.
Yeah, that, or I would just take all the top NASA scientists and put them in one of their rockets and be like, all right, now I'm going to shoot you to the moon, and just kind of just shoot them off at the moon and hope that everything works out for them. I'd really make them put their money where their mouth is.
Put your money where your mouth is, I hear you.
Yeah,
Put
dude.
them in the vacuum first. You got to vacuum seal them. Don't forget. Keep them fresh like a veggie.
Yeah, pretty much.
Man, where'd everyone go, bro? I left for 20 minutes earlier and heads cleared out. We had it rocking in here all day.
Yeah, it's just a lull. I'm like in between shit right now. I just popped in while I'm in the car. Went to the skate park today, defied gravity. It was pretty tight.
I mean, wouldn't you guys love to see the edge of the waterfall ball we live on, though? Like where it stops? Wouldn't you love to see
It doesn't stop, bro. It doesn't stop. There's no edge on a ball.
That's all there is an edge.
It just keeps going and going. You go to one spot and there's more of it, and you go to another spot and there's more.
Yeah,
It just
the
keeps
surface.
going and going and would never end.
Not when you jump off of it. When an ant jumps off of a ball, it leaves it. That means he looks back at the edge of the surface of the basketball, and now he's on the ground running away. Do you comprehend? The ball has an edge. The ball has an edge. If I jump away from a ball or shoot away from a ball, I look back, I see a ball behind me. If I'm an ant, where's this at?
You're talking about the horizon?
I'm talking about a ball. If I or any object or any physical thing humanly jumps away from any sphere you can produce, right? They're going to leave it. What are you talking about? What magic physics are you trying to pull off?
You're talking about the edge of a ball. I never heard of nothing like that.
When an ant is on a ball or a spider and it jumps off, you think it stays on the ball?
No, it's off the ball, but where's
Okay, so why are you not off the ball?
The edge? I'm not jumping right now.
So jump. Can you leave the ball 1 foot? like a spider
If we were
can?
on a ball, then I guess it would have left the ball. Sure.
Okay, so now you comprehend that everybody should be able to see where and throw a rock over the edge and see where the ball isn't anymore, where the rock
There's no
goes
edge.
out
It
and
just
keeps
keeps
dropping.
going. It just
The
keeps going and going.
waterfall below your feet, yeah, the
There's
fall.
no waterfall.
Yeah, it's a never-ending waterfall. The surface of one you're standing on. It's a turd with water on the outside. It's like moist.
Yeah. All right.
You're standing on a moist turd. What do you mean, all right?
Don't go chasing
How
water
deep
balls.
is how big is your ocean
I
if
don't know.
your Earth is a turd, Jeremy?
This isn't even.
I
Microscopic,
don't like
right?
this entire line of subject questioning. Jeremy's not
Microscopic.
expert in.
So you have a microscopic
Like, I
film
don't even want to
of
be a
clear
part of this
ocean on a
conversation right
turd.
now. I'm just gonna
Is
back
Left
out.
Lane around? Maybe you
And
could ask Left Lane.
Jeremy is a mite that cannot jump off of his turd. It
I
never
really
ends
don't
for
even
him.
want to be a part of this conversation. I'm just going to exit this conversation because it's.
Yeah, because you think things can't go off of balls.
playing
You
his
can't
push
drop
line.
things. You can't jump away from
I'm
buildings.
good
You
on
can't
it.
Trying to
commit
social distance
suicide
himself
anymore.
from this kind of
Yeah, I'm
social.
social distancing myself from this
I hear it.
fucking conversation.
Well, you tell that to all the people that jump off buildings that they can't do it now, Jeremy. Okay? Tell them they
Okay.
can't jump away
I'll
from
tell
their
'em.
edge of the
I'm gonna
building.
call 'em right
They
now.
can never leave their building.
I'm
Well, how
calling
do
'em
you
right
leave
now.
a building if you can't leave a ball?
That's a good question. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
I read that.
Yeah, so how would you ever jump out of the window? Wouldn't you stick to the edge? Wouldn't the Earth's gravity negate you not doing that? Just like it does for rockets and anything else, supposedly that it stops from leaving the dirt 1 foot. So you couldn't leave the building or the dirt of the Earth or the waterfall 1 foot, right? So how
Your
do divers
coworkers.
do it? How do
Your
divers do
coworkers
it?
probably think flat earthers are straight nuts.
How do high divers do it?
I don't
How
know.
do they jump
I don't
past
know.
water, Jeremy?
I have
Past
no
that
idea
curved
how they
water?
jump past the curved water.
Yeah, how do they do that? How do they
I
leave
don't
it?
know. I don't
Should be
know, bro. I don't know.
impossible.
Can
X
we end this
over
conversation?
MC
You won.
FMA over P minus QMC squared, right? That
I'm
means
just gonna
that's impossible,
concede.
right?
MC
I'm
Hammer.
just gonna concede, and you won this conversation.
Okay. Baking soda MC Hammer times squared means
All
you
right.
can't jump or drop a rock.
Francis
Right.
Bacon soda.
I'm just
got me,
saying the
Dylan.
idiocracy though. Come on, guys. You can't fucking drop rocks. We can't like see the edge of a building. We can't run away from something and look back and see it as we leave it. This doesn't happen. No, I'm retarded.
Yes, you are.
I know. But demonstrate where I'm wrong.
Can't even start.
Couldn't even start. Anyway, what else we got?
After that, I don't know if we can even follow that up. You got anything, Snacks?
Oof.
Can you follow
My
that?
mind is going to classic pinball, but no, I don't think that's a good conversation for this.
Pinball wizard.
I don't know.
How do you think he does it?
It's just once you start with the selfie stick, I think it gets on. It's a lot to handle.
Yeah, selfie stick past the globe. Deploy the selfie stick. A giant selfie stick, and the boat deploys it and pushes over the curb so you can see down and no water and dirt.
This shit's fucking stupid, bro. Ugh.
I know balls are stupid, Jeremy. I know.
No, the thing you just said.
Sticking a selfie stick off a ball if you were an insect or an ant or a little human? How's that stupid, buddy? Show me on a basketball where a little object wouldn't be able to make a selfie stick and stick it off and see, knock the ball. What are you talking about?
Or we could do it on a basketball, sure. Can you do it on Earth?
Yeah,
Does that sound realistic? Does that sound realistic to do that on the size they say Earth is? So you're gonna make a 3,000-mile selfie
What size
stick
are
or some
you?
shit?
No, what size are you? Stop paying attention to Earth where you don't know what you're talking about. What size are you compared to the Earth?
How long is your
Demonstrate
selfie
that.
stick gonna be?
It's how big are you? Let's start with
Let's
that.
see if your idea is realistic. How long is your selfie stick gonna be?
How big are you? I need
You
to know
can't
how
answer
big
that,
you
can
are.
you? Because your shit is
No, you can't answer how
how
big
big
you
your
are.
selfie stick's gonna be because it's nonsense,
No,
right?
no, you can't answer how big you are for me to start.
Oh shit!
I
How
need to
big's
know
the
how big
selfie
you
stick
are
gonna
on
be?
your imaginary ball before I can make a calculation of you holding the selfie stick, correct? So
Damn.
demonstrate.
Okay. I'm 6 feet. Now how big's the selfie?
Show
How
me
long is
that on
the
a
selfie
ball.
stick
What's that
gonna
look
be?
like? I
I'm
couldn't
6 feet.
imagine
Now
it.
how long's the selfie
All
I
he
stick gonna
gave
can't
be?
me
I'm
now.
imagine
6
6
feet.
feet on a
I'm
ball.
6 feet. I'm 6 feet
On a
tall. Now how
globe?
long's the selfie? Dude, stop talking, dude.
Shut the fuck
I'm
up then and
6
point
feet
out
high.
6 feet on a globe. I don't know what that
I'm
means. You keep saying
6
it.
feet
Are you
high.
okay?
Dude,
Stop
stop,
repeating
man.
yourself and show me what 6 feet looks like on a globe out of a classroom, please. I don't know what that
What?
is.
Dude, your shit is total
Stop being
incoherent
ignorant.
fucking
You're
gibberish,
fucking
dude.
6 foot. Show me what that
Seriously.
is. You don't know? Stop saying what? You brought it up. You're
It's
6
fucking
foot tall.
gibberish.
Now
This is
for
what
me
you
to
guys
make
Miss
like.
a
Sam Jackson
calculation,
on you now.
stupid ass,
You guys like
for your
this?
ball size and
This
for
is your
you,
shit right
you
here?
got to show the ball size and you got to show your size. Then I'll show you how big your selfie stick has to be, dipshit.
Do you think Marcellus Wallace is a bitch, Brad?
This is your shit right here, guys. You guys like this?
This is a shit show.
Well, I mean, what's the matter? You can't point out how big you are on your ball that you imagine?
I'm 6
Kind
feet
of weird.
high. I'm
Show
6
me
feet.
what that looks like.
You
Fucking
don't know what
idiot.
6 feet looks
You're
like.
just
You
making
don't know
shit
what
up
6
like a
feet high looks
Snorlax.
like.
I'm a Snorlax, Jeremy. Repeat after me. Just imagine. What the fuck does that mean, 6 footer? On where? Compared to what? What are you talking about? I'm
You
supposed to
don't know
give you
what
the
6 feet
calculation,
You don't
right?
know what 6 feet tall looks like.
No, not on your globe. No, not until you show me, you fucking invalid.
This was your idea to make a selfie
For
stick
you to show me 6 foot,
stick
which you
off the
haven't
side of the
done,
globe. So now I'm
which you
wondering how
can't
long
do.
is this selfie?
So demonstrate 6 foot. That's my idea. You're correct. You're with me now, slow mo.
A Snorlax is under
Okay,
six.
it was your idea to stick
For
a
you to
selfie
show
stick
me
off
6
the
foot,
globe.
then I'll do the
Hemlock, stop,
calculations.
man.
Well, you need to show 6 foot on a globe. You're lost. You can't even start your fucking calculation, can you?
You said you were going to stick a selfie stick off the side of the globe,
In a
and you needed
6
to know
foot
how
tall
high it was.
person's hand,
Hemlock, stop interrupting,
which
dude.
you're supposed to demonstrate.
I don't know how long, how many times do I let you interrupt me before I mute you?
How many times are you going to demonstrate 6 foot before you make sense on a ball, on your globe?
Okay.
Show us what it looks like. Get an ink pen or something, because you fucking lost me.
Okay, whatever we're on. I don't know why you needed to know how tall I was. This was your idea to have a selfie
To
stick, and
get
then
the
you needed to
fucking
know how.
estimate for you to
Dude,
hold
stop
something in your
interrupting
hand,
me,
you
man.
idiotic motherfucker. For you
You
to
just
hold
stop
your car, I
interrupting me.
need your size for you to fit in it, you stupid fuck. So tell
Is
me
it
your
because you're
fucking
losing the
size
argument? Now you're
so
going to
I can
start
get
name
the
calling
fucking
so you
selfie
hope you
stick,
get
you
muted?
idiot.
Come on.
Just like a
Yo,
suit. If I put you in a
yo.
suit, I need to know your fucking size, you dumb fuck. Don't keep
Hold.
asking me dumbass questions.
Come
He's getting scraped, so he's trying to escape by
You're a
calling names
fucking
in hopes that he
idiot. You
gets
don't know
muted
what
so he
This is
can
not good.
size
escape
you
this.
are, you dumb
This is
bitch.
not good.
You're the fucking
You should get.
scraper. You don't even know
You're gonna
6'5"
get red
foot.
carded for this
You
kind of
can't
shit.
even point out
You
fucking
need
your
to control
size,
your
you
behavior.
idiot. Tell me to do the calculation with your size, you dumb bitch, and you can't point it out. How can I finish the
You gotta
calculation?
stop
I don't
calling
have
Don't
names.
get over
proportions.
Randy Macho Man Savage on this. It's just a
I
fucking
don't have
conversation,
your
bro.
6.5 compared to a globe to start with.
Go
Oh,
eat
man.
something.
Holy shit. It was his idea to stick a selfie stick, and then you know how high I was, like 6 feet off the ground. I mean,
Well, he
what's
should go
up?
snap into a Slim Jim, not be calling you a dumb motherfucker. Right? Come on.
Yeah, there's no name calling, man, and no interruptions. You're wilding. Can you control yourself? We'll see.
Sorry.
A 1 foot selfie stick. Building boy, mountain boy, water curve boy.
So I'm 6 feet off the ground, and I have a 1 foot selfie stick. Actually, I have a mop handle right now. What do I do? We got our stupid fucking selfie stick. It's longer. It's 1 foot long. Now what do we do?
Put it in the
Selfie
ant's
stick,
hand
boy.
on the basketball. Put it
No,
in
we're
the
talking
ant's
about
hand
Earth,
on the
not the ball.
basketball.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
you're
Earth,
the
not.
ant. Shut the fuck up, idiot. This is my experiment. Put it in the ant's hand on the basketball. You are the ant. Let's go. Let's go.
So I'm
So
standing
now
here
you're
with the
not
1 foot
ready.
selfie stick. I'm standing here with a 1 foot selfie stick. Now, what do
On
I
a
do with it?
basketball. You're standing on a
No, we're not on a
basketball.
basketball.
Now
I'm on
show
Earth.
me the ground.
I'm on Earth.
You're on a basketball. You're not on Earth. What
I'm
is
not
Earth?
on a basketball. I'm on
Earth is
Earth.
flat. You're not going to demonstrate a ball with a flat Earth. Next. Nice try, Glober. Go get a ball. Stick your fucking selfie stick off of it and show us the floor, you idiot. So simple, right?
Names,
Don't be
dude.
stupid. Don't be
You got to
stupid,
stop
Jeremy.
calling names, man.
Don't be
I
stupid.
haven't
I didn't
called
call
you
you
any
anything.
names.
I said, don't be stupid. When did I call you anything?
You
I
called
didn't
me
call
like a
you anything.
retard and an
You
idiot.
you
for the
need
past
an
5 minutes.
IQ. You need an IQ adjustment. You don't even comprehend how to
What does
talk
that mean?
or what you're talking about. Stop making shit up.
Okay,
You're
you
like
got
a
a
little
selfie
girl
stick.
making stuff up, saying, "Don't call me a name. I never called you a name. You're not making any sense here." I said, "Don't
You
be
didn't just
dumb."
call me a slew of names.
No, not once. Don't be stupid is
Wow,
not a
you're
name.
straight delusional,
Don't be
bro.
stupid is not a name.
You're straight up delusional, dude.
Don't be stupid is not a
That's
name.
what it
Which
is.
name is that? Show me which name it is, buddy. You don't make any sense ever.
I mean, we could
Nothing
run
you
a
say
live
makes
stream
any
back.
sense,
You called
dude.
me a
You couldn't
retard, an
compete with a
idiot,
fifth
all
grader in a
kinds of
fucking
shit.
art project. You couldn't. You're too dumb to understand. An ant can jump off of a basketball. An ant can stick his fucking finger past the edge of the ball or his face and see the ground. You're too dumb to understand that. Don't
Okay,
call
so this
yourself
this
dumb.
whole this whole selfie stick thing
Jumping
was just
ants.
for an ant on a
You
basketball and
can
not any.
demonstrate it with a
Didn't
little
have anything
camera.
to do with us. Dude, stop
You can
interrupting
get
me.
a
I let you
pinhole
finish your
camera.
nonsense.
You're interrupting me the whole fucking time, you idiot
You
mob
were
of
done
fucks.
talking and I started talking.
No, I wasn't. I'm never done because all you do is interrupt me the whole fucking time with your idiocracy, with your stupid ass.
Thank you.
That shit is
Thank
straight
you.
trash, dude. That shit is
I mean, how long have I been saying he needs to be gone? At least, I mean, when other people aren't talking, he can just ramble. When there's an actual conversation going on, he needs to be muted because he will destroy it.
It was about time. That was a one-man shit show.
So what was he rambling on about?
A little bit of everything. Mostly calling Jeremy a stupid motherfucker or something. Can you guys hear me? Guess not.
Damn, I was talking for mad long just now while I was on mute. What were you trying to say to me the other day, extremists? About centrifugal force or something? I love how you guys were arguing for 3 hours about if centrifugal force is a real force, but I got Xanax to fold immediately on Coriolis not being an actual force. It's just the force they imagined that would be there if there was a force, and we didn't know it was actually the rotating reference frame. Where's everyone at? They all went to bed? They on other servers?
Hey, can I get a sound check? Can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay. Okay. Good. I lost the sound or the mic for a while.
Oh,
Sorry
I think
about
we
that.
just stopped talking for a minute.
That rant from Demok gave me a little sweat. He came
Yeah,
really
gave you
hard
a
at
sweat,
you.
yeah. I started sweating too, man. I hear you.
I think it's time for him to get a little break, cool off a
Take a
little.
little 5-minute break, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of shit show places you can go and just have a shit show, so this ain't really the place for that. I think the remote viewing thing, I think that I'm dead ass. I think that scared all the Globers away because they were like, holy shit, we can't explain this. And they all fucking ran away. I'm not even joking, bro.
Yeah, I heard you asked for some replies from the Globus, but they didn't say anything.
Dude, they were shook after that. Your remote viewing, you just bodied all the Globers in one fell swoop. One fell swoop with that remote viewing shit, bro.
But they should try it themselves. It's not that difficult. Just put in some time and practice, and you get the results pretty fast. And then your mind get blown, and yeah, you're on the path. Me personally, I think it's the most interesting topic, except maybe flat Earth. But expanding your mind and explore the realms that we don't know anything about. This is very, very, very fascinating.
I mean, yeah, man, that's on the fringe of everything right there, dude. Nobody could fucking explain that shit.
Oh, it's beyond words, really. I mean, when you, I remember doing my first target. There's a phenomenon called first time luck. Not everybody get it, but the majority of people who try it, give it a serious shot at it, they have a really profound experience. And that was for me too. And after that, I was just hooked. Really
Yeah,
cool.
that shit is wild, bro. That shit's wild for the night right there.
It brings in, to me personally, it brings in the spiritual aspects that we don't know anything about, really, because I listen to the people in here talking about science and are we in simulations? Can we explain reality and stuff like that? That's all so basic and simple compared to what I think the human mind is capable of.
Yeah.
Science almost are forgetting that we are at least 50% spiritual. This is my personal opinion, of course. But we can't explain the world by just looking at the physical world.
There's something else going on. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. There's some other shit going on, and this fundamentalist, materialist shit isn't going to get us there. I hear that.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. I had a dream one night. I had a dream, right? And in my dream, I don't remember dying, but I was dead in my dream, and I was at this place, and they were like, "Yo, you got to go back. You were too attached to the material world," and they were gonna
Yeah.
like send me back to do it again. And I was like, "No, I didn't want to go back or something," but they made me do it because I was still too attached to the material world. It was a crazy dream.
Dreams when I'm dying is the best dreams ever.
Hey Jeremy, there's two videos you got to watch because you reminded me of it. One's called "The Last Conversation You Had Before You Were Born," and then part two is called "The First Conversation After a Failed Life."
Is
So
that
basically, the what'd
is
you
that
say?
Quantum of Conscience?
It sure is.
Yeah, Matt's a good dude.
Yeah, those are like some of his greatest works right there.
Yeah.
They're both about an hour long, but I'd recommend you go in order, and if you see one, at least just watch the first one, "The Last Conversation You Have Before You Were Born." And there's an original and a revised version. If you want to see the original, you got to find it as a re-upload on a channel called Pink Elephant. All you got to do is search Pink Elephant and find his channel, and then it's titled under a video called "Quantum of Conscience Golden Age Part 1." Because he re-uploaded them because he views these as like the highest works of art that channel ever produced, and I kind of tend to agree to an extent because I mean these are amazing works of understanding.
Okay, can you DM them to me? Because otherwise, I'll never remember this. I already forgot the thing Dicelo told me to do earlier.
Sure, man. I'd be happy to, and I hope you get back to me on them. They're worth it. They're worth the watch.
Yeah,
I promise.
it's worth it for sure. Like, no matter what you believe or think or whatever, it's good to. I feel like it's good to have this kind of thought process happen. Every now and again. It's good stuff, man. It's like it to me. It resonated. I was like, man, that sounds a lot like something that might have happened. So anyway, it's good. It's good. It gets you thinking. Gets your gears turning in a way that. No. It's
Mixlix, are you have you been watching us on YouTube, or did you just find us, or where you been?
And
Find what?
he freaking deleted him from his channel, so I can't give the original. That's all. Sorry, they're fucking gone though, gone forever. Fuck.
Like how long you been with us here in Earth Awakening?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. And I don't know if I heard you before.
No, it's today is my first time speaking in voice chat, but I've been listening for a couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah, all right, good to have you, man. Good to have you. Hit us with some bangers today. That was fucking awesome, bro. People love that shit. I love that shit earlier. That shit is fire right there.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good.
People came in later. I told them to go back and listen to it. That shit was good. Good stuff, man. Glad to have you.
All right, yeah, happy to be here. I find it very interesting to listen to what other people opinions and thoughts of reality and the world we live in.
Yeah,
like
hell
it.
yeah, bro. Hell yeah, it's awesome. Definitely. It gets a little crazy. We try not to let it get too crazy, but
get a little heated sometimes, but
a little. That's a little bit.
If any one of you have kids and you want to get your feet wet with remote viewing or expanding your mind, as I call it, kids really pick up on this stuff really fast. And I have accounts about kids with behavior problems, like they are super, what it's called, ADHD.
Yeah.
You know
You
what
got
I
a son
mean?
to treat that? Because I just been putting him in a headlock.
Yeah. But troubled kids, let's say that, with learning disabilities. I'm sorry about my English. It's hard for me to express.
Yeah,
what I'm
learning disabilities.
Yes, thank you. When they practice to tap into this intuitive part of us, it's like they are blooming up inside and they are again able to concentrate, and they get calmer, and sometimes even their IQ has risen significantly. And I just learned that in China, of all places, there are schools that are teaching tap into this in a very practical and easy way for the kids. And the kids certainly, they get higher IQs, better behaved, and some of them get photographic memory. It's pretty amazing.
Well, that's I mean, higher IQ. That sounds kind of reasonable as far as like a test score, but developing like photographic memory, that's
listen to this.
That's wild.
They can flip through a book. Let's say it's 300 pages, and they just use a couple of minutes and flip through it. And then the teacher take the book from them and say, okay, what's line number 4 on page 288? What does it say? And they can regurgitate the line exactly.
That's pretty amazing. If there's a technique that can really produce those results, then they're definitely onto something.
Yeah, that's super amazing. Just think about if your kid go to schools and can just flip through the books and regurgitate the answers. They would get A's all over the place.
Well, there's the idea that there's the idea out there that everything a person experiences is inside of their memory somewhere. It's just a matter of if you're able to recall that memory.
Exactly.
And yeah.
Just think
Oh,
about
wow.
it. If you read a book, you know when you're finished reading the book, you know inside, okay, I have read page 188. I know I read it, but I can't recall it. But with this technique, you tap into it. Bang. There it is.
Yeah. Jace, real quick, Jace, are you familiar with remote viewing? We're about to knock your socks off, Jace.
You know, Scott's uncle was responsible for starting that program.
Who, Veach?
No, Scott Mackey.
Oh, Mackey? The psychologist?
No,
Sit on your
dude,
couch?
Scott Veach's uncle. Dummy. Scott
Who are
Veach's
you?
uncle.
Coach Show, is that you?
Yeah, it is.
Why do you sound weird? You sound super
Listen,
weird, bro.
Scott's
You said
uncle,
Mackey?
You sound totally
Edgar
different.
Mitchell.
Mackey or
You sound
Veach?
totally
Edgar
different.
Mitchell. Edgar Mitchell, Scott Veach's uncle.
I don't like it, man. Go back to your old voice,
I think
please.
he forgot to
This
turn
one,
on
this new one's
his.
disturbing.
Yeah, I
Forgot
think
to
he
turn
forgot
on
to
a
turn
voice
on
changer.
his voice mod.
Uh,
Yeah, where's your voice mod,
listen,
bro?
here we go. Okay, we got Glovers in here now. I want a Glover explanation for remote viewing. Let's go. How's that work in your paradigm?
Isn't that a supernatural thing?
What's up? I don't know what it is, bro. What? It's when they can see shit that they can't see. They go back in the past. They can see shit that happened in the past, bro. It's not. I don't know if it's supernatural, whatever you want to call it. Do you guys have any explanation for it at all in your globe, heliocentric, fundamentalist, materialistic paradigm?
Wait, in the past?
Yeah,
Is
bro.
that
That's
what?
how they do it. Somebody will pick some pictures out, right, and then they'll have to describe the pictures. So how they do it is they go back to when the person was picking the pictures out in the past and see what pictures they picked. Right, Mick? Mike, hold on. What's this guy? I keep forgetting.
We got a remote viewer in the house, right? That's who you're talking to.
Mixlex is our guy. He's the subject matter expert.
Well, what do you say about Jeremy's description?
Well, to be perfectly technically correct, remote viewing is you have to be totally blind to the target. The target means if you pick a picture of the Eiffel Tower or the Victoria Falls or whatever, only you as a tasker knows what it is, and then you assign some random numbers or letters to the target you picked. Let's say it was the Eiffel Tower. And then you give, I use the simple numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Mixlex, here is your target number 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now go and work that target. And the remote viewer then sits down and get into the zone and just writes down the impressions that his subconscious gives him. That's the clue. You know the movie The Matrix when the Oracle says, "Know thyself."
Sure.
That's a big clue. You have to learn to separate your subconscious signals from your daily conscious signals. That's the big challenge.
But did I describe it right
viewing.
though? Somebody picks a
Go ahead,
picture.
Jeremy.
Somebody picks a picture. Sorry, if somebody picks a picture, and then you gotta describe what the picture is or something, and then
when I get the assigned target number, I sit down and write down my impressions. We call it gestalts. Is it inside, outside? Is it dark? Is it bright? We begin very simple, and then we move on to stage 2. It's okay. What does it smells like? Do I hear any noises? Do I see any colors? I get the feel. Yeah, if it's hard, is it like metal or is it wet like water, and so forth and so forth. And stage 3, we call it stage 3. Then we make a sketch, simple sketch. Okay, it's outside, it's mountains, it's land, it's water, or whatever the target may be. And then I say, okay, here is my work. And then the tasker, okay, let's say the tasker picked the Victoria Falls. Okay, so he sees my session. Okay, I have land, I have a body of water. It tastes fresh. It's surrounded by vegetation. And then he says, okay, the water. The tasker says to me, okay, explore more of the water. And then I go in and take a stage 4. And then I forget about the vegetations and the mountains, because now I'm tasked, okay, the water. How deep is it? Is it wide? Is it really fresh or is it salt water? And so on and so forth. And simply put, that's the way it works, a typical normal session. Did that make any sense?
Absolutely. I understood everything you're saying, and I'd like to ask you if sometime in the future you wouldn't mind going through a little bit of a practice session with me or whatever, just for me to get a first-hand experience. If you want to like meet up tomorrow or something like that.
I have yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I'd be happy to help anyone to get their feet wet in remote viewing. There is this.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, Fundy, he did this on Jeranism, on one of Jeranism's shows.
Oh, I saw one episode of Jeranism upload, and he did this picking, the selection of a specific area of the Grand Canyon where there's sort of like a U-turn of a water path around the sort of like plateau in the middle where the water is kind of like doing like a horseshoe shape. And I honestly was blown away. Was that you who was describing?
That was the second turn. The second time he did a live remote.
Yeah, second time. Yeah, absolutely. I never saw the first time, but the second time I watched it, and it was actually really impressive. I was really impressed.
Yeah, the second time I believe there only were two viewers. The first time there were 4 viewers. I was one of the 4 the first time.
The first time. Okay, I never saw that. I saw the second. I saw the second time. Sorry, I don't know anything about the first time, but the second time was actually really impressive, with like the sketches and like the vague like drawings that were given, and they walk through it and their mental processes and their speculations or whatever you want to call it, and there's like 2 of them, maybe 2 or 3 or something like that, and they were all kind of on the same wavelength, and it was really impressive. The Google image picture he picked versus their remote viewing that they were imagining, and I mean it really was incredible. But how I want to have some like firsthand experience with it. Like I would love to do that, kind of like hop into the shoes of Jeranism in that situation and recreate that experience for myself, putting myself in the driver's seat. If you want to do that sometime, that would be so much fun.
There is.
Hey, we're going to do a remote viewing class and a tutorial or some shit. Did you want to do like a little event, Mixlix, or?
Yeah, let's do it.
Like we can schedule it for like, I don't know, tomorrow or something, or whenever's a good time for you.
Yeah, I know you're eager to get started if you really want to learn. But I recommend highly that you, because remote viewing is not what you think what you think it is. The best thing to approach it if you want to learn it is to do a little study about the protocols. Let's call it the protocols, and
I'm more
learn the
interested.
basics.
I'm interested in how the remote viewers do what they do, but I'm also interested in being like the client who like puts it to the test. Where like I'm the one who like chooses something, and then
Yes.
and then I put the remote viewers to the test to see if it works out like it did with Jeranism.
That's
And
neat.
it did work out very well for Jeranism. I watched that video and it really was incredible. But I want to relive that experience for myself and see if
Fundy's
it.
one of these crazy conspiracy theories. He thinks you and Jeranism were in on it.
Nah, come on, Jeremy. Well, that's very funny, and there's some truth to that. But you know better than I know you're being funny.
Yeah. But no, that would be awesome. To... Oh, go ahead, Nicholas.
I just want to be there for myself.
I could recommend a good place to start. There is a server on Discord called Remote Viewing, and they are very, very helpful. And they have a ton of research material that you can dive into, and you can ask.
Can I do it?
Don't worry, bro. I got your cupcake mess. Oh,
Can I be a remote viewer? It like it doesn't take some sort of special person, right? Like, do you think anyone can remote view?
Yes, that's the beauty of it. We all have
exactly.
this. It's like playing the piano. Can I play the piano? No, I can't play it, but I can learn.
But you could if you try.
It's exactly. And some are talented at music, and some are not so talented. But everybody can make some noise and some simple tunes. That's how it's. That's how I see it with remote viewings. Of course, someone is very talented, and others are more mediocre. But everybody gets results if they stay on the path and really do the work and practice, and more practice.
You
really get
remote view
results.
to see? Could you remote view to see if the Earth is round or flat?
That's as a flat earther myself. I actually there are a few what I call a world. What I'm trying to say here, world-class remote viewers. I can name 3 of them. That's Dick Algeyer. He's learned from one of the best from Hawaiian military stuff. And there's Das Smith, who is on controlled remote viewing, or AKA CRV. He has learned from Ingo Swan. Are you familiar with Ingo Swan? I guess not.
Why is it controlled?
It's just different names from the same aspect, really.
What's the difference between remote viewing and controlled remote viewing?
Controlled remote viewing is remote viewing, but it's a military term. This is what the CIA and the US military named it. It's the most popular method. It's very structured and very precise in how you go through the stages. Natural remote viewing is more. It's not the opposite, but almost opposite. It's just you just flow into your zone and see what you get. It's not very structured, if you get my drift. That's the big difference between controlled remote viewing, where you're very, very controlled in the structure, and natural remote viewing, where you're just floating around like a clairaudience or clairvoyance.
Yeah. No, I do understand what you're saying. Thank you. I understand.
Okay. The CRV, or controlled remote viewing, is far the most popular material out there, and it's free on the internet. You can learn it by self-study, or you can take courses by some pretty known and certified remote viewers. But it costs easily a couple of grants. But you
Can I
get,
ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
This might be a stupid question, but because I understand that remote viewing isn't the same thing as predicting the future. That's a completely different thing. But
No, they can predict the future with this.
Oh,
Right?
okay,
Right,
okay.
Mister?
So, well, whatever. Okay, Jeremy. But my question is, even though my opinion is that like that's different, but if it is the same, irregardless of what it truly is, you know,
just let me add.
is there a remote viewer who's gonna like give some great advice to himself or to someone else that's gonna like help them choose the winning lottery numbers? Because
of course,
I don't know.
they have.
You'd expect some remote viewers to be some millionaires, knowing
Okay,
guessing the right numbers for the lottery.
Yeah, let me put it as this: the lottery numbers always comes up with newbies to remote viewing.
Of course, yeah, and that's me. I'm a newbie. You're right.
And it has been tried. As far as I know, nobody has nailed all the numbers, but they come pretty close several times. And they've used several techniques, something called associate remote viewing. I know there are. I throw out a lot of terms here, but this is a big topic, and there are a lot of peoples with a lot of different opinions. So it spreads out like a big fan, and some are far right, some are far left, figuratively speaking. So it's not a pinpoint answer how to approach the best way to see the future and nail the lottery numbers. That's really a hard nut to crack. But as I said, I have tried it.
Oh, you tried it yourself. that's great.
No, actually, I never tried it because this.
Oh, you better. I mean, why not?
Okay, I've done some bets. Okay, two sports team are playing against each other, and okay, who's gonna win, who's gonna lose, or it's going to be a draw. There, in these cases, I've done a good handful, and I had some success, but I also did miss. So it's not sure science. But then again, I'm not a world-class remote viewer. I just been doing this for the 7 or 8 years now. Those guys who are really good have done it over 20 years. So they are professional. I'm not professional. But regarding
real quick, thank you for your responses. I've found them all very respectable. I just happen to have to go right now, but whoever wants to carry on, please go on. I gotta go for the night. So nice talking to you guys. Have fun. Nice talking to you. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. I hope I didn't scare him off. Okay, if any one of you guys want to do some research and try to get your feet wet, you could go to remote viewing on Reddit, and from there there's also a link into a Discord server that's dedicated to remote viewing.
The guy on the guy Rex from Leak Project, he's quite heavily into remote viewing, and all of his friends are into remote viewing. I don't know if you've heard of Rex from the channel.
It's been a while since I've seen his work, but I've heard of him. Yes.
I think he's just a novice, but he said he's had some success.
I don't know anything about that. It's been a while since I've seen him. But the guy who just left, he asked about how to remote view the future. There are these world-class remote viewers I just mentioned. They are doing this constantly. Every month they are publishing their work at cryptoviewing.com, news events and cryptocurrencies, and they're doing pretty good, as I understand.
Do you think there might be like a a new style of learning, like a new educational system that could include remote viewing for children? I think if they start really young, they might be able to be like world class by the time they're teenagers.
Yes, that if I wish I knew this when my kids were young. Oh my God, I would really try to make them understand and learn about this, because I believe it 100% that it does something to your brain. I call it expanding your mind beyond what the dumbing down system is doing to us and our children.
It'd be interesting to know if there is a child out there that has learnt it and is an expert in remote viewing at such a young age.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard me talk about this earlier, about 10 to 15 minutes ago. In China, there are schools dedicated to this, and the accounts I hear is that they have a photographic memory as a side effect to this training. That means you can flip through a book with 300 pages in a couple of minutes, and you can regurgitate every word to exactly how it is written. I'm not sure if I explained that very good, but when they read speed reading, yes, that was mentioned, and they can store it in their mind and take it when asked for. But they can't remember it forever. It only lingers in this in their mind for a couple of days, I think, max a week. Then it's forgotten. So they can't store it in the long-term memory, but in short-term memory, they are flawless. They can flip through a book in a couple of minutes, and they can say what line at page 215 and cite every word exactly how it's written. That's pretty amazing, if you ask me.
Do you think it would be to learn remote viewing just as easy or difficult as learning another language, like a second language?
Yeah, I would say so, because you have to. It's a big advantage if you already are familiar with meditation. You know, quiet your mind, get still, and really listen to not the monkey chatter that your brains keeps pushing at you, but the subtle, quiet signals that lingers in your subconscious. That's the key to remote viewing, as I understand it, and many others too. I think would agree with me there.
Yeah, because like even meditation is difficult for first time beginners. You know, your mind wanders off, and if you try and concentrate on just your breathing, and then you find that 20 minutes you've been thinking about what you're doing tomorrow, it's not easy.
Exactly.
1 minute is quite a long time for the beginner. You know.
Yeah, that's true. I totally agree with you there. So it is kind of like learning a new, not the language, but the communication skill with yourself. Like I said, like the Oracle said in the Matrix, know thyself. You have to learn your inner self in a strange way. I don't know how to explain it, but there is a subtle inner, not dialogue, but call it language. Often in symbols. If it doesn't make sense, you have to experience it. Really, it's like explaining a dream. You know how dreams can be very, very strange and very funny, but to you it makes perfect sense. But if you're gonna explain it to someone, it doesn't make sense. If you get my drift.
My father was into remote viewing, and he also did spiritual healing as well. So he would be able to, for example, one thing that he did once was my next door neighbor's dog was barking all the time. He claims that the reason why the dog stopped barking after many months of barking all the time, like day and night, it stopped barking because he went into the somehow he connected with the dog and changed its dream cycle. It was just having bad dreams all the time. Do you think that remote viewing and sort of long distance healing have anything in common with each other, like even maybe with clairvoyancy?
There is something called remote influencing. It comes from the American military in the war with Iraq. Lynn Buchanan is one of the remote viewers working for CIA, trying to locate Saddam Hussein back in the early 90s. And he told some episodes about remote influencing over distance. They tried to, I don't remember if they tried exactly on Saddam Hussein, but they tried to get some of the enemy military personnel to reveal some of the secrets by influencing their minds and try to almost spill the secrets by saying something out loud so they could hear it or something along those lines. I don't recall exactly. But remote influencing is very close to remote healing, but with a nasty sting to it.
Just like on the face of it, it seems like they're over the last 50 odd years or more with this practice going on, there must be like the size of like a giant think tank out there with people doing this type of thing to to influence the way the world turns,
Yeah, sure. There are much strange things going on. So yeah, I don't know what to say. But it does work. That's the fascinating thing you got to take with you with this, because I can talk warm enough about how it has evolved my own call it life quality, being calmer, more grounded, seeing things
Have you
clearer.
hypnotism at all? Have you explored hypnotism?
No, I have not explored it. No.
Hypnosis? Yeah, because like that'd be pretty cool, like to be able to hypnotize somebody and get them to do something that you want them to do.
Have you seen any work of Darren Brown?
Yeah.
He's
On
really
YouTube.
good at
Yeah.
it. Yeah. He makes people steal TVs and take white simple paper for money. It's really cool.
Mic check, mic check.
Good.
Okay. It maybe wasn't working before. I've studied hypnosis. I was telling you guys about the CIA program. The was funded for 25 years about remote viewing, though. It got shut down in the 90s, but they were actively funding it for 25 years. Yeah.
Do you think it's kosher? Do you think it's possible to hypnotize somebody like over Discord?
Yes, I've seen it
Just
done.
like just with your voice only, like over the
Yes,
phone or over Discord? Wow,
I've witnessed it.
really? So that not using any sort of gestures or body language or anything. It's just like your voice and sort of like suggestions.
Yeah, that's hypnosis, the art of suggestion.
Wow. It's raining crazy here.
Yeah. Well, there's a dude in Chicago. He got 12 years. He was a lawyer. He got 12 years for supposedly raping 4 women. He didn't really rape them, but he did hypnotize them to sleep with him. And several of them he even did over the phone.
I feel like you got to be like a potato to get hypnotized over the phone.
It just depends on your susceptibility. You'd be surprised
Yeah.
who's susceptible and who's not. It's not always who you predict.
I don't know. I tried to get hypnotized once at a thing that was going on like in the middle of my town festival or something, and there was a hypnotist there. And, like he did it for people, and like there were kids I knew from school stuff, and they were up there, they were all hypnotized, and then like
Yeah.
an hour later he went again. I'm like, oh shit, I want to get hypnotized. So me and my friends went up there. And I was bummed out because I tried really hard, like I really wanted to work, and I'm like sitting there, I'm like, this shit's not fucking working. Then I left,
Yeah.
and my friends hypnotized and stuff, like, so I don't know, like, because my
That's
buddy did it, and I'm like, 'cause and he was doing stuff he normally would be too shy doing stuff, so I'm like, I guess he was really hypnotized.
yeah. That's what they do. So people, you can't tell
But
just
he's
by
also a
meeting
fucking
people.
retard, but
Well, no. There's everybody has a different level of susceptibility, and so what a hypnotist, a stage hypnotist, what they'll do is, because there's a wide range, like there's a spectrum. There's people who can't be hypnotized. There's people who very easily can be hypnotized, and so what they do is to weed out the people who can be, is they do something on the entire crowd, and they say, everybody just close your eyes, and they see who is susceptible to that, and then they narrow that down to they get about 10 people, usually the 10 most susceptible people, and they put them on stage.
I remember everybody was doing random stuff.
Hey, Kosho,
Like one girl went out and started yelling at people. Might be like he was pretending like he was the conductor of an orchestra and stuff. Like everyone was doing, but I mean, he swears to this day what he didn't fake it.
Yeah, the stage hypnotist knows what he's doing. He like that technique is that's what almost every stage magician or hypnotist will do, because you can easily weed out who is the top 10 people in the audience that will most easily be influenced.
Yeah.
Do you know, Kosho, do you know how long you can hypnotize someone for? What's the longest period of time before it sort of wears off or whatever?
That's kind of a great question because there's different types of hypnotists. There's different types of hypnosis. You know what I mean? Like you can put somebody in a state of influence or whatever, like they do on stage, but then you can do long-term hypnosis and influence people for fucking years.
Yeah, because I've got a theory that NASA is like expert at it, and they've hypnotized the entire world.
Yeah, I don't know much about NASA doing that, but the entire field of marketing is based around the findings of Bandler and the other early hypnotists. At least in America, that's how it is. Like the entire field of marketing is based off of that.
And one day NASA will click
NLP is
their
based off
fingers.
of it. Yep.
One day NASA will have that secret, like that click of the fingers to undo the hypnosis, and everyone will go, "Oh my god, it's not a ball."
That's the thing, that you can't do hypnosis on the masses like that successfully, because, like I said, there's varying levels of susceptibility. Some people can't be hypnotized, you know.
So one theory could be all the globers are hypnotized and the flat earthers has snapped out of it.
It could be.
Exactly. They like in 2015, there was something that just like turned it off. There was something that everybody witnessed, and some people just came out of it, and most people didn't.
Yeah, it could be the case. Of course, the contrary could be true.
I didn't run across anything FE related till the early 2019, 2018. And I was in watching all kinds of shit. Like, so it's just weird how I didn't see it till late.
Yeah, it's 2020, early 2018 for me. Well, actually, no, I saw Matt Powerland's video like in 2012, maybe 2014, whenever it came out. I just wasn't enamored by it or anything.
But then I started seeing videos for it. It took, well, no, I was seeing videos for it in like 2018, like early 2018. Took me a long time to even really get around to it because I was, into other things. So, that's silly. Like, people believe in, never paid in any attention. I just never really thought of what it implicated, though. And then what did that really pique my interest? I guess, like, anyone that spends any time on the subject, it all goes down to like two options. There, you double down on defending everything that NASA says and stuff that just doesn't make any sense, or you go, "Oh yeah, they lied about that." That figures. Right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. It's not right now.
You know how you can put your intention into something, like you can play really good music in your greenhouse and make your tomatoes grow really big, or you can say good stuff to rice and it doesn't go rotten, and you say bad stuff to rice and it goes rotten. Maybe there's something you can get from like Switzerland. They have this energized water, and when you drink it, it's really beneficial, and they haven't actually done anything physical to it at all. It's just and some people like holy water with prayers. The fluoride in the water, the fluoride that they put in the water is a conduit for some type of intention that they've put into it. It's able to carry some type of a memory or some type of an intention, and when people come into contact with the fluoride, it influences them in such a way, and maybe they're up there doing sort of some type of a voodoo on the water, and that's what it is. That's why everyone's controlled, and placid. Food for thought.
No, I mean, it makes sense. That and all the drugs they put in the water and shit. I mean, people are just. The fuck? Why is this not coming back? People today choose to be placid, non-reactive versus actually looking into stuff and coming with uncomfortable conclusion things.
If you really think about
Sounds
it, it's
working now.
quite scary to see how dumbed down the youth is today compared to one generation ago.
Oh,
I
you
saw.
guys see those videos?
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, you go ahead. Go ahead. Well, no, like how you said how dumb they are with videos you see on YouTube where dude would be like, so who's the yeah, I mean if you're not American, you won't get it, but like yeah, who's the president of the United States? But just the girl would be like, oh, Donald Trump. And the guy would be like, the first president. And she'd be like, yeah, Donald Trump's the first president. Oh, okay. You won. Did I win? Yeah. Oh, great. And then she walks away and then she just got the answer right.
Yeah, and who won the Civil War in the United States? They ask people on the street,
Yeah.
and the youth say,
Canada.
Yeah, or it was us. America won.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How lost are
America won the
they
Civil
really?
War. It's. I wonder how
But
bad
the
it is in
sad
Europe.
thing, I don't think it's so bad in Europe because when I, as a European, ask my son who won the Civil War in America, he thought, I'm not sure if it was the North or the South, but I think it was the North. So, and he's European and has.
Yeah, at least he's in the park of who was in it.
Yeah, but he knew it was a civil war. It was not a war against Vietnam, you know. So it's
Right. Yeah. Like there was this one kid in this video. The kid goes, "Tell me something that nobody knows about you," and he's like, "Can't tell time by a clock." And the kid's like, "I mean," he goes, "Them hands on the clock, I can't." And he just walks away. I'm like, "Oh God, these people are special needs, like literal special needs."
yeah. There you go.
It's sad.
Yeah, it's sad and it's scary because don't come here and tell me that the education system is doing the best they can at expanding young people's minds to be better and sharper and wiser and smarter. It's the opposite. They are actually dumbing down the society. Why they do it, I don't know, but it's clearly they can't be that
Dumb
stupid.
people under control.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I mean, it's startling. I'm like, so this person drives a car and votes, and who cares about voting and stuff? But like, you function in society, but then, honest to God, believe Donald Trump is the first president of the United States, and that Abraham Lincoln bombed Pearl Harbor. Can't tell time on a clock.
Yeah. So what are they learning about in the schools except that there are 72 genders?
Ooh, I just saw Nation Star. They're learning that all kinds of shit. I don't even know, to be honest.
I
Like,
don't
see,
know.
my daughter's in school and she's in kindergarten. She's learning the basic, like, you know, subtraction, writing. That, like, I don't know what they're teaching older kids though. Because it's a class of 08, so it's a minute for me. But it's not. People today are stupid. They can't even have conversations and stuff, and like just conduct themselves appropriately in public.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a school thing.
No, that's just a cultural thing. The schooling, I mean, they're not learning cursive anymore. Like, I mean, that's been a while, but
Yeah,
sometimes it's just making people stupid.
People keep talking about that like it's a big deal, but
It is kind of a deal. If you can't read cursive, you can't read old documents. If you can't read old documents, how are you going to know what the laws are?
we know in
It's
college,
a huge issue. I do. I can't read it that well.
Yeah, you know, there's people who can't read Old English anymore. Actually, most people can't read Old English, and most people don't have to because it's
Well, like the King James
pulled out.
Old English, like that thing.
Yeah, I can think so. I think a little bit of it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
certain words
It's
that
legible.
don't make sense.
You just need to have the more of a context, and then you'll start grasping. Then you kind of start trying. I mean, Old
Yeah.
English is legible if you know how to read. You
I don't
just
even know
have
if
to
King
like.
James. I don't know if King James is Old English. I know like
Well,
things
you're
like
thinking of
Beowulf.
that language where it wasn't English. Like you didn't have a conversation with the person. Like their word for house would be completely different than what you would say.
Like there was different
I mean,
letters.
yeah,
Like even like there was F. Like instead of a T, you would use an F and shit like that.
yeah.
What's a phrasing like? What's that old Bible phrasing like? What's a phrase that you would only hear in the Bible, like King James? Like I can't think of it on the top of my head.
Just do it in remembrance of. There's a whole bunch of just English stuff. Like, yeah, the King James Bible is Old English. It's gotta be.
It might be. I know Beowulf is, but like I said, it's like almost impossible to read if you don't study it. But regardless, the point is, cursive is well, shorthand is another example. Almost nobody can read shorthand, and again, it's not necessary to. Cursive is almost kind of a little bit. It's slightly related to shorthand because the purpose of it is for the ease of writing with a ink pen, like old style ink pen. Like we don't have to pick up the pen very much, but it's not very necessary
Yeah,
anymore.
but it was. I mean, that was how people in print. You weren't going to sit there and print, a letter. It was cursive and it was accurate. I mean, just the way people spoke, like even like if you like just videos of people from like the 1960s, just the way they spoke, people today are fucking brilliant, and it's all intent. Like the United States right now is the dumbest group of people that have ever lived on this ever, hands down.
Huh. You really think so?
Like, yeah, tell them to go get blinker fluid. I mean, blink fluid and shit, and they'll be in the store for an hour. Like, yeah, they're stupid.
I don't know. We got some talented people too.
Did you say blink fluid?
Blinker, like your turn signal.
Oh,
It's a joke. Like you tell them to go get blinker fluid or a glass hammer or something.
yeah. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, but there's they say that a cave, not a caveman, but like someone who lived on the plains, like hundreds of thousands of years ago, a human being, like way before even there was tribes. They say a person like this was actually smarter than anybody today because they would have had to been responsible for all the to achieve anything that they had to do. They wouldn't. They weren't necessarily sharing within a community like different tasks and things like that. They had to know every task they needed to survive. But at the same time, they were extremely limited to only knowing those tasks. So I think there's a bit of a trade-off. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, but those tasks are what made their everyday lives, so they had to be
Yeah,
good.
sure. Yeah. And just like a beaver, or a bee, they know how to make a bee's
Yeah, but
hive if
now
they have to.
people aren't good at anything.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Now it's like, what do you strive to be? Oh, fluid. Like, people are just stupid.
Some people. There's some talented people.
Oh, Well, no, but I mean, just stupid. Yeah, there's always going to be talented people, but like they whatever their screen tells them, they just instantly obey it. They don't question anything, like, and it's on any subject. And even geopolitics, even if you believe in it or don't believe in it, the thing is they all believe in it, and it doesn't make any sense. Just silly.
Just as a thought experiment, think if the electric power grid went down for, let's say, a month. Think about the chaos and bad shit that would come out of that, just because they no longer has electricity.
That happened here in Texas like 2 years ago, and it was chaotic for most people, but I was having fun. I was still driving. I was driving on the roads the whole time. Even the cops wouldn't drive on the highway because it had snowed and all the power was out for like 2 weeks, and the water wasn't working for most of Texas actually. And all the grocery stores and gas stations were completely dry. Everybody had bought everything.
Yeah, that's
Some
just
people,
shows.
it's fragile, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just people don't even know how to make a fire. Granted, I don't think I could make either unless I had some kind of lighter. Yeah. Because power goes out, it gets cold, you know. Europe's lucky that this was a really warm winter. All the power outages, Well, I don't know. I don't think they've been having heating shortages. I guess I haven't heard anything about it lately. I was hearing about that in the beginning of the winter time, like October.
Winter's still going, so.
Well, yeah.
Like when that happened in Texas, that was later in the year than now. I think it was in late February.
Is it normal to get snow in Texas?
Well, no, not typically, but it went. Like I said, that's why that experience was so devastating, is because it'll, like, let's say it snows, there's like, oh wow, it snowed this year. So you might get it every other year, something like that. But that was probably the biggest storm in years and years and years, because it lasted. The snow persisted for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
I grew up in England. I mean, it's every winter gonna have a storm where, like, you're gonna go to bed, there's not gonna be anything on the ground, then you're gonna wake up and it'll be like 17 inches, and it's consistent. So like, moved down to the deep stuff. Like, it's snowing time and everybody picked it, but it was like half an inch, and I was like, I thought the funniest thing until I drove on the road and realized there's literally nothing to do about this until the sun melts. So it just turned into a fucking horrible mess.
Well, yeah, but
So I
that's
got
what. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's funny because, like, I was like making fun of everyone. Oh my god, you guys have about a quarter inch of snow, and then I get why they're freaking out. Nothing to do, like, they don't have sanders and plows and stuff.
Exactly, yeah. Well, that was the problem, is like, because the years before it had snowed, and literally, like, it snowed at midnight or something, and then like literally later in the day you could like wear shorts, and it had melted already. And this time, I think what happened was it had iced. I think that's what happens. It either snowed. No, that's right. It snowed first, and then the next day it iced, like it rained, and that turned to ice, and so like all the snow got like almost solidified, like frozen, and then it snowed more, and so it's like we were dealing with like this ice and snow that had come on for like a few days, and then we don't have any infrastructure to do anything about that. So we just waited.
Like in Massachusetts, if you get a foot of snow overnight, the road will be drivable because there's a bunch of salt on the road. They're going to be plowed. So it's not that big of a deal. And, you could just get used to it after winter, so the people are already accustomed to it and shit. But like, I don't know, here like it drops down to like 50 degrees. Old women start putting scarves and hats, and it's just kind of.
Yeah, that was the funnest time, dude. I was I was renting a car from Lyft. It was a hybrid. So it was like I could leave the car on for literally sitting there idle for over a day, and it wouldn't even lose like any gas. And so I didn't have any power in my house, but my car was had power, obviously. And like I said, there's nobody on the road, and I rented that car from Lyft, so I actually I had to drive it, otherwise I would have owed money. So I had to do rides that whole time, and yeah, it was just fun because nobody else was on the road.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Well, plus then you'll remember forever like that time, drove for Lyft, that shitty storm,
Yeah. Well, I fucking went through like something like 10 tires though.
Yeah, all that ice, terrible.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that green comet now, and I'm so freaking disappointed because it took me like most night to find it because it was like the tree in front of me were blocking everything. I didn't really see it yet. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is what I've been freezing my ass out here to see.
Well, you
Like
see a comet?
You don't know about the green comet everyone's been talking about, the one that comes by once every like 50,000 years,
No.
right? Okay, like where Earth's center is, those two brightest stars that make the bottom of the cup. It's like 3 inches out. Like just make 3 inches at arm's width. You can see it with your naked eye, but I'm looking at it, and it just doesn't look like a fucking comet. Like if I didn't know it was there, I would see it. It just looks like a blurry spot, and it's fucking.
It says it's an optical illusion.
What's an optical?
This comet says a comet 2022 E3 with a short third tail to the left of the comet and longer gas dust tails. Okay, it says a rare green comet which has been streaking across the night sky as it approaches Earth for the first time since the Stone Age. Briefly grew a bizarre third tail. This anti-tail appeared to streak in the wrong direction. Huh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
See any of that? I can see dot on Jupiter, but I can't tell this. It just looks like a fingerprint mark on the lens. Like I don't know. Like there's no definition to it. There's no tail. Just like a little blurry bright spot. I was expecting. I don't know. I was expecting it to look like the Nike swoosh or something. I looked at it, but it's just. I keep wanting the white lens to make sure it's not foggy. I know that's not it. Oh well. But there'll be pictures of it looking like a three-tailed head of a dragon soaring through the universe. When I look at it through my telescope, it looks like shit. I mean, I see cool things all the time, so I thought this was gonna look cool. Like I can see the Sombrero Galaxy and shit. That looks neat. This looks stupid. Or is it Galaxy? Yeah.
That's interesting, man. I'm gonna see if I can see it tonight.
Yeah, like you can't see. Well, it's dark out where you're at.
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it with your naked eye. Because
you can't?
I've been out here. No, I've been out here for over an hour. Like, I haven't really looked at my own screen or anything in like 40 minutes. And my eyes are super adjusted. I can't. I used to limb on my phone just to find out where it was, and it's in front of a console. And so then I just scanned around for it, bumped into it.
Oh, it says that It says that it'll still be visible up till February 1st, but it says you should be able to see it with your naked eye up until it gets closest to February 1st. But let me see if I got to see if I can specifically see it tonight. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking. Like I said, I got my little dot on it, my telescope. Like I'm pointing at it, but I can't see unless I look through my lens. I got pretty good vision. So
Yeah, it says it's
if
currently
it's getting
necessary to use
close,
binoculars or telescope.
yeah, if it's getting closer, then maybe we'll see it. But I'm really doubt that it looks like that because, like, I've looked at the ISS through here and that looked interesting. So I was expecting this to be neat. You can see like definitions on here and shit. So I thought I'd be at least see it tall, but it just looks like a cloud. It's a little tiny, very tall.
Yeah, yeah. It says you might need
Just a
binoculars or
tiny grain.
telescope.
Yeah, yeah. Because I first heard about this about the 8th, but to see it then, you have to be out like early, like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I ain't gonna do all that. Huh. I remember seeing a Comet Hale-Bopp when I was like, that was pretty cool. But I mean, that look, and then there were a couple comets like, what, like 4 years ago. There was 2 of them. This didn't look anything like that.
You talking about the one
And I
that
saw the
flew into the
fucking. I
sun?
mean, no,
One.
there was a few couples ago. You could clear as day just by going out and looking. Like it looked like a blue sheet. This looks like a nebula. It's a faint little cloud. Oh shit! The fucking moon's gigantic right now. Ugh. Well, I guess I'm gonna hop off here. I'll see you guys.
Went on? Yo, Geo, Platypus, you guys up?
Yes, I am.
Dude, I just found something crazy. Do you have any old cell phones from like early 2000?
No.
Well, see if you can scrounge one up like off a friend or maybe someone you know. This dude had an old phone. It was a Palm. Remember the Palm phone? It was like a there was a BlackBerry. It had keys on it. That's what Obama used to use. But before that, there was one called the Palm Pilot, and it was like it was like a
I remember a
tablet.
Palm Pilot.
Yeah. Well, it could probably be more than just this Palm Pilot, but there was a dude. He had this Palm Pilot phone. So it had the keys like a BlackBerry and it said Palm. Anyway, he would take the phone, right, with the camera on, and he would hold it over things like a box of Cheez-Its, and it would show it the old way before the Mandela effect bullshit. So what he's doing, he's filming with two cameras. He slides his cell phone in between, and it's like They Live, the movie They Live, where he puts on the glasses. He moves the phone over the fucking. I
Let me
don't know if
see.
he's faking it or what, dude. But he moves the phone over it, and it shows the old way, how everyone remembers it. I'll send you the video. It was cool.
Yeah, I
I'm
want
like,
to see it.
is this guy faking all this shit? What it is a guy on YouTube took a bunch of clips from this other person on TikTok and he put them into his own video. But I saw someone else doing it too. So it says first generation cell phones. If you got like a first generation cell phone with a camera, and that's kind of why they wanted you to turn in your old shit. Oh yeah, turn it in, trade it in, and recycle it or whatever, right? They just wanted that old shit, and they're claiming you can see like it's like what we remember. We're not somehow seeing it with our own eyes. It's
Well, what is it about the camera? Is it picking up like some ultraviolet or something like what? It's got to be something has to do with the old cameras.
I don't know what it is, dude, but it seemed really trippy. I don't know if it's real or not. I'm like it would be hard to fake it because he had like a Chick-fil-A box and he had like the sauce, like the dipping sauce, and they were on a table with the tablecloth, and all that came through on his he's not talking while he does this. I don't know if he doesn't speak English or he's concerned about his identity or whatever, but he's just like taking the cell phone and he's filming it. He kind of half-asses it, right? Takes the phone and he moves it over the product, and it shows it the way how we all remember it, or at least most of us. Yeah, let me go grab the video. I didn't know if you guys had any. I have an old phone, but it doesn't. The battery's not working. I don't know if it'll work. It's an old flip phone, but I want to see if it works. The problem is the screen is kind of small and the resolution, it's not as good as like the Palm phone. The Palm phone, it was just before the iPhone. That was like 2007 when the iPhone came out. So this would have to be the predecessor to the iPhone. Or maybe an early iPhone might work. I don't know. But at least like that had like a better camera than a flip phone or like a better screen because you were meant to like text on it and watch videos and whatever. They had better quality screens. Yeah, let me get that video, dude. It was so trippy. I wanted to see the Monopoly guy with the eyepiece.
And I wonder, like Monopoly, the board game is still being printed today. So if they
Yeah.
print a Monopoly board game today, and you go to the store and you like film it unopened, is it going to be like? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'd have to see, man. That's why I got to get my hands on the camera, the old phone. I'm gonna try. I have an old phone. I'm gonna trying to charge it right now as we speak, but it might not take a charge because it's fucking old. Let me see it. Where should I post it? Put it in the live stream. Yeah, if you skip ahead maybe a couple minutes, he's just explaining like, what he's seeing here. He's like, I don't know if the guy's faking it, but just use an open mind and watch the video. And I'm curious enough to buy the fucking to buy one of those old phones, dude. If it's not too much money, if it was like $50 or something. My curiosity is very high. You know where you could find that too? Probably Salvation Army. I don't know if they have shit like that. Probably not. They probably recycle all that shit. Because who's gonna buy it?
I'm at the Britney Spears video.
She was supposed to have a headset with a microphone on it.
Okay, Berenstein. Yeah, that's the thing. Like for the I don't know the Berenstein.
That's too similar. But when he puts the camera there, it changes the text. The camera shows a different text than what he sees with his other camera. He's filming it with, his modern camera and the OG camera. He slips the old school camera in between, and he sees something different than what the new camera's picking up. The new camera's picking up what we perceive with our eyes today. So something's going on. So in other words, nothing has changed on those products. It's just we can't see it. It's there. He did the Land O'Lakes butter thing without that Indian woman on there, but I thought that was because the PC police, like, hey, that's offensive to Native Americans. How dare you? And they removed it. That's what I was thinking. But he just shows the box and it's still there, like, but not in our perception. We can't somehow see it. And if this is true, man, then something is super fucked up. I don't want to believe things could be this fucking weird. You know
Oh
what I
man,
mean?
the Pikachu's tail thing is kind of creeping me out.
It's all there, dude. Like I wanted to see the Kit Kat bar. It used to have a dash. Like if it like
Okay.
I don't
So
remember Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Oof. My problem with it is that it's a compilation video. Because if you pointed a camera at something with an old cell phone and saw something different than what you're actually seeing with your eyes in reality, just once, that video in itself is standalone, like insane. So my
It's a
thinking
mind
is like,
bender. Yeah.
why would you make a compilation video? Like,
No,
I
each
don't
one
know.
is he made like a bunch of TikTok videos with one thing in each one. So what he's doing, these are someone else's video.
Oh,
I don't
he's compiling it. Yeah.
He is, yeah. He took
I
the guy
gotcha.
who's filming this owns that shitty old phone. You can see how beat up that thing is, dude. Like all the paint's chipped off and whatever. But it's like what he's claiming. It's like the movie They Live, where you put the glasses on and you see the fucking thing like in a different way. Like everyone else sees it one way, and then until you put the glasses on, and he's saying like this allows you to see a different reality or whatever. I don't know. To me, that sounds like a bunch of bullshit. But I'm curious, dude. I'm curious to see is this guy faking it? Is everybody? But if I had something, I would make a better quality video than that shit, and I would explain like, okay, here I'm gonna put this down here, and I'm gonna write a little note, or I'll put this over a newspaper so you can see I'm filming the fucking newspaper, and I would have a steady camera, like the camera I'm filming with, and just slip it, between the two. Here, now I'm gonna move it here. Now let's see. He could have did it so much better. It's just like sloppy ass, half ass.
Yeah, the Mandela effect doesn't make any sense to me. That's what pisses me off so much. I don't know who's benefiting. I don't know why things would be different.
I don't know. I have no idea, but I just know I remember certain things, and I don't know like what's the angle. I can't explain what happened. And then
Dude,
some
if you
of
were
them,
to, yeah, if you were to put a gun to my head,
yeah,
like, and be like, yeah, like, what, do you remember it like this or not? I'd be like, yep, no, that's not it. It was never like that. And you'd have to just shoot me. Otherwise, I'd be lying. Because fuck
some
it.
some are too subtle. Like some of them are too subtle that I don't like. If it was something I wasn't really deep into, like Berenstein, I I couldn't say either way because I never really read that shit and I didn't pay much attention. But certain things, like my own poem I wrote, that the oy vey, it's okay to be goy. Like I wrote that, and Helio, he was reading it on the live stream, so he actually read it on the live stream word for word. But now all of a sudden, see, that's what I would like to try it on, dude. I would like to put it over, like if I had it, like here, let's look at my old shit and see if it's still there the way I wrote it. It inserted this letter A. To me, it's so weird. It's so fucking weird that
Well, the thing is like, before the Mandela effect was even a thing, my group of friends and I, we would all play Xbox Live. And like, when you're playing Xbox Live, you're just like saying a bunch of curse words and like talking shit. And it's kind of a long story, but basically one of our friends said that he was like tolerant towards trans people, and like he put LGBT in one of his dating profiles. So we were
oh
all
no.
ragging on him, calling him like a homo and being like, "Hey dude, what does the T stand for? What does the T stand for?" And like just became like a meme to just like ask each other when we're playing, like, "Yo, what does the T stand for?" And then all of a sudden, one day, my buddy's gamer tag is Dutchy Pora, but Dutchy spelled without the T. And then all of a sudden, one day, I look at his gamer tag and I'm like, dude, your name is now Dutchy, capital T, in between Dutchy and then Pora. And the T just came out of nowhere. And it was like just one of these really random things where like we would have all noticed this. I don't know. It
But
was just
he didn't notice, like your gamer friend, like hey,
nobody. Literally one day, I just brought it up. I was like, dude, did your name always have a T right there in the middle? And he's like, no, that's super bizarre. And this was like before Mandela. So like, this is just something I remember being like 15, 16, playing Xbox Live. It was just like a glitch. That's what we called it.
nobody
We
happens.
called it the T glitch, dude. And we'd be like, what does the T stand for? Which all of a sudden like had this like crazy meaning where it's like we're not making fun of her friend anymore. This fucking T just popped up in the middle of my buddy's gamer profile. It's a glitch. We're totally weirded out and we're like, what we've been asking, what does the T stand for like months? It was just bizarre, if that made any sense.
Dude, the Mandela effect goes way back. It's like it's been happening to old shit. I mean, it's not a new phenomenon. It's just people have been picking up on it. Like, hey, what just happened with this? The way I don't remember it this way. That's I
Yeah,
mean,
for
it's not.
me, I
Yeah,
mean
I
like
mean, you noticed it 15 years ago. It's not a new thing.
and not even just that, like the biggest ones that affect me, like the three biggest ones that affect me, two of them are famous art pieces that you just grow up with. Like I actually took art history, and that was kind of my shit when I was a kid or younger, a teen, whatever. And like the Mona Lisa, totally different. Fucking looks super weird now. And then the Thinker statue is also different.
Yes. Was his head his fist was on his forehead, wasn't it? The way
Always,
I
bro. Always on his motherfucking forehead, dude. I don't even want to hear about this chin shit. Dude, that shit.
Now we're on the same page there because that's how I remember it. I'm like, okay, he's thinking, he's in deep thought, and he has like his fist and he's leaning against it. He's sitting down, leaning, and his fist is holding his head up on his forehead. It seems very uncomfortable. It's like, what the but that's
Dude, well, this is the thing. When I first was introduced to like classical art through schooling and I saw the Thinker, they had us like analyze it or whatever and like write a couple paragraphs about it. And I specifically remember thinking like he's not thinking, he's brooding. Like that his like hand on his forehead. And I wish I had the writing now, but I don't. That shit's long gone. But like I remember writing about how like he just looks like he had like a great tragedy happen to him because he's almost fetal in his position, you know. And I don't know. I'm not going to be told really that it was any other way. Like,
Oh,
but it's just one of
you
those
gotta,
things you can't really argue with people, especially normies. You can't argue with them about it.
yeah, I mean, and that's how the majority of people who've ever seen it before the new fucked up world, you know what I mean, changed it. I don't know how
Yeah,
to explain it. Old
and I
reality.
also the fucking James Bond one, dude, with
Oh
the
yeah, the girl.
Moonraker with Dolly. Those
Uh-huh.
I saw that movie for the first time 5 days before I got my braces on, and I had my braces on for 5 years, and I just like remember watching the movie thinking, oh man, I'm getting my braces on in 5 days. Like, and this chick, she has to kiss Jaws because she has braces. And I'm like, I don't want to be ugly with braces. Fuck that. And just kind of having that association with having braces and hating it for all 5 years. Like, it was a fucking big deal, dude. Like,
Well, Jaws had stainless steel teeth. I mean, hers are just braces.
yeah, but my connection watching the movie was like, she's got metal in his mouth. He's got metal in his mouth. That's why they kiss. Because I was only 12 years
Right.
old. Love connections didn't really make sense to me. Like I would watch a movie and two characters to an adult watching the movie would be like, oh yeah, these two are going to get together in the movie because it's a movie and that's what they do. They sell sex. But for me, this is just 007. He just shoots people. I think guns are cool. Like I'm not even thinking about girls. So it was like a surprising moment in the movie when they kiss because I was like, oh, this is not good. I don't, you know, I was just like tripping.
Yeah, plus he was this like Frankenstein looking motherfucker and she was kind of cute.
Exactly, dude. Yeah. I was like, braces mean that you have to make out with a Franco? That's
I know.
it's bad. Yeah. And then, of course, she never had braces. So
Oh god. I know.
I guess,
This
yeah.
I got to get me that camera, dude. I got to get it. Now
Yeah, why
that
not?
I
Dude, you know where
well,
you could get it? Probably Alibaba or something, or like eBay.
I'm gonna check eBay. I'm sure there's a fucking a ton of old shit like that. And you know what? Before this becomes a thing, if it becomes a thing and everyone starts scooping them up, they'll disappear quick off the internet, right? And or they'll be very expensive. And all the fucktards, all the people who don't want us to see it, will get rid of them. Just like they bought back old books. The reason old books have value, they want them out of our. They don't want anyone having them because like old Tartaria stuff, they want all that shit erased from history. So if you have an old book, oh, it's worth 5,000-10,000. Oh shit, people pawn it, they go sell it, right? So they all disappear. All that shit, just anything that slipped through the cracks, they buy it up. And most people are poor and desperate, and like, okay, they come across a windfall like that, they'll sell it.
Dude, if you're into the Mandela effect, and you should look into Dave Paulides and his missing 411 work. People are going missing, and like this dude's gonna kind of try and say that it's like UFOs and aliens picking them up, but we know that space is fucking real. So it's obviously not that, which just makes it so much more interesting to just try and understand like how the fuck does a 2-year-old go missing and is found a day later, like 20 miles away, barefoot. His feet are fine. It doesn't look like he walked anywhere, not even through dirt, and he's just like placed at the top of a mountain. Or like people are found after an area has been searched 100 times. They're right in the open, like a couple yards from where they were last seen, and they're just found like dead mysteriously. It's pretty, man. His work is compelling. Something
I'll
really
check
weird
it
is
out.
happening.
I mean, there's something. It's not Mandela effect, but okay. I had this paper from 1969. It was the fake moon landing. My mom gave it to me. It was a Detroit News. It was printed in color from 1969, right? And it was all the moon landing shit. I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome, because I could look at it with my clear eyes, right, and see the propaganda and see the fakery and point out the fakery in their pictures, right? How they faked it. Oh, this is a prop. You know, there was a fucking extension cord dragged across the moon. Anyway, I went to go look for it, right? And I couldn't find it. And I'm like, well, where the fuck did it go? I put it right here for safekeeping. I had it in my room. No one moved it. And it's like, and I looked into this other, I'm like, what the fuck could have happened? And I'm thinking like Back to the Future, where things are, something physical could dematerialize. Now, I know this sounds far-fetched as fuck, and there's probably some other explanation, but I cannot find it. I'm like, did it just dematerialize? Where the fuck did it go? It was driving me crazy. I turned the whole place upside down. I'm like, where the fuck? I know I had it here. I had it fucking here. Nobody fucked with it. Oh, I was so pissed, dude. But to me, like, I'm not gonna claim that fucking material things disappear like Back to the Future or Star Trek or whatever the fuck. But I don't know where the fuck it went.
Yeah, I've had one kind of weird situation with my dad where we were driving home from the mountains one night, and as we're coming down the mountain, we have a compass on our dashboard that's like built into the car.
I've seen
and
those. Is it
it
in
just starts.
liquid?
Yeah,
Little
it's in liquid. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
And the compass just starts spinning, like not like violent, but like a steady spinning. You know, like maybe 2 seconds for a revolution, right? For north to go all the way around, like 1, 2. No, it's fun. Another one, and it starts doing that, and we were so shocked that something weird like that was happening. Like we were just caught off guard and kind of like freaked out about it, and like I can't remember really what we talked about other than how weird it was. And we were like, oh yeah, we were saying like, oh, I wonder if there's going to be an earthquake or something or whatever. Anyways, we find ourselves a couple miles down the road. Hold on, it's a motorcycle. Anyways,
You might have drove past a ley line, one of the ley lines.
Check this out. We drive past this. We get past like the bottom of the mountain, and we're getting on the freeway, and I look at the clock, and it's like 11 p.m. Right? We left at like 7:30, and it's only a 45-minute drive down the mountain. We were fucking tripping out after that.
Wait a minute. You had like a time loss somehow?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was fucking trippy as fuck. But nothing weird happened other than the compass spinning. So
no, the time lapse fucking is weird.
No. I mean, yeah, that was the fucking big thing that happened. We had a time lapse, but I was just like, the way I was telling the story, like that's just the only thing that could have alerted us that something was going on, that we needed to start paying attention, was that the compass was fucking spinning. And so we were just kind of like, okay, the compass is spinning. This is fucking bizarre. I wonder if there's going to be an earthquake or whatever. But we weren't really paying attention to anything else other than that. And then we get to the bottom of the hill, and I look at the clock, and I'm like, what the fuck? What? We left at like 7. Like, what the fuck is going on? And this drive, like, you'll see like 2 cars coming down the mountain, you know? Like, so it's kind of hard to like keep track of time because you're just, I don't know. It was fucking freaky.
But it's not a 4-hour drive. It's like,
fuck no, dude. It's a 2-hour drive in total. It's 45 minutes down the mountain. Left at 7. Yeah, it was crazy.
What the fuck? So the sun went down, obviously.
It was already dark when we left.
And were your clocks all synchronized, like your cell phone, the clock in the car? They were all the same. They all said 11.
Yeah.
Wow. So you somehow fucking lost all that time.
We lost like 2. We did the math. We think we lost like 2.5, maybe 3 hours almost.
As that was the compass was spinning. Now you went forward in time, right? So obviously.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Did we go forward in time, or did we go somewhere else? But that somewhere else is like the same as this place. And so we were just driving down the road, but then we came back in a different place, but also like not in sync with the time. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like
you went through like a warp. Yeah, like a time warp. You got
a warp. Yeah, exactly.
That's fucking weird, dude.
Yep.
And the thing is, it's like, how do you prove it? Like, well, it's very, you know what I mean? You and your dad are the only two people who've done it, but that's two people. If it happened by yourself, you're like, maybe were you tripping on mushrooms? Like, if it happened by yourself, right? But the both of you have the same experience, makes it really fucking. It's like, what just happened?
Yeah, and this is a drive that we've done hundreds of times. I would make this drive when I was a kid, and this was like some of the first times I was allowed to drive. Like, I don't know.
That is so trippy, dude. I mean, that to me, what freaked me out is, that poem I wrote to see it changed. I'm like, but that's on a digital format. I'm like, okay, it's digital format. The powers that shouldn't be, they own all the networks, all the data centers. They own all, and they have technology probably 100 years or more in advance of the shit that gets released to us. Like, the technology they're giving us is old, antiquated shit. They don't want us to be any threat to them, right? So they keep a leg up on us. So,
Well, okay. I'm trying to think about how a fucking camera from back in the day is gonna fucking see through the Mandela effect and how that's supposed to work at all. And the only thing that I can think of is like, if you look at it, like I would have liked for him to have 3 cameras, right? So the camera that he's filming with, which is whatever, then the old camera and a new camera side by side. And he's holding the old camera and the new camera side by side and showing that, like, as the picture passes from the old camera into the frame of the new camera, it changes again. And then he pulls both cameras down and it shows the same thing as what the new camera shows. Like, that would be kind of interesting because there's.
weren't you a cameraman? You worked in the Hollywood movies. You could build a fixture, right? You could build a fixture to hold 2 phones side by side and compare them. Like, you're looking at the same image. Say they're in a fixture. You got both phones on at the same time, the OG one and then a newer phone, and then whatever camera or phone you're filming the 2 of those with. I'm sure we'll figure something out. But first, we got to get our hands on an old camera, like an old camera phone, and see if it's if it's just all a bunch of bullshit. Someone looking to get clicks.
Well, I've also seen here, like, one of the first things that I thought was like, okay, how would I fake this? And it's like, it would not be hard to fake this at all. That shit is so pixelated, like that video that he's doing, and he's like filming it in the style of the Instagram. Like,
right.
If I saw something that was defying physics, which appears that is what that is doing, I would get a really nice camera and set it up like an experiment. Be like completely transparent. Be like, look, this is an old phone. I'll take the back off of it. You can see, like, there's like, try to prove that there's no trickery going on. This video only has 432 views. So if somebody went through the trouble to, actually, I'd like to see, what was that guy's Instagram? I want to know how many hits he got on his Instagram and how many hits that channel has.
Somewhere. Hold on, I took a screenshot of the guy's. Oh shit! Give me 1 second. Because I wanted to look it up. He's not on Instagram. He's on TikTok.
Oh, TikTok. Okay.
I don't use TikTok. I got a screenshot of his phone too. It's JK Lab IV. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, it's just, I don't have TikTok. If you could tell me, like,
I
how
don't
many.
either. Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I'll post it in the chat. I don't want that shit on my phone.
No, I agree. That's some Chinese fucking spyware. Fuck that.
I don't want American spyware. I don't use Facebook. I don't want any kind of spyware. Here's this. Let's see if we can post that. And this, his old ass phone that he's filming with.
Well, the point I was going to make is, like, if you think you're going to get enough clicks, it might be worth to fake it, you know? But if you're actually discovering something, I don't know if I would be like, to be honest, if I discovered something like that, I wouldn't even take it to social media first. I would show it to a select group of people. I'd probably come in here and find the people that I've known the longest, the real OGs, and I'd be like, I want you guys to watch this video. This is 100% real. Like, what I would want to brainstorm. I'd want to get as many, like-minded people in on thinking, what should we fucking do and what's the best way to release this information? Like, encourage you guys to fucking repeat the experiment, all that shit. Need to have a fucking dude. This is mind blowing.
What
If
we
that's
got to
real,
do,
that's fucking mind blowing. That's like fucking.
we would have to scrape up all these old phones before they just disappear them. Let's say these become, they'll say, oh, you got an old phone, I'll give you $1,000. Every motherfucker would sell that shit on eBay as fat, and they'd be gone, right? Like everybody that did have a Survivor phone, not too many people are going to have a phone that old that they've kept, right? So it wouldn't be hard for them to just soak up all the fucking, put a bounty on it. You know what? Oh, you got an old phone, I'll buy it, I'm a collector. People sell it on eBay, boom, done. So you don't want to make the world aware of this because they will disappear fast. And then how are you going to prove this shit?
Dude, well, that's the thing. Like, this would be like a hotter fucking thing to have than fucking proof of the flat Earth. Because if you could prove that there's a fucking something is going on that's fucking with time, that's bigger than flat Earth, in my
It's a
opinion.
giant glitch, dude. A giant glitch
Fucking,
in this
yeah,
matrix.
a big ass fucking glitch.
The thing is, he looked at the box of Cheez-Its. He had the cow with the nose through the ring. I like certain things. Like if you can look, it's just literally like the movie They Live. He throws on the glasses and he sees all the shit that no one else can see because everyone else is plugged in the matrix. So it's like, what if your product box, like he just shows the box of Cheez-Its with a Z and like all these things that people remember a different way. The Ford logo. Here's the Ford logo, the Volkswagen logo. If you can look at it in real life, say, here, dude, I'm right here at my car, and look at the Ford logo. Boom. That would be fucking a mind.
Yeah, he has 20 million followers.
Well, that's
no. Those are likes.
20 million likes.
He's got 20 million likes, dude. That dude's probably. Let me see. How can I find out how much somebody's making on TikTok? TikTok profile or networks.
You can remake your money back with that shitty ass phone. You just get on TikTok and get lots of clicks. I can make better videos than that. Fucking A. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see if I can find one. Now my curiosity is too fucked. I'm gonna go on eBay. See if I can find that shit. Let's see. eBay. Oh, dude, what? $69 for an old phone. Dude, $25. I think this is the one. Vintage collector smartphone, pre-owned. Dude, they're like 15 and $25. These phones.
Yeah, just contact him. Make sure that the camera works. That's really all that matters.
Yeah, for sure.
Camera and screen.
Dude, there's a fuck ton of these on eBay.
Make sure you get a charger too.
For sure, yeah. Oh man, look at all these. I'm gonna get one.
Dude, yeah. Maybe buy like 2 or 3.
Yeah, well, they're cheap enough, dude. They're 30. Oh, this guy's got the charger. Ooh, a really nice one. He's got a touch screen on it. What? Got a touch screen. Palm Treo. Let's see. Yeah, this one's nice. $90. He's got the charger. It works. He's got a stylus pen. Oh yeah, I gotta give me this. I don't know if it'll work. Say for parts or not working condition. Oh, what? Ain't no good. that. We want one that works, bitch. $99. Yeah, some of these things. Yeah, if this ever became a thing, price of these would get so jacked up. Oh, that looks like the one he had.
I just typed into a TikTok earning calculator, and this guy JK that you posted, he's got 750,000 followers about, and it looks like per post he's making between $400 and $700 per post. He has over 200, or he has exactly 200 posts.
Okay, here's another motherfucker selling one of these phones, right? $800.
Damn.
Are you shitting me? Now this one looks like the same one that dude had in the video. It says for parts not working. It's got the Verizon logo. It says Palm. This is the identical phone, except it looks like it's in mint condition. What does it say? Palm Verizon. Dude, this phone is 3G. This is not that old. This one here, 3G, is not that fucking old. Item is refurbished, has been fully tested, it's in perfect working order. All right. Got the charger. Wonder if this is it. There's so many of them, man. I don't even know. Verizon. I wish I knew the exact model this fucking guy had. Have to do a little work. Design. I'm gonna add this thing. I'll add this to my cart.
I wonder if it has to do with the specific type of camera that's being used.
That's what I heard someone say. First generation.
Well,
Gotta be
here's something
first gen.
interesting. Remember I mentioned that that missing 411 stuff, the David Paulides?
Yeah.
In one of his documentaries, he interviews a woman who had an encounter with something in the woods while she was hunting, and she kind of described it as basically being this like invisible thing that kind of looked like the thing from Predator, like invisibility wise, not necessarily like the dreadlocks and the fucking big ass mouth or whatever. She couldn't see it. Its cloaking was similar to the way that the cloaking was portrayed in the movie, right? And she tries to take a picture of it, and the picture that she got gets sent to this guy that analyzes it, and he's like, "Yeah, this camera like shouldn't have even been able like the picture that she got is just like this blurry thing, right? Like you can't really see anything. You can't really make out leaves, trees, or it's just like a weird looking image. And like the resolution and all this stuff is like something that the camera like shouldn't even really have been able to do. It's like in some sort of impossible resolution. And the camera she used, or the thing that she used, was a phone camera from like back in the day. It's like an old BlackBerry or something. So I don't know. Yeah, there could be something's going on. The old phones.
It's running on a Windows operating system. What are $30? Phone with accessories. got a bunch of shit. He's got the chargers, got all this shit. Hmm. This allows us to see through the fucking matrix, man. Maybe. Not gonna go out on that thin limb yet.
Well, there's definitely something to be said for the Mandela effect. So
Well, that's different.
it's
That's
easy for someone to take advantage of that kind of situation, you know?
uh-huh. So he's got all this shit. Collector, vintage collector. So I think people collect old shit like this, right? Obviously. Let's see.
Somebody is, yeah.
Perfect working condition. Original protector. Car charger. This dude's got everything. Oh, I'm gonna get it.
One thing that I don't really understand is like there's not very many Mandela effects that I've come across from cultures outside of American culture. Have you noticed that?
What do you mean?
Like if it's happening as much as it is, there's so many things. Oh yeah, wait, Nelson Mandela, that's South Africa. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
Dude, I think Mandela effect happens to people like even way back in time. Like different different eras. Because there was a dude, he was I was watching some Mandela shit on YouTube, and he was talking from shit, I think maybe the 30s or something. And he said, I remember seeing a mosaic somewhere in maybe Italy or somewhere, and he was there with a woman, and he asked to have pictures of that mosaic tile floor sent to him, because he wanted to print them or use it in his book. He was like some psychologist or some kind of shit. I'm not sure what his study was. Anyway, it's like they sent the pictures, but it didn't match his memories. Like, no, this isn't the right one. But they're like, no, it's the floor in this particular building. It's like, no, this is not what I've seen. And like somehow he's claiming like the tiles have changed. Like the tile floor is not the way he remembered it, him or the woman he was there with, and it really tripped her out. She's like, no, I was there. Like let's say there on the floor was like an angel with a bow and arrow or something like that, and then it's like it's not that at all. It's a whole different design. Like, well, that ain't the design. It was this. I don't know, dude. This world's so fucked up. We all know it's fucked up. I think it's stranger than we can perceive, and things like this. I don't have a way to pin it down, right? Like if this is some kind of real, if it's not some kind of fake ass shit, and it like for $25, I gotta know. And I'll keep it on the down low, dude. We'll keep this shit on the down low until like we could scrape up a lot of these, because I guarantee you the price, right? The price would go fucking nuts. Like if this, because it would have to be scooped up. They can't have people figuring shit out. Like, I mean, even if we did know, like we know the earth is flat, millions of people, but what the fuck can we really do about it? How do we, it would take everybody acknowledging it and sticking to their guns to really make change, to get to make a new system. I just don't think we can get that many people on the same page, because too many people are just too far gone. We don't have enough people that are not completely blue pilled.
Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, we've been trying, but it's like, you know what? It's futile. It seems futile. It's like, doesn't mean to give up. Don't give up. But I mean, I don't know that we have enough years to live to reach that amount of people, given that we don't have platforms that we can speak freely, like Twitter. People like, ooh, Elon Musk, he bought Twitter. It's going to be free speech. Dude, he's banning people already. He banned Brittany Venti over this. There was this fake ass bitch. She was like collecting money, saying she was human trafficked or whatever, but she really put this video out by herself. I forget what her name was, like something with the word blue in her name. And she was just grifting. She was just like taking advantage of people's donations. She really put out like a raunchy video. She was like a cam girl, right? Like a OnlyFans type bitch. But she was saying she was sex trafficked or whatever. But she's like, "Oh, did you get our video?" And then someone put it out there, so they're trying to cover it up. And Elon Musk is friends with this woman, this stripper whore, whatever she is. She's like a grifter, dude. She's just a grifter bitch. You know, like a washed up cam girl. Yeah, really. I mean, Telegram is good, but I don't know how many people you can really reach. You know what I mean? You're like it's kind of like right here, these little circles we're in. We're speaking to the choir, and we're not really, or the same 5 or 6 trolls every day. Yeah, it looks like you can get these phones pretty cheap. You go on eBay. I just seen like probably 10 of them that were all really cheap, under $50, and somewhat very in condition. Some people say they don't work or it's for parts only, but if you press them on it, you might like you see the screen lit up. It's probably works, but I'd rather go with someone who says yes, everything is functional. Blah, rather go with that. And there's enough of them that you don't have to be like just taking a risk that it won't work. The thing is, it's not a big risk. You know what I mean? It's under $50. It's not like you're wasting like that one asshole wanted $800. Like fuck you, dude. I'll buy a new phone for that. Platypus.
Yo, what's up?
What year was it approximately that you went through that time warp? What was this, recently or a long time
Yeah,
ago
this
when
was
you?
like a year and a half ago, probably.
Oh shit! So that's not long at all. So do you remember approximately when that compass spun out? Like what mile marker? Like where you were on the hill? Because you know what, you might want to revisit that with another compass and maybe bring a second one and try and film it as you're passing this particular point, because it might be like a part, like one of those ley lines, like you drive past it and fucking every time you drive past it your compass goes silly.
I mean, we've made the drive many times since then, and
It never
nothing
freaked
weird ever
out.
happened. Never
You
happened
know
again. Yeah.
what might have happened? It might have been something above you, like some kind of one of those, like some kind of flying saucer type deal. Like, it's not from
Dude, I
another
saw a
world.
UFO fucking last week. I'm not even kidding. Like me,
It
me and
might
two guys
be
were standing there and saw this crazy shit.
like TR3B or something like that. Th- These black budget type things. I know they're all through California. They're like California went like what's that place? They got military bases up in like Nevada by Vegas and shit. And where's Area 51? Isn't that out in Nevada somewhere? All these places, oh, a UFO sighting and blah blah blah. I guarantee there's tons of these fucking these secret bases and this technology that we don't know what to call it. That's how they're going to pull off the fake alien invasion, because people will see this shit and think, because they're conditioned to think this way. They've seen it in movies, and the technology looks just like the shit they've seen in movies. Of course, it's an alien. Well, we don't make planes like that. We make planes like a Boeing 747 and an F-16. Those are planes we make. We don't have this technology. Even the stealth bomber or whatever. Like, that shit is so ancient, like the stuff that they let us think that is the highest technology. Oh, that's a F-22 Raptor. That's the highest technology we have. Okay, yeah, right.
Well, the thing about UFOs is, like, people have been seeing them for so fucking long. There's no way that this phenomenon is like just our government has fucking special planes, you know? There's no way.
Nope. They've had technology, far advanced technology than what we think is possible. Like, even like the old buildings and pyramids and things like that of that sort, somebody was building that shit, and it wasn't with a hammer and chisel. Like, somebody had advanced technology. It's, the proof is in the pudding. You can't reproduce that shit. There was this guy looking at like these stone sarcophagus or whatever, like the container, the vault that you would put like the body into, one of those, like, chiseled out of wasn't chiseled, but it was cut out of some kind of marble or granite, and it was perfect. And there was holes, like a 2-inch hole bored against the right angle, this 90-degree corner. He's like, how the hell did they get a drill or something this close to the edge? Like, if you use a drill, right, it's got a drill chuck and it's got the motor. So you can't get it right against a tight corner. Like, if you got an inside corner, right, your drill motor has a certain diameter, and then the chuck, you can't get right up against the edge, but yet they did. It's like, how did they core this out? It's a perfectly cylindrical hole, and it's right up against two edges, like two stone edges. How did they bore this hole into the opposite wall? Like, say you were going to put a hinge on there, and you needed to put drill a hole on each side of it, like for a rod to go in, like a 2-inch rod. How would you do that? Like, it's going to take a lot of torque to drill a hole that big through a very hard stone like that, right? It'd take a fuck ton of torque, and yet there it is. There's a perfectly drilled hole. There's no tooling marks. It's just smooth. Like, I don't know. How the fuck did they make it? The hammer chisel thing doesn't pass the smell test. It's like, no, this is not hammers and chisels. Something made this. I don't know when it was made or how it was made. But they're not making something out of styrofoam, right? It's fucking granite, which is very difficult to work.
Yeah, and I think another clue, like, that something fucking really weird is going on with the technology is that all of these different, we're told ancient cultures have these impossible this impossible masonry, but not just the construction, but what they built were very similar. I'm talking pyramids, obelisks, these, I don't know, whatever these things that they built. Like some of the walls in fucking South America with like you were saying, the masonry is just impossible. Like, how are they getting around?
That's what.
How old are they really?
Well, some of those are really old because there's trees growing around them with the tree roots and shit. And it's like, okay, the tree obviously came after the building because it's grown itself around the building. And you could count the rings on a tree to determine how old it is. You know what I mean? And these are like really big, old growth trees where the roots and shit are wrapped around the building, around the stones of it. And these are like in the Amazon jungle or someplace really remote areas of that sort, right? Where it's like, what is this?
So
Stone buildings in the jungle somewhere in South America?
talk to like people who are heavy into the UFO like spaceship conspiracy.
Yeah.
Have they ever talked to you about like whether or not they think UFOs come from space or from the ocean?
No, I've never talked to people about UFOs. I don't really hang out with those kind of people. Like, I think those people are kind of pink pilled. Like, there might be shit like that, but they like you said, they think it's coming from another world, like outer space and stuff, because they're conditioned to think that way.
Well,
I
that's the
mean,
thing.
maybe,
Some of them, like similar to how there's a big divide in the flat Earth community. Usually, it comes around like either Christianity or an ice wall or something like that. In the UFO community, there's a lot of people that believe that all UFOs come from the ocean. They don't come from space at all, regardless of whether they believe in space
oh,
or
really?
aliens or something. Yeah, they
Okay.
think that these ships are actually coming from within our oceans and that there's a huge cover up, that there's either a breakaway civilization or like out of ponders or whatever
Hmm.
coming from the oceans.
That's what's
And
his name
so
said. Admiral Byrd said he was attacked from those. You know what they
from the
called them? Foo
water, yeah,
Fighters. They
dude, the
called them Foo
fucking
Fighters, like the band Foo Fighters.
dude. So ships came up out of the fucking waters, right?
Uh huh.
And you know how some people will say like, "Oh, aliens are demons."
Uh huh.
So I was looking in the Bible. I was like, where exactly do the demons dwell um, here on Earth? And so you start with the first sort of demons would be actually demons are actually angels, right? They were angels that came down. They
Fallen
had
ones.
sex with
Yeah.
women, right? And then they
Mm-hmm.
fucking made Nephilim. And so what did God do to get rid of the Nephilim? He flooded the world. So now all the Nephilim are at the bottom of the ocean. And I go on to just kind of like figure out, okay, so pre or post flood, where do the demons start to show up? Here, let me just, I was writing some notes on this, so let me just bring them up real quick. So, post flood, you've got a prophecy from Ezekiel where he says, speak and say, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I am against thee, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon that lieth in the midst of the rivers, which hath said, my river is my own, and I have made it for myself. Then you've got Jesus walking on the water to show his dominion over Satan and dominion over fear of death. You've got oh, here it is. You've got Jesus in Mark, where there's these two dudes that are infested with demons, and he approaches the two men and starts conversing with the demon, and the demons are like, Jesus is like, what can I call you? And the demons say, you can call us Legion, for we are many. And he casts the demons out of the men into a herd of swine, who then run off a cliff and commit suicide by running into the ocean. And then if you look in Revelation, you got Revelation 13:1, where the beast with like 10 heads and like 7 tails or whatever, that rises out of the ocean. And then
Yeah.
you've got Revelation 20:13, where just before the final judgment, it says, and the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell up the dead which were in them. So there's all these references to like demons coming from the water, dragons coming out of the water. Like, I don't know, something's up,
thumbs up with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Because this whole UFO thing, it's like, in my opinion, the government's not going to acknowledge something unless they can control it. If they can't control it, they're going to fucking classify it and obscure it and just ignore it as much as they can. But something is fucking going on in the skies, and everybody's got a fucking camera phone now, and there's a lot of videotapes of it or film footage of it. And so they've got to spin it. They're pushing all this fucking space bullshit on us. They say they're going to fucking send a DJ to the moon. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, man. The whole we know the moon thing is bullshit. I lost my moon paper. That's another fucking weird phenomenon. I looked into it, and that was called the disappearing objects phenomenon, where you have a physical object, be it it could be your keys, it could be like a book or whatever, and you're like, I know I put this book in this particular spot, and I'm the only person here. Where did it go? Like,
Okay, well, here, check this out. What is the one reason why you would time travel?
me,
Or
I
no,
would.
like, okay, let's say you're a very powerful entity with lots of resources, the money to even build a time machine, various political affiliations. If you could travel through time, what would be the most
I
fucked up
would.
shit that they could do, basically?
I would trade Bitcoin if I could. If I could see
No,
that
no,
shit.
I'm saying to have even more control and even more power over the human population. How would you use time travel to be
Oh,
a complete authoritarian ruler? Like, start
you
thinking
get
outside the
you get
box here.
you get to correct your mistakes. So say you play something
Exactly,
wrong.
exactly. You want to alter the past, right? Because
Yeah.
you wanted something to go better. Now, okay, let's say you can send people back in time to affect stuff.
Yeah.
Well, then just from, all the science fiction movies we've watched, we know that if you go back in time as yourself, you might fuck up a timeline, and that just starts getting into parallel dimensions and all kinds of stuff. So let's just wipe that off the table. They're not sending people back, but they do have the ability to time travel. So what's the best way to affect situations and outcomes without sending people back? You can make things disappear, maybe, right? If somebody, you want to kill somebody and you want to get them hit by a car, and like there's some way that you can look at all the different possibilities of what's going to happen, and if you find out, if you make, I don't know, their car keys missing that day, so now they got to go take a bus or get in a taxi, and that taxi is going to get hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's all these ways to start changing things, assassinating people without actually having to be there, because you can show up at any point in time and change anything. You can,
Dude,
I don't know, maybe you can like cut somebody's brakes at just the right moment. Like the possibilities
remember
just become fucking endless.
remember Back to the Future, right? Where he starts disappearing because Biff was gonna like end up with his mom, and he would never be born. So it's like, oh, if his mom went with Biff instead of his dad, Marty McFly would never be born. And he starts dematerializing. Like his hand, he's watching himself dematerialize. It's like,
If you do
what?
something as simple as keeping two people from meeting, correct, you have assassinated them. Which is why I'm thinking, if they have been doing this, how long have they been doing it? And have they been doing it so frequently? Like, as things are ramping up and things are getting harder and harder for them to control, are they going back more and more as time progresses, changing more, creating the Mandela effect? Because if they were doing this, say, 50 years ago, where you don't have media in your face they were doing this even 20 years ago, where you don't have a phone in your hand, you don't have the TV on all the time. Like, you're not going to notice that things are changing. You're not going to notice that popular culture is changing.
Dude, they
You know what I'm
changed
saying?
history. Check
Yeah.
this out, Platypus. There was an event called Black Tom, and it was supposed to be an attack on America like a Pearl Harbor or 9/11, right? Anyway, it was the largest terrorist attack on American soil, and no one's ever heard of it. I've never heard of it. Like, okay, everyone's heard of Pearl Harbor, right? but you never heard of Black Tom. It was like a World War II where they said that Germans attacked. I think it was somewhere in New Jersey, New York area, and the explosion was so strong it blew out all the areas within 25 miles. It blew out all the windows. Like what? And then they're showing. At first, there was very little footage that you could find, pictures or anything, and now there's more and more of it. So it's like a Mandela effect where something has been brought new into our history that we never learned about this in our history book, like or anything. Like it just what? It just popped up out of nowhere, and it's supposed to be a thing. And more pictures. There's like pictures with footage, black and whites, and it's showing up on the internet. It's probably some kind of AI shit, some kind of what do you call it? Like a deep fake. They're like deep faking photographs. So like how do we even know what's real? Because it looks like World War II footage. It looks just like it. You know what I seen too? Like they show these old black and whites of cars and like little like Henry like the Model Ts or other shit driving down the streets. Like, oh, here's a picture from 1890 in New York, and there's like people walking dressed in their Victorian garb and da da da. But I could tell that shit was fake. I'm like, dude, this looks like CGI because I'm looking at things like shadows on the ground to see if they're shadows and if the shadows are going to. Because I'm like, looking at it with my moon hoax landing, right? Okay, let's see which direction the shadows are coming from, and it wasn't jiving. They did a pretty good job, but stuff like that they didn't fix all the details to make it look realistic, and I could pick it out. Like this shit is fake. People are like, oh, this is so cool. They found old video footage. Like, no, dude, this shit's fake.
I think I might have just found another Mandela effect. Because you
What
said
is it?
World War II, and there was this naval battle that I had learned about that I thought was really weird. Where there was, have you ever heard that there was like a naval battle off the east coast of the United States during World War II?
Yeah, I did hear like there were the German submarines were attacking the U-boats, or the U-boats, not the submarine.
Yeah, something like that. But it was like one of the largest battles.
Mm. A sea
I can't
battle.
find it.
I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Before this Black Tom thing even happened, it said we've never been attacked on our own soil, right? America has never been attacked, and then this pops into the fucking scene.
Wait,
This,
so there has been an attack on American soil?
yeah, it's called Black Tom. That's the name of it, just like Pearl Harbor. That was the name of the incident. The incident, if you look it up, there's like go on YouTube, Black Tom Mandela. Like it ain't even Mandela. It's considered real history now. You open a history book, it'll be in there. You know what? I've got an old encyclopedia set, right? It was like my mom's, right? So it's like I think it's from the 60s or something. So I'm gonna look in there and see if it's Black Tom is in there. Black Tom thing. Because I know it wasn't. I know it fucking wasn't. I know it's a new thing. But
Okay,
if it's in the
because
encyclopedia.
this is from National World War II Museum.org. By 1942, over 10 million Americans were civil defense volunteers, though America's mainland was never invaded. This
Okay.
website says that America was never invaded.
Right, that's what I've always learned. But now this Black Tom, it contradicts that. So we have contradictions, just like they call it residue, right? So this Black Tom event was inserted. It's never really happened, but they're making it look like it happened. And they're going to try and pawn it off on people as if so the new generation will have always learned it. But for us, we never heard what the fuck is
Oh, this is from World War One.
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter if America was never attacked, right? It's World War One.
Okay, hold
Hey
on. The
guys,
explosions? Yeah, what's going on?
I've been listening to your talk about the Mandela effect, etc., and how time travel might have affected the world that we live in. And I'm thinking that the mud floods, it's basically a crossover of time. So just imagine you have a plot of land, right? And you build a house there. But imagine the time changed, so they didn't get if the time changed, right? They don't get to level out the ground, level out the hill and the foundations. The house gets put back into time, into a different dimension, which we're in now, and that's why the buildings are buried, because the foundations never got built. Well, or they got put into the place, but they got put into the place before the ground was leveled. You know what I mean?
You know what? They're overlapping one on top of the other. There's like city on top of city. You go and they're like
Yeah. So
New York and
so
stuff.
it wasn't a mud flood. I reckon it's just that the time has changed. Somehow the dimensions are crossing over, and those buildings have found themselves in the same position, but they've found themselves in the position before the ground got excavated and leveled. You know, for building foundations. So they were just put like it, that. There was no mud flood. The buildings are just placed in that position at that right height, but the ground is at the same level as before it was, level to a building.
Sometimes it's not level though. That's the thing. The mud comes in on a slope. Like in California, they got the hills in San Francisco, and the mud comes in at a taper. So in other words, like your windows are level to the ground where the ground should be, but then the pavement is at an angle, right? It's coming in at an angle across the building. So say the back half of the building, right? If we're along the sidewalk, uh, 20 feet of the wall is covered, but then by the time you go 100 feet down the sidewalk, it drops down 20 feet,
Yeah, well,
right?
maybe that's the
Paper.
original layout of the land might have been on a slope,
No, it's
and the building
embedded.
is obviously, eh?
It's embedded into the slope, is what I'm saying. Like, would you embed
That's
a
what I
building?
mean. It's like two dimensions crossing over. It's like building a building on a slope on a hill. So it's like crossing two dimensions together. You've got the original slope and you've got the building there placed into the hill.
Yeah, it just
So that's
seems
what
it seems funky. I mean, yeah, if everything's materializing out of nothingness, yeah, it could. I mean, like the Star Trek shit where someone just materializes and bzzz, beam me up, Scotty, and you just get assembled from nothing. It could. Anything's fucking possible. It seems, but it's really, really sci-fi.
Well, I'd say if time travel's possible and they can send people back in time, then I think that you could cross dimensions with all material things. You know.
I don't know, man. Like I was saying about that paper, I'm like, to me, that sounds so stupid. It's like, oh yeah, it's just gonna disappear. It sounds fucking stupid.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
if you think about it logically, like trying to cover up the mud flood, what a massive event. Either you've had to hypnotize the entire human race and reset everyone and bring them back in, and everyone's ignorant of the fact that you shouldn't build, windows halfway under the ground up against footpaths, or there's been a flux in space time or something, and these buildings are just placed back into the dimension before the hills were, leveled and excavated for building.
Well, the thing is, if you go on some of the subterranean stuff, like the underground areas, they are still level, like the floors and everything. And there's railways and shit. There's all kind of shit. The underground system, and there's sewer systems. There's different depths of sewer systems. So yeah. If everything keeps stacking one atop the other, like a layer cake, you're like, wait, there's a subterranean sewer system under the existing sewer system. 100 feet lower, and it's still working. This used to be ground level, and now this is ground level, 100 feet up or whatever.
So you could almost work out when the time, when the sort of like the time flip sort of changed by dating the building that it was built on top of, and you could see the layer there and sort of estimate when it happened, when the flip happened. I think it's some type of a dimensional sort of a crossover.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like there was an era if you go to Washington D.C., the styling of the buildings looks like ancient Rome. It's like, oh, this looks like the Parthenon, or this looks like some stuff I'd see at the Vatican. These buildings look very, very much alike. Marble floors, polished marble, right? Very detailed stonework. But yet they're done in an era that they tell us George Washington with wooden teeth and horse and buggy and no electric. They built things of this quality and this impossible. People they don't wrap their head around it. Like even the obelisk, the Washington Monument obelisk. How the fuck would someone build that with just a horse and buggy and a chisel, hammer and chisel? You couldn't. You can't make polished stone with a hammer and chisel. It ain't working.
You know what I think it is like all these mud flood buildings and stuff. The mud flood is just the flood that's like described in all those religious texts, the Bible, whatever. And they were all built by the Nephilim. That's what I think.
That's what I was thinking. The angels built these buildings because I don't think human hands built it. And they want to tell us, even these pipe organs, you look at the complexity of these pipe organs, each one has a very specific frequency. And then when you look at things like cymatics, the little patterns that sounds make, and then you look at the stained glass windows and they look like cymatic patterns, somebody with vast intelligence, right? Far beyond what that average humans have now, right? Somebody way in advance of us. How would you build that? If I gave you a paper and pencil, how would you even sketch that shit out? Right? Just here's what you have. Do it by a candlelight, and you're gonna sketch out the blueprint. Come on, man. It's like oh yeah, but these people were geniuses, Leonardo da Vinci and whatever. We don't even know if that's a fictional character who they assign this. You know what I mean? These paintings, these sculptures, and all this shit.
These could be completely made up people.
Right. That's what I gotta question all of it because I can't believe anything these fuckers tell us, man. Like that's how skeptical I am because this whole globe shit, right? Like if they can get away with that, they can get away with all of it. I know they're lying about the timeline, all the history timeline, because I know like the George Washington story and the Mormons building that Salt Lake City temple. None of that makes any sense. It's all complete bunk.
What do you think happened to the Nephilim after they built Vatican or whatever?
I think they were confined to the oceans.
Right. What? How? What do you mean? They live underwater now?
I think they're dead.
I think that they had to take on different forms because giants were pretty much whatever remains of the giants there were after the flood. It seems that they were killed off by humans. They no longer you've got the original Nephilim that came down and had sex. Or sorry, you had the Watchers. They're angels. They came down and had sex with humans, women, and their children were the Nephilim. They were the genetic crossbreeds of human and angel DNA, right? And they were huge.
Do you reckon the flood flooded the Vatican? Or do you reckon that was built since?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't see much mud. It looks really clean.
Where are you looking?
The Vatican.
Well, they did clean it up. Even what's that big building, the Colosseum? There's old pictures of shit like mud on the streets and people like wagging, like just cleaning up Rome way back in the day.
Okay, so it might have got a bit flooded. Then they cleaned it up. On the flood, somehow the priests banished the Nephilim.
Well, I think they're dead. The Nephilim are dead, but I think maybe the spirit, the spirit of the Nephilim, like the ghost of it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. I think that the spirit of the angels, they're fucking locked into the ocean, and I can't really give much more detail other than what I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about like demons and dragons coming out of the ocean in the Bible. It's kind of mentioned a lot.
Do you think we made them go into the ocean, or the ocean claimed them when it flooded?
I think the ocean kind of claimed them when it flooded, but they've figured out a way to come out of the ocean.
How did we escape it?
How did we escape it? We're descendants of Noah.
All right. So Nephilim, even though they're really big and strong and clever to make cathedrals and pyramids, they couldn't survive a flood. But us, we managed to make a boat and shit.
Well, we don't know. We don't know exactly. You mean like let's say the flood. We don't know how high the flood waters went. Like if you're not expecting it and you get hit with a tsunami out of nowhere, like what just happened?
Well, here's
Like
another
where?
thing. If you're a post-flood civilization that all of your buildings have been destroyed, all of your knowledge, everything, but the one thing that has survived is a post-flood account of what happened, and then that gets passed down hundreds of years. Whatever the ark was that was constructed probably isn't conceivable as anything other than just a boat, and that's the word that they would have used, because building shit post flood was probably a little trickier. You were,
I wonder why the Nephilim didn't have their own ark.
Well, here's the thing. The Bible says that all the Nephilim were killed, but then you still have giants afterwards. You've got David and Goliath. So there were giants post flood. So something happened. I don't know.
You got to think.
The elites think they're more powerful than us.
If you're fighting God, right, the Creator God, you're not going to win. Like he's going. There's nowhere you can hide. It's not like the Nephilim had any choice. Like you have no choice. You're not going to fight God, right? It's just not happening.
Struck them down with lightning bolts.
Or flood. He will choose who to kill and who.
It wasn't just the Nephilim that he wanted to get rid of. See, all these the Nephilim came down and they taught humans how to war. They taught humans how to use technology. They taught them about gardening and everything, right? And a good portion of the kingdoms at that time were like Sodom and Gomorrah.
What did the Nephilim do so wrong that God wanted to kill them all?
No, but they were abominations.
They went and had sex with human women.
All right, but we let them do that for a while, and we let them help us build the Vatican, and then God decided to kill them
Well,
afterwards.
no. I mean, we let them. We're like the inheritors. Those were the previous. We had no say so. We came after them.
God let them have sex with the women and then killed them afterwards. That seems a bit weird.
They were fallen angels. They came from heaven. They fell to earth, and he didn't want them to cross. Here's the thing. God has everything in order. Like men and beasts do not mix. And these elites worship Baphomet, who is an abomination. He's man and he's beast, and he's also male and female. And that's what this transgenderism is, an abomination. It's a spitting in God's eye. It's making an abomination of his creation. And that is very offensive.
It's just a symbol.
What is?
Baphomet.
You have a tranny on your wall?
I've got a Baphaboo. It's like a cutified little statue of Baphomet.
Okay, well that's an abomination. That's
Well, I see it as just a symbol.
It's a trans stuffed animal. Does it have the tits on it too?
It's the god of the hunt mixed with the goddess as a symbol. That's all it is.
God of the hunt. I'm gonna look that up. Let's find out what they did on these hunts. God of the hunt.
But the reason these people like that, they like to provoke God. And I think God gives you free will. Gives us all free will. And you could choose to provoke him, but in the end it won't work out well for you. Because there is some kind of, even if you don't believe in, let's say, God with a long white beard in heaven or whatever, we don't know what this spiritual being, we don't know, we can't comprehend it. So we have to just envision, right? How would you? We don't know for certainty. We're just mortals. You know what I mean? We're not immortal. I mean, if your soul, your flesh is not immortal, but your essence, right? Like what your
my other
program
idea is that because the elites still think they have power to rule us, and in some contexts, it seems like they actually have real power to rule us because they get away with it.
Hang
on. Maybe that means that some Nephilim are still around, and they've got them,
maybe they
got them underground.
Maybe they are, and these people like that run everything. They have a network. It's a very well organized network that makes it very near impossible to dethrone them. They've got like the entire political system is their concoction. Like it's their creation. Like how do you beat them?
Seems like the Nephilim handed it down to them, and
But
God
you know,
hasn't taken it
Nephilim have
back.
been killed. Were these people like, okay, let's say people way back when, just let's say greed, out of greed, they wanted to have immense wealth for themselves, the royal families, the people in the people at the Vatican. They wanted to maintain the highest level of existence, right? Like they just want it all for themselves, everything that's valuable. So the system that they've had in place a long time is just like a invisible slavery. Like most people think they're free, right? They don't realize when you're
I
paying
know all
tax,
this. I know. Where do you think they got their power from?
they got it through withholding information from the people, right? When you withhold it, they
You know
don't
how
realize they're slaves.
we're working it out now. Why didn't the people work it out before?
Well, because they keep them stupid. Even people ask the average person, they haven't worked this shit
But
out.
I'm trying to get to the source and the cause of the problem. How did they have the knowledge to be able to occult it from everyone in the first place?
Because they have connections. Let's say the queen has connections with Freemasons, and you put in place people, right? It's not a free and fair system. Everybody that is in a position of power is placed there, and they're all
No,
loyal to
dude, you
these
don't have
people.
to teach me about how the world works. I'm trying to get to
Well,
the
you asked me a
root,
fucking question,
the
dude.
root
I'm
of the
asking you a
cause,
fucking question.
the root cause of the issue. How did these elites get their power and knowledge in the first
How
place?
do you go that far back? How the fuck do I know? Like, I wasn't there
you don't know
thousands of
to
years
say,
ago.
sir.
I think they communed with the spirits of the dead Nephilim, is what I think.
Right.
Maybe they were first ones, dude. The first. Let's say a group of people land in an area, and a family who's more powerful than the next. Let's say the Windsors, right? The Queen. The Queen's like, fuck yeah, we're gonna claim this bitch. We're gonna get this place and this palace, and I'm gonna say I'm the fucking queen. So you guys,
Yeah,
I'm
going
gonna
far
claim
enough
this.
back. You know, you got to go back
Nobody
to
voted for that
the
bitch,
first royal in Germany ever. Where did they get the
right?
power from?
Because they were
Or
just
maybe maybe they were able to live for 1,000 years like vampires, and they have special abilities because they've had so long to tune their senses, like a
That would make
remote
sense.
viewing and time travel.
That's why I think the Nephilim might be still around, breeding with these guys.
Well, they
Possibly.
think in different timeline. Like their scale of time is way longer than ours. Like we only live 100 years or less. If you're lucky, if you can live 100 years, right? But these
Yeah.
people think in terms of scale, they're very patient, and these plans waiting to play out, they have time to play them out, right? To get what they want. And I don't know, like maybe things got a little bit out of control. Maybe the population grew too big to where it's a threat to them if the population was to ever grow up. It's like a tiger. If you have a pet tiger and you've raised it since the time it was like a little cub, and the tiger eventually gets like 800 pounds, and you're just a normal human. And when he realizes, like, say the guy is as a trainer, like a lion trainer, they use a whip. When he realizes he doesn't have to take your shit, and you just have a whip, and he's way more powerful, he could just devour you. That's
Yeah.
what the people will devour the elites, and that's what they're afraid of. We're like the tiger,
Yes.
but we don't know it.
Going back to the big buildings, I see the huge doors. Wonder, you might sort of say to your builders, can you build me 5 massive doors that are the height of 10 humans? And your builder might say, why?
And the steps.
Your
And the
excuse,
steps.
yeah, your excuse would be so God can fit in, but it might be so the giants can fit in.
No, it's
This is
definitely that.
crazy.
Definitely the fucking Giants.
I'm driving through Auckland, and all the manhole covers on the road, they've all flown up into the air. Like the whole system was under pressure, or the wastewater system, and every single manhole is like lying on the road, and people's cars, they're like all the manholes are filled with cars, like people are just driving into them.
Oh man.
Because we had
Where you
like
at?
in
Queensland?
Auckland. In Auckland, I should fucking hell. I should put this on the live chat on the
Film it
video right
for
now.
us, man.
I'll open my video. Look, What the fuck? Look at this, man.
Call it in to the guys. Get the guys down there.
Oh, how do I
Dude.
turn on my video? Oh, no video permission. What the fuck?
Record
We
it,
got like,
and you could share it with us. Just make a cell phone recording.
yeah. Oh my god. Oh, I'm trying to. We've got like water just flowing out of the ground like fucking geysers.
You guys got flooded?
Yeah, this like massive flooding. I'll just record it real quickly.
Well, how are you driving through this flood? What kind of car are you in? You in some kind of
Oh,
monster truck?
I'm just in the standard little car. I just took a photo. I'll pull over and I'll see if I can post it. Oh god, I couldn't take a video, but
See, I have
everywhere.
a truck, and it sits kind of high off the ground, and we did have some heavy flood water. It was up to like my knee, right? It was knee high, and there was cars just stuck. But my truck sits right above. It was to the floorboard of my truck, and I just barely was above it. And that's fucking. And the road is not always even. Like sometimes there's dips in the road. I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck. I'm worried like I'm gonna
Seeing
suck
live
here and
stream text, I wasn't able to do a video, but I got a photo of it gushing out. Just one of them gushing out of the ground.
yeah, post it for us. Let's see.
It's
Oh
posted in
shit!
live stream.
Holy shit!
This is like 1 hour after the rain already, and it's still gushing out of the system. Before, oh my god, there were 4-wheel drives going past my shop in the city, and they were driving through the floodwater, and at 4-wheel drive, and with their windows open, and the water would just fill the whole cabin of the car.
Oh my! So you got if you get water in your engine, you're fucked. You do not want to get like if you're driving and you don't know how deep that shit is.
Yeah, it's
I would
crazy.
get to the center of the road because the edges are crowned. The edges are lower for the drainage. You want to ride in the middle where the car's to the left. It's slightly higher in the center of the road, like right down the middle of it. You don't have to like left, right lane of traffic. Fuck that. Go right down the middle.
Oh, I was outside my shop, and I was taking videos of cars racing down this steep hill and just going straight through the floodwater, and the cars were just stalling and stopping in the middle. It was like a lake. They would just stop. All the Uber drivers getting stuck in their little Toyota Priuses.
That happened to my friend. That flood that I was telling you about. He got water. He had a Dodge Charger, and he sucked water into his engine, and the engine was fucked because the water's incompressible. So if you take it in your intake of the engine, and it gets in there in the pistons, and it fucks everything up.
Blows all the pistons out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about the segue from what were we talking about? The Nephilim and how come they can, keep all the secrets and people
So
haven't been able to work it out. What were you talking about, Dawn?
check this out. Okay, the biblical flood. Do you see that water coming up from the sewer?
Yeah.
Under the ocean, there's holes like this. There's the gates of the sea, and the thing they say is an asteroid impact. Someone was saying it's one of these. It's just like this. It's there's water underneath the earth and there's water above it. So if God wanted to flood it, he would open these like this sewer drain, giant floodgates on the bottom of the ocean and some of them on the land.
What?
Water. He can control the gates. Like he can
Fair,
open.
fair enough. It's fair enough on a biblical flat Earth. On a globe, he just uses asteroids.
Well, yeah, they called it an asteroid impact, but it's not that. It's like one of these. It's a valve. It's a underground valve.
I heard a story once that there isn't only Nephilim, but there's also a set of guys called the Old Ones, like reptilians in cloaks underground, and under
Yeah, I don't know
Balmoral
about that.
Castle and under the other vampire castles in Europe.
Are you an Aussie? Are you guys both from Australia?
I'm from UK.
Okay. Well,
And
Australia.
I'm in Auckland, New Zealand.
And the end of the story is the royals help cultivate the eggs of these old ones underground.
See, those are two places, New Zealand and Australia, that the old cities there, um, it doesn't line up with the timeline like the old cities in America. I was watching a video from the 80s. It was AC/DC, and they're driving a truck down in Australia somewhere because they're from Australia, and they had old ass Artarian buildings on the side of the road. I'm like, what? What's these big cities in Australia? They had big old cities. This is back in the 80s, but these buildings are much older than that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because the timeline doesn't match. Oh, just a bunch of prisoners landed here and that's that. Australia is too built out. It's way too much built out
What
for
about
just a
the
handful of
natives?
ragtag. What's that?
What about the natives and everyone else that travelled there? It's not just prisoners, is it?
Well, whoever built it, it's in the style of Europe, like or what we have here in America.
There's people that went there.
Obviously, there's people that went there, but I'm saying that timeline that when they said they arrived, it doesn't match up. You couldn't build out a
Yeah,
city
like
this
there's,
big.
there's stories about the Chinese and the Spanish coming to New Zealand long before the Dutch and long before the English.
Well, whoever
And
built it,
some of
I
the
mean, I don't know.
stories they're talking about, the place was built out with buildings like
That's what.
everywhere.
Yeah, this hidden history of who the fuck built all these buildings. This shit takes a lot of time. They don't just pop up. And if you look at the west coast of the United States, like San Francisco, it was already built out. They're like, oh, the San Francisco 49ers in 1849 discovered gold and built all this out. No, they didn't. You can't build out a metropolis that fast. It was an enormous city. It just you don't go from like a log cabin people to building out massive cities. That kind of infrastructure it just doesn't happen. And that's kind of like the Australia story. A bunch of convicts landed in Australia and then they built all that shit? No.
No, but you're missing the other history where Europeans went there.
They repopulated. Europeans repopulated it. It was already there.
Or Anunnaki Atlanteans went there first.
We don't know. We can't know because we weren't around. We don't know. The history is all false, dude. So we got to piece it
Yeah, but
together.
all I'm saying is, if you say the history is just that prisoners went there, you're making it false. It's you that's made
Oh,
it.
that's the official story. I'm not claiming that.
No, it
That's the
isn't.
official bunk.
The official story is that loads of people went there traveling throughout time.
No, the story that they tell us was that some prisoners from Britain they sent their prisoners to Australia and that was the people who populated it. I don't believe that story. They may have been like the orphan trains, like what happened in America. They might have took a bunch of young children, and then the people they don't know any better. Like, oh, my dad was an orphan too. It's not that difficult to repopulate and have people not know much about their history in just 100 years or 150 years, 200 years. To rewrite the entire narrative.
The controllers would have kind of controlled what was in the Bible, since it's like the most popular book of all time. Don't you think that if there was anybody controlling, the, the world, they would screw up the Bible?
Oh, the Bible gives you a lot of clues, but you got to decode the parables and stuff. Some of it's very, very blunt and obvious, and some of it's in a metaphor and things you have to like interpret. People have found giant creatures that have been fossilized. There's a guy, he's somewhere in Spain, and there's a giant mountain. It's called Mount Go or something like that. Mount Go, whatever. It's a fucking elephant, and it's about 3 miles long, the length of it, and he went through it piece by piece inside the skull of it and everything, and it has all the autonomy of like an elephant skull, the eardrum, the eye socket, the sutures in the skull. And this guy, like, he looked in a textbook, and it's the same patterns as a regular elephant, but scaled up. Like, you see all the same anatomy inside of the skull. And he found 50 similarities to an elephant, but it's actually a mountain. Like, it's, you know what I mean? If it's a fossilized, so I don't think he's saying this, but that's what mud flooding of creatures can get fossilized. These titans. He made a series on it called Finding a Titan or something like that.
I think the goal would be to tell people to take the word and live it. That's the big scam. You know what I'm saying?
It sounded like a movie, Trolls, that I watched. The rocks and the mountains turn into trolls.
Yeah, there's a lot of trolls in here. Not right now. I think they're asleep. Trolls have to sleep. See, once you find out things like this, you develop insomnia. Find out how fucked up the world is, and then you don't sleep much anymore.
No. It can lead to insomnia, but you've got to be strong. You've got to control your own life. Just because you found out some weird stuff, you've got to control your own life still.
Oh, I do. You got to deal with it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's hard to sleep when you know so much. I slept better
I
when I
sleep
was blue
really well.
pill.
I watch a documentary and learn mad stuff, and then I sleep really well.
Well, I'm saying when I didn't know all this stuff, I slept a lot.
Yeah, I can't deny what you've experienced.
You know what they say, ignorance is bliss? I think there's a lot of truth to that statement. It's like,
Yeah, I know what you're getting at.
yeah,
It doesn't
it's better
necessarily affect
not
my
to
sleep.
know. It's
It
better
does.
not to know. To be honest,
It
it is.
affects my loneliness. When I know all this weird stuff and no one else does, I start to feel
Right.
detached and isolated.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm. Yeah. And that's why we have these groups, so we can like cope with it. It's our psychology group.
Have you seen those videos? They're normally by black Christians, and they're titled "Why God Isolates Us," or "Are you a chosen one? Are you being isolated?"
I don't know.
It's kind of a modern black Christian excuse for why people haven't got any friends anymore.
Well, you could have friends. I mean, you know what? Like even my older brother, who's like blue pilled, I don't get along with him very well because I can't deal with dumbasses, dude. I don't, and he's my own brother, but he took the vaccine. He just, I don't know. He probably won't be along. He won't be around too long.
Maskers are even worse than people that took the wax.
I think he did both. He used to go around with a fucking mask on, but I never wore a mask. Never did that shit. I knew it's absolute bullshit.
I
Like
did
I
once
didn't
or twice.
right, but I knew the whole
Quickly
story
shop
was
or
bullshit. And you didn't think it would protect you? Like, oh, this little mask is gonna protect you? Like,
no,
could
I
you
felt
beat
like
that?
I'd been indoctrinated and forced into slavery as soon as I put it on.
And you know what? I had to wear a respirator when I do like insulation work. Well, it keeps the fibers out of my lungs, like a proper respirator with cartridges and stuff. But if you wear that when you're doing
Makes sense,
strenuous
doesn't
work, right? Say you're doing like I was stripping paint with a grinder, and the grinder is it's a 7-inch grinder, probably weighs like 15 pounds, and it's got a 7-inch wire cup brush on it. and it gets hard to hold that for hours, dude. So you get and it's hard to breathe when you got that mask on. And you're like, sounds like Darth Vader. You're breathing with that. There's a check valve in there, like a rubber valve, so that when you exhale, it closes off the valve. And then when you inhale, there's two. There's one coming in and one pushing out. That's why you're only breathing air that gets pulled through the filter cartridges. But anyway, it's exhausting to breathe through that and do hard physical work. And those other masks, the little paper ones, those are just like being waterboarded. They get wet with the steam from your breath, the condensation, and you just suffocate with a wet rag on your face. That was very cruel what they did to the young school children, making them wear that stupid thing on their face.
Yeah, I'll never forgive them for that.
Oh, that's horrible, man. And I'm sure they had anxiety. It's like, I can't breathe. No, you must wear it. But I can't breathe. And you know what? It took the parents standing up because it was so cruel. And that they just, the parents grew a backbone when they seen their children suffering. Unmask our children.
Some
And
did, yeah.
that was the tipping point. Why it happened over here. A lot of parents just had enough. And look at it all disappeared. Biden said it's over and it just disappeared. And then there's a war in Ukraine. So like they shifted to a new fucking thing. And the next one will be maybe not the alien invasion. That's coming later, but it'll be asteroids. This is what the Werner von Braun secretary said. It'll be asteroids. It'll be like the global warming enemy, and then the aliens are. So I don't know. They're warming up to the alien thing with all this fake space programs like Elon Musk and shit. They're warming. They're bringing us on. It might be
I
50
can't wait
years.
for the
It
alien.
might be 50 years. It might be 10 or 20. I don't know. I don't know their timelines. We may not. We may not live to see it. We might be gone by then.
Christians are gonna go fucking mental when the alien psyop starts.
Who is?
Christians.
I don't think most Christians aren't afraid of that stuff.
They might not be afraid, but they're gonna go mental.
Not really, dude. Like they're like I'm at peace with it. It doesn't
They're
bother
gonna
me.
see real demons on TV.
Yeah, but you got to understand if you have a spiritual conviction, it doesn't. You don't worry about that stuff. You know, there's an afterlife, like your soul. Like this is not the final destination. It doesn't. I'm not sweating it.
Is it the end of days? That will be the
Well,
clickbait
we all,
title.
dude, all of us here, right? None of us are going to live forever in the flesh, right? We're all going to expire. So why worry about it?
Well, some people think 144,000 is going to be chosen. They'll get raised up to heaven right before they die.
Not for me to judge, dude. Not for any of us to judge. We will be judged. Like we don't judge. It's not up. We're not the ones to decide that shit. But if you had your choice, you know, I'd rather be in a good place than a bad place. But we all have to die, right? So if you can like push your odds in a certain favor, go to the shithole or to the good place, I'd rather go to the good part of the realm than the shithole. And you know what's funny too? You know, like in the movies when they depict a scene of what heaven looks like, it's like always like white marble and polished stone pillars, and it looks like well we'd say Tartarian or like what they have in
Yeah,
Rome, like Vatican. It looks like that. It's like, what if the fallen ones did come here and they tried to recreate their home scenery, the way they had things at home, and that's why they built these marble palaces and shit like that. They wanted to feel at home. Like they don't want to live in a shithole. They want things to be magnificent.
Well, yeah, I take your point that when people build cathedrals and temples, they're trying to recreate parts of heaven and the beauty and the holiness of heaven.
Well, just I mean, you don't want to live crude. They're like, well, let's make the best of it. Let's make this at least tolerable. Let's say you came from a royal family, right? And if you had to live in a trailer park, right? You wouldn't like it. You're like, ah, this is suitable for me. I need a better. This is just not work. So you'd have to step it up.
Yeah, it makes sense that the archons or the old gods or the old ones, the giant ones, they told us how to build what they wanted. That makes sense to me.
Well, maybe not us. I think they built it with their own hands. I don't think they were built by human hands.
Well, even if we built some of the later ones, it still feels like we're copying that design, right?
I don't know. I don't. That's what I mean. I don't know if humans have that dexterity and that. There's certain things you can only do so much with human.
You've heard of Freemasons, right? You've seen the pictures of them building churches and stuff.
Claiming they built it.
Well, they're on ropes and they've got scaffolding, and they're
Freemasonry means they got it for free, right? They got the masonry for free. They didn't actually build it. See, you can say you arrive there, and it says on the building, founded, right? They found it. They're literally telling you in the words they choose. They're just deceptive. Most people think nothing of it. It's the truth is hiding in plain sight.
foundation is fundere, to lay a base for. It's not because you found it.
No, it says founded.
Yeah, founded, foundation.
Okay, right. That doesn't mean the foundation was laid. It would say built, right? Built means constructed. Like the foundation is just the first step in
You can
building it.
Google where the words come from.
What?
You can Google where the word comes from.
Or you can interpret things for yourself. You don't trust Google.
Yes, personal interpretation is wiser. If you trust Google, it will only lead to a sophist quantum computer godhood type of problem in the future. Don't get caught up in it.
And Google keeps changing the search results and the answers. We were talking about something, an event. It was called Black Tom, and it's a event from World War II that none of us learned in the history class. I never learned that at school, but now all of a sudden, in the last few years, it was an event, just like Pearl Harbor. It's like what?
But also, Google technically is a grooming tool because it's controlled by the elites, so they can over time propagate what they want you to believe, think, say, touch, hear, smell, read, very incrementally without people being able to detect it.
Do you believe foundation means they found it?
Not necessarily.
There you go then. There you go then.
Not foundation, founded. I'm saying there are certain words, right? They don't have to say we found it. Like, why not say it was built or constructed?
Yeah, found it sounds to
instructed
me
it.
like an idea has popped into someone's mind, and they were able to manifest it properly in reality, regardless of resources. Obviously, resources help, but the one who found something usually is a brilliant mind who formulates something into existence.
See, maybe that's the reason that they fluoridate the water, so that the average person couldn't maintain that level
Hmm.
of capability.
Correct.
I saw an article the other week where some people was mad that there wasn't enough fluoride in their local water.
Oh God, I don't know. I use filters to filter everything through.
The problem with fluoride, it can't really be filtered through filters. It needs to be distilled to where it turns
Or
into steam. And
or osmosis.
yeah, if you got osmosis, that'll work. But
That's the only way.
yeah, otherwise you have to distill it. And you
Yep.
should see the shit, like the minerals and shit that's left behind after you distill. There's this hard, crusty, like stone almost, like this calcium, all the bullshit that's in the water that you don't see.
Hmm.
You would be drinking that. Okay, there's some minerals and stuff. Yeah, there's minerals that are good for you and whatnot. But
You basically have to drink a lot of water and keep your hydration levels higher than the mineralization of those fluorides.
well, what you do, the say you drink distilled water, you can detoxify yourself. You take
Hmm.
in fresh supplements, but the distilled water will bind with all those things like fluoride and lead and mercury, and you can clear out your system, your brain and stuff.
Hmm. Or just do the good old rainwater harvesting system through your own purified filtration system straight from the sky.
Yeah, but they're
You know,
putting stuff in the sky too.
chemtrails, dude. Have that.
Yeah.
You know what we had here, dude? We had some snow, just snowed the other day, and it was so sticky. It was sticking to the wires on the fence. You know, like chain link fence. The wires maybe as thick as less than an eighth inch thick, right? And there was an inch of snow sticking to those.
Hmm.
So in other words, you have like a wire that's like maybe an eighth of an inch holding 1 inch of snow on this thin little wire. That just doesn't happen. It's that sticky and binding. It's like some chem snow shit.
Oh my. Hmm.
And you know what else? It was snowing above freezing. The temperature was above the freezing point and it was snowing. And that's what I heard, like some of their chemtrail shit. It could snow at as warm as like 35 degrees, 35, 36, when their magic number is 32 and liquid at 33. You see where they drew the line between the 32 and 33? It's not arbitrary. It was a Freemason that the Fahrenheit scale is total Freemasonry.
And in
Like, why did
cars,
they pick 32
I don't
and
know, but
33?
I don't know. Well, 33 represents the death of Jesus.
Right, but it's also a Freemasonic number.
Yes, yes. It's a mock. It's a they're using it in mockery of the divine creator in the flesh. It's all subliminal pagan shit.
See, 32 is also significant because it's their second highest level of Freemasonry. So
Hmm.
that's right. The two, if you look at what's Michael Jordan and Pippen, 23, 33. So you flip it. You have a
Yep.
32 and a 33.
Hmm. Yes, this is true. But now, like
Those
in
are some
cars,
those
in
are some
cars.
photos I posted of dew on spider webs the other day.
Hmm.
Nice.
That's super close up with my
What a
with my
ball.
mobile phone. Yeah.
the little droplets.
That's pretty. Nature's the most artistic thing that we have in reality.
Well, one of the spider webs, I couldn't believe it. Like it was from a branch of bamboo that was hanging over, and there was this one horizontal line that the spider somehow took, and I measured it with my eyes. It was around about 2.5 meters long from the bottom of that spider web to another branch. 2.5 meters long, just to stabilize the spider web.
And it's that thin little filament has that much strength to be so something that long. You would think the wind would snap it. It's a thin, delicate fiber. It's not
There's
that delicate. It's
there,
strong.
there are
For
actually
its
spiders in the world that their filament is stronger than even Kevlar.
all of them are.
Yeah,
All of the spider webs are.
but there's 4 species that are so rare that they even think that it is possible to maybe even stop much larger bullets, much more dangerous, high capacity rifles. But to make these Kevlar suits,
Well, there's different
it's gonna
silk.
be a huge, yeah.
Spider
You
gun.
know the spider where it has like a zip line where it lets itself down from it. That silk is the strongest one. The one that they make, it has different strengths. It's not all the same stuff from the same spider. They can modify it. They can determine what type of silk they want to spin out of their whatever it's called, their spinneret or whatever that thing is.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting ability.
Yeah, picture it like epoxy, and they spray different resins, different amounts of each resin to make the filament, their little web string.
Have you heard of spider goats?
Spider goats? Is
Yeah,
that
they
Where
that's
they put it,
spider.
They
they put it into
modified
the
them.
milk, right? So they can get the spider web out of the milk. Yeah.
Yeah, special
Dolly the
material.
sheep, the Dolly the sheep type of mixing gene editing shit. See, you're not supposed to do that. Like the old Egyptian stuff, they'd have like a bird head on a human and these really weird chimera looking shit. I think that like I don't think people's imagination was that vivid. They probably were messing with different creatures and splicing genes even back then. Like to think that they had crude technology is foolish. Like they obviously had high tech, higher than we have if they're constructing buildings like that. So why would it not be plausible that they're messing with species of animal human hybrids and shit?
Hmm.
That guy just said fluidifies.
Hmm. And what did you say?
I'm sorry, I'm just commenting to myself about Flat Daddy in the chat.
Oh, Flat Daddy.
I told him that fluoride's in the water for a reason, not just to protect your teeth. He needs a citation.
Wait, the Brits don't fluoridate, do they?
Yeah, we do really bad.
I heard they didn't. Like so, in different countries in Europe, some of them don't.
I don't understand why anything is in water. Water is supposed to be in a purified state, and that's the only way it's supposed to be.
Well,
we're not supposed to be adding all this shit into our food and water. Like we don't need
obviously,
it.
but it's not being done for our benefit. Just like the chemtrailing the air or polluting the water with fluoride,
I mean,
chlorine.
Food
Or
is
just like
terrible.
that in New Zealand, they passed a bill where that all bread now, all commercially made bread in supermarkets must have folic acid in it, and it's for pregnant women. So
And GMO wheat, GMO flour.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. That's why we only live such a short life. Our everything, our air is poisoned. Our water's poisoned. We're not meant. I think they only want us to live 50 to 70 years. They don't want us to live hundreds of
Yeah,
years.
well, that gives them just enough time to work us to death and then die, and then
Yeah.
and then bring a new little baby into the world and get them working as quickly as possible. The whole system's just stupid.
It's horrible. It's a slave farm.
That's why you gotta tell people to save, buy your own land, go off the grid as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Get
but
out of
some
the city.
people can never acquire that. Like, let's say
Well,
you are
we're at
living
15
hand to
million.
mouth. It's
15 million
difficult.
Americans are now off the grid. It went from 11 million to 15 million. So people are slowly figuring it out.
Well, I know that you have to pool resources if you have like-minded people. Like we wanted to make a community,
Hmm.
and then that way we all wouldn't have to purchase so much stuff. We could
Oh,
share resources.
and GoFundMe. Use the GoFundMe websites. People
It
will
would
give.
be nice, like if there was a guy called Building the Realm, right? Like he had that. He wanted to do that. Like you have a concept. Like let's say you had 20 people and everybody had just $5,000, and you build one barn. Like say, all 20 of us, we don't each have to build a barn. We'll have one barn. And if you want to work on your car one day, or like we'll all use this one resource, like things that are expensive like that. You'll have your own private residence, but other things that we could communally share, that wouldn't be a bad idea to do stuff like that, like the Amish do.
Hmm. Yeah, the Amish are pretty much self-sufficient, and they only come into town if they need something that is irregular or not, or something that is peculiar that could help them be more efficient.
Yeah, like hardware. Anything that they can't reproduce, like certain
Yeah,
hardware, ball bearings and things like that, they have to
yeah,
buy it. But
exactly.
anything else, they'll make themselves, wagons and things like that. They'll just make it.
Yeah, I mean they have their own lumber yards and all that. They've already figured all that out.
Oh,
And
they've kept it in their community. Like they're very
mhm.
resourceful and very skilled.
Some of them have metallurgy, melting down metals. So I mean they're pretty self-sufficient.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they don't need electric, but they do use generators. The ones in Ohio, they
Mm-hmm.
build houses, and they use generators. They don't plug into the grid, and then
Well,
they'll use air compressors and power saws
so,
and stuff.
some of them have a backup electric attached to the electric grid, but what they do is they put a box on the corner of their 3,000 acres of land with a switch, a massive switch. And so if the switch gets turned off, they don't pay the electric company anything. If they turn it on, they pay the electric company something. So they only have that as an emergency in the future.
You know what? I had some forklifts that I used to sell, and I had some batteries that I came across.
Hmm.
And this Amish guy from Ohio bought some batteries that are forklift batteries, and he hooked solar panels to them because that's one of their workarounds. Like that they can use electric, but it has to be like it. They don't they they don't connect to the grid. They can't buy it from whoever. But if you're just collecting God's sunlight and you're just converting it, then that's okay. Like they have, and the strict Amish might not let that fly. Like the really strict ones, they might not allow any power tools or even solar powered electric. But if you have say you have a couple thousand-pound lead acid battery, it'll hold a shit ton of electric.
Hmm.
They're not using it 24/7. They're just using it to power tools. They don't have air conditioners, refrigerators. They don't need that. Those are creature comforts that like people like we need that stuff. I couldn't live without it.
Hmm.
Like my air conditioner went out in the summer, like the fan blower motor.
It's
Fixed it
torture when you
myself,
lose your
but
air.
it was horrible.
There is one solution is a dehumidifier, which pulls all the humidity and moisture out of your apartment
I
or
have that. I have a
that
dehumidifier.
really takes away a lot of the
The
suffrage.
problem is that the heat gets too hot. Like the
Oh,
dehumidifier gives off heat.
you
It does
put
make the air dry, but it's
you have
hot. It gives off hot air.
you have to put the special foil. It's like a metallic foil on all your windows and seal it on the outside so it reflects off of it, and it doesn't allow it to absorb in through the windows.
Or I can use my air conditioner. Like
Well, I'm just saying it works. It drops your temperature by 15 degrees.
you put foil like Mylar on the outside of the windows.
Yeah, on one side of the building, I have metallic foil on the windows so that it keeps it cool. It doesn't allow the heat to go beyond it.
Yeah, that's Mylar. I had that stuff for a grow room I built. You can get it in rolls. It's like the birthday
You can
balloons.
get it at
It's
Home
called
Depot or
Mylar.
any hardware store.
They had it at the grow store. I never seen it at Home Depot, but
Well, I know that they make sometimes some of them have 2 or 3 or 4 choices, depending on how
how
efficient you want it.
shiny.
How efficient you want it, yeah.
I got the really shiny stuff because I put it on the walls of my grow room, and
Yeah.
it reflects my 1,000-watt lights that I had in there. Like the stuff,
Mhm.
the stuff coming from the ceiling, it would reflect off of the walls back toward the plants to help utilize that light, so it's just not wasted. Growing indoors is kind of wasteful. It's even back when I was doing it, that's at least 10 years ago. The electric cost was sometimes over 1,000 a month in the summertime. It
Mhm.
was just too expensive, and I know electricity has went up a lot since then.
Yeah. It's gone up 50%. I used to pay $20 to $24 for electricity in an apartment, and it's up to $60 now.
It's horrible, man.
It's
They're
just
squeezing the life out of us. These
it's just
parasites.
it's like I'm just hoping to make a few more good years to get out of the city, and I'm out of here. I'm
What
done with
city
this
are
shit.
you in?
My
Columbia.
friend has a Tesla, and he drove what would normally take me about 1.5 hours each way, so 3 hours driving on the motorway. It cost him $3 to drive his Tesla there and back.
Yeah, that's another problem with cities is that in some places, every time you cross a bridge, you're paying like $10 to $30 to cross a bridge.
Are
In
you in
different
New
states.
York? I drove to New Jersey and Connecticut, and there's bridges between New York, Connecticut, New Jersey.
Yeah, it's
Each bridge,
theft.
they hit you with a toll, dude. It's horrible.
It's like $18 or more.
Yeah, the
Have they,
fucking toll
have they
when you
just
drive
built that bridge? Why are they still charging a toll for it?
It's
because
ridiculous.
they can, dude. Because they can. They even put a toll on the
It's a
freeway,
monopoly.
dude.
It's literally a
Do
movement.
we
It's a movement fee.
in America we have things called a freeway, which are interstate highways are supposed to be free. Freeway, meaning no toll. They
Literally.
literally put toll booths on I-94 into
Mhm.
Chicago. They call it the Skyway, and they put a toll booth on the fucking freeway. They did it on Interstate 80, the Ohio
Our
Turnpike.
taxes pay for all this, but they still want more money.
I
Do you
know.
have
We don't need
do you have the toll
all
booths that you drive through and they can just recognize your number plate and then you just get the bill in the mail?
You can get a speed pass. That's called the speed pass.
Yeah.
You can do that if you commute it.
It's like you go under this thing with these purple lights, yeah?
They scan it. They scan it right from your window. You drive through it, scans it.
Mhm.
Well, this one on New Zealand, we've got the toll system where you just drive under it's like a walkover bridge style, and it's got all these purple lights, and
Yeah,
it just scans your number
they
plate.
scan you like a photo. They just
They need to get rid of this shit. It's just retarded already.
yeah, but do you want to pay that toll, right? No, I don't want to be taxed to death. I don't
No,
like you say.
I avoid all tolls in America. I put the no toll feature on my phone.
Yeah, the toll roads. I mean, I'm in Michigan, and we don't really have any toll roads. We have bridges and shit. If you want to go to Canada, you go across the bridge or the tunnel, you pay a toll.
Mhm.
I could see that. Okay, it's fine because I don't pass every day. I don't use it every day. But on the interstate highways, like in Ohio,
Mhm.
my cousin's in Ohio, and when you drive a truck or a trailer, they charge you per axle or per ton on the truck, right? I had a box truck. It was a 28-foot box truck. You pay a bigger toll. You're pulling a trailer. Your trailer has 2 axles. there's another bigger toll. They charge you per axle. Even though the trailer was only 12 foot, it had 2 axles. And I
But it
got hit.
doesn't see it
Like,
doesn't make any sense. It's like uh, weight only matters if it's greater than the threshold of the concrete or tar base of the highway. So
it should.
whatever the max compression PSIs of that material surface is, then if it's beyond that, I could understand you charging the difference so that you could do future repairs. But but you see, they exploit it anyway, and they're charging way too much.
It all fatigues. It's like it all fatigues the road, right?
Mhm.
They have a limit. They do have limitations to the trucks. Like that's why they have so many axles. If
Mhm.
you ever see those garbage trucks that are like 100 cubic yards and they
Mhm.
got like 15 axles, it's just all tires under it.
Mhm.
They're 100-yard dumpsters, and they take them to the landfills. A lot of them come to Michigan. They come here from New York, even Canada, New York, and they dump their trash in Michigan in a landfill in these giant container trucks, and they're heavy. They're fucking really heavy. 100
Mhm.
cubic yards of compacted garbage. That's why they need so many axles because they still beat up the road. On the blacktop roads, you can see the road has like tire indentations, like grooves where these trucks travel. They're traveling over the road, but it's oozing out the pavement, continuously just driving past it day after day after day,
Mhm.
wearing tracks into the roadway.
Hmm.
And they do pay a heavier fee. It's tax. The diesel fuel is taxed. They have to get an expensive license plate. But our little regular cars,
Should not be taxed at all.
no,
There should,
fuck
we
Well,
them.
should
that's
not be
why, like
paying it,
in New Zealand,
or
it's so
or or
expensive to
or just
get rid
make
of
it
your rubbish.
or just
In
make
New
it
Zealand,
$1, just $1, and that's it. Everyone contributes, and that's it.
sorry, man. In New Zealand, like I took 8 rubbish bags. I hired a trailer that cost me $30, and then I took my 8 rubbish bags down to the local dump to throw away my rubbish, and they wanted to charge me $50 for 8 rubbish bags. And that's why my friend who bought a townhouse, he was wanting to do some gardening in his brand new townhouse. Everywhere that he tried to dig a garden, there was trash and tiles and just garbage, just like a landfill under his beautiful lawn where he was trying to dig a garden. It's because it's too expensive to throw the trash away in a dumpster. They just bury it under the ground around all the new houses and just
Got to
cover
burn
it
that
with,
stuff.
Well, you can't
yeah.
burn tiles and stuff, but yeah, you can. Only the shit you can't burn. Like, say you did have tiles. Tiles are you could crush tiles.
Yeah.
Don't you have
Be a big
like a
part of the
cement?
driveway.
Yeah, we got over here. We have tons of places like cement crushers. They you could take them your broken concrete. You could take them bricks and stuff mixed in, and they'll just dispose of it. It might cost you $10 for a pickup truckload. It's pretty cheap to dispose of that. But like trash, like I do a lot of roofing in the summertime. The shingles are expensive to get rid of because they don't recycle them. It just goes in a landfill, and that shit costs you it's about $80 a cubic yard at the transfer station. They have a dump. It's called a transfer station where they take it from there to the landfill, so you don't have to drive way the fuck out. You can just dump it in the city, but you pay a fuck ton to dump it. Like in my truck, I could have about 4 or 5 cubic yards, and it's $80 a yard. They rape you on that. Cubic yard is about 2,000 pounds.
Well, that's pretty cheap compared to what we have to pay here.
I mean, I guess I guess cheap is a relative term. We have we have landfills in Michigan that, like I said, other states are dumping here. States like New York, they're coming all the way from New York to dump trash in Michigan.
Why don't they just put all the main infrastructure that is shared amongst Americans smack in the middle, which is basically like Kansas City in the middle of the United States and just have everything centralized so that it's equidistant in all directions. I don't know why this is so complicated.
They go to the nearest dump. Like if you can dump it in the same state, they dump it there. If you got to go one state over, they dump it there. You don't want to waste your fuel. The fuel is expensive, so the closest place you can dump it is where they are. They're probably dumping shit in the ocean,
Hmm.
like on barges. I seen them putting trash on the barges. They probably go just out of sight and they dump that shit.
That's not good. I mean,
No, it's not
if
good.
they do it in the super depths of the ocean, it might be able to using pressure. It might be able to compensate, but if it's not deep
No,
enough, it's not going to work.
no, it doesn't. It's the fish will swim by it. It's still trash on the bottom of the ocean. I would.
Well,
I mean,
I don't
yeah,
know.
they shouldn't do it. They can incinerate it, dude. There's incinerators that'll burn that shit off.
Or just throw it down in volcanoes. There's plenty of room down there.
Well, a volcano, the incinerator is the same thing. You burn it up right there where you're at. You don't have to like transport it. I don't think the people want to see have trucks on their volcano trucks and here dump it right here.
Volcano's probably cleaner.
Okay, let's say you did start throwing a bunch of shit in a volcano. Where's that shit gonna go? It's gonna
Well,
fucking
you have to
ooze
find
out.
you have to find a partially active volcano that it basically is not going to explode for hundreds of years, but it's hot enough that it just melts it down and then just it does this turning effect, a recycling effect into the very essence of the volcano, and it
If
just
you keep
pushes it down.
adding materials right into it, eventually you're gonna fill it up.
No, I mean it
Nah.
depends on the turning motion of what's happening with the magma. If it's strong enough, it might be able to keep up, but
Do you think the Earth has a molten core?
I don't know. I think it's a plasma core, but I don't know what it does exactly.
Whoa.
We've never seen it.
I think it's a
But-
caramel core.
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. At this point, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Well, I mean, just think about it logically. Like, if it was a ball with a molten iron core, right? Everywhere you drill, you should hit magma. Like, if you drill down deep enough, you should hit magma. But that's not the case.
Correct.
In Russia, they tried to figure out how far they could drill, and they went about just under 8 miles. It was like 7.6 miles deep, and it took 24 years just to drill that far.
How about the Kola borehole?
That's a long time, man. 24 years, and you didn't even go 8 miles. So like, there's no way to confirm that everywhere you drill, you will hit magma.
Or that you can go to China that way. As many
Right?
cartoons assert. Yeah, go ahead.
They're on the flip side. Or Australia, the land down under.
Did Bugs Bunny ever go to Australia? Like, yeah. What's up, mate? He's like, no. Hello, who's this here? No, I fucking got the wrong accent. Goddamn.
He's a Kiwi. One of them's a Kiwi.
That's funny. Kiwi.
In Looney Tunes?
He pays, how much did he pay per bag? $50 to throw away 8 bags of trash?
Yeah, I would just rather burn it.
You know what you do? Take it to the nearest dumpster, like behind a building, like, I don't know, Home Depot, wherever they have a big dumpster, and dump it there.
Yeah, that's what a lot of poor people do. They go looking for places to dump their trash.
Dude, I'm in Detroit, and people dump that shit right in the alley. They dump their trash on abandoned building lots. They dump it anywhere, dude. Even construction debris.
You know, it's the world we live in. When there's not enough money distributed to the poor don't have the ability to pay for trash service.
Things have changed a lot. Things have changed a lot since I first went to China back in 1999. And when I first went there, I was walking behind some people, some like parents and their children, and they were opening up as they were walking on the footpath. They were taking the wrappers off their ice creams. and they just basically just took them off their ice creams and just let go of them and just let them go wherever they wanted to go. I saw so much littering, people just throwing bottles on the road in front of cars and bicycles, just throwing their trash everywhere. I saw a woman in the third story. She got her rubbish bin from the kitchen and she came to the window and she just emptied out her whole rubbish bin. It wasn't in a bag, it was just loose rubbish in a bin, all sorts of food scraps, you name it, plastic, just dumped it out the window and it just went all over the ground and no one seemed to give a shit.
What
But
town? What
now
city was it? Because
that was in
China.
that was in Shanghai in 1999, and the river was black like oil. It was like literally oil. It was just bubbling oil. But last time I went back to China, it's totally changed. Like all their habits have changed. No one's spitting, no litter. The place is clean as hell. The river's all cleaned up. It's crystal clear, and
Damn.
like they've got grass growing everywhere, and it's like there's no rubbish or litter. It's cleaner than here where
It's
I live
all
in Auckland.
It was
new.
all bought by TikTok.
The whole cities are brand new. Like it depends if you what city you went to, because a lot of their newer cities.
I went back to the old area, the same area, where it
Mhm.
was just basically walking through a rubbish tip everywhere you walk, and people's habits have changed. Like I witnessed like little kids going into they didn't have any respect for their money. They would screw it up, the paper money. They'd screw it up into a ball and keep it in their pocket. And they went into the convenience store and bought some items, some chips and stuff like that, and they would just literally get the money out of their pocket, which is scrunched up, and just threw it at the man behind the counter. Literally threw it at his chest, and he didn't give a shit. It's like no respect. They were like 10 years old, these kids, and they were just chucking it at him, and it would like hit him. It would fall on the ground. He'd pick it up and he'd just put it in a drawer.
That
And
doesn't
like I
sound
had,
right.
And they had a kung fu
and but
fight.
now like it's all changed, like their habits, everything. It's kind of like over the last 10 years,
See, they
it's
have a
totally.
culture. They don't do that shit. Their culture is like very keen on respecting their elders. They would never. I don't know what part. Maybe you had some obnoxious kids, but that doesn't sound like the norm for Asian societies.
I've been all over China. I lived there for 7 years, but like this particular place in Shanghai, it was really really bad. No respect and stuff. Like they were just, I guess they just had too much money. These kids, and they're just no respect. I don't know what they've been taught at home, but last time I went back, it's done a total a flip face. It's totally opposite. Yeah,
That's good.
they've had a lot of propaganda, like good propaganda on TV. Teaching good habits and stuff, repetitive programming.
Yeah, no, that's true because like Asian TV programming was kind of behind a little bit of the modern mind control. Sometimes like a country is like 10 years behind, and then we have to like throw a bunch of money into getting them better television programming so they produce better people.
Not only that, they probably get sick of the litter. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we got these new cities. Um, let's quit the littering. This littering's making everything look like a shithole. Like they spend all that money and time to build everything nice and new, and then they don't want it littered.
Well, it's like the TV show Power Rangers, right? Because the TV shows like that and other TV shows produced in part by the U.S. Air Force, more partnership is enforced within the group dynamic. You know what I mean? Just produces better societies. Sometimes you got to go in, get your hands dirty, make some TV.
Or they just became a little more wealthy. Like he's saying, these kids were wealthy and they're just spoiled and they're throwing money at the shop clerk, balling it up and throwing it at him. Like I don't even see him do that shit here.
Yeah, it's like
They do
some weird.
smashing grabs here.
You wouldn't just like throw money at a clerk. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some different cultural stuff.
Well, here they're doing smash and grabs, and certain places they've legalized that type of shit where you can
Right.
just walk out the door with $1,000 of merchandise.
Right, but you still wouldn't disrespect money by throwing it at the clerk,
I
you know?
wouldn't. No, like that's
Really. And what if you smash and grab like $1,000 worth of stuff, and then you just throw them like $1? You know, just
no. You throw them nothing. You
nothing.
leave out the door with $1,000 of shit, and it's totally legit. Looting is legal in certain
Well,
parts.
if we let that out, then a bunch of these Chinese people are going to come here, obviously. Can't.
See, in Chinatown, they don't play that shit. Like, okay, in San Francisco,
In
they can loot,
Chinatown?
but they don't play that shit in Chinatown. Yeah, they're not
Fuck
doing
you,
smash
Jack.
and grab.
It's just
They're not.
Chinatown.
Well, they have their own enforcement means. Like, you don't go fuck around in Chinatown because
Get in big trouble.
yeah, like they won't tolerate that. And they have their own mafia to like deal with people like that. So
Did you notice that the new flavor of mass shooter is now Asian?
oh really? Great. Yeah.
This is the
That's
Asian flavor of mass shooter. We've had like 3 or something in the past week.
Yeah, I now notice that like when I eat a Quaker Oats chocolate dipped granola bar, I have to take a nap for one. So that's probably healthy.
maybe
So
they're
much
putting
fat,
something.
so much fat in there, or what?
So maybe
I think they're
putting
putting sleeping pills in the sugar. That's what I
yeah,
think.
they're putting some kind of Xanax or something, something to sedate you.
It's a lot of times it's like the dyes that they're using. Like Red 40 makes you really fucked up.
Maybe it's the fluoride. I think fluoride is the main ingredient in Prozac. So like Prozac is antidepressant.
No, lithium. No.
Well, Prozac has fluoride.
What? Oh, wow. So
What's up, pill people?
No, they're giving everybody SSRIs and turning them into zombies, fucking up their serotonin levels.
What about that mocked cream that you can buy in donuts and it doesn't have to stay in the fridge?
Yeah, whatever that is, that's probably demon cum.
But what about
It's like, you know, I used to be a baker a long time ago, and the margarine or the fat that you use to put into the bread, you can leave it in a box on the ground outside, and it doesn't melt. It has a really like that's going into your body,
the ice
man.
cream, the non-melting ice cream turns into water, and then something that looks like it. Oh, that's probably still ice cream, but no, it's not.
Well, dude, the McDonald's ice cream machines, they put the dairy mixture in, and they fill that bitch up, and they'll run it all day, and then they'll fill it up some more, and then at the end of the day, they engage the cleaning cycle, which heats up the entire machine, including the ice cream, melting it, and then once the machine has cleaned itself, it'll get cold again. And there can be dairy that's just left in that hopper getting heated up and then freeze and heated up and freeze. It's really gross, dude.
Are you wait? All right.
If you think I'm kidding,
Look, I know. But you're talking about a McDonald's shake machine, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it's true, but I think heating the dairy sterilizes it more, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Dries
that
it. Yeah, but
completely defeats the purpose of consuming one of nature's most complete proteins, which comes from raw milk.
Okay, and second, look, I'm sure every process isn't exactly the same, but I was pretty sure they drained this shake machine and then flushed it.
Nope.
Okay, I could be
the
wrong.
ice cream machine, that hopper up top.
Yeah,
it's full of ice cream when they engage the cleaning cycle, which is a 4-hour cleaning cycle, and it heats up the entire machine and all the parts to sterilize it.
Okay, so the take it apart rinse, that's the deeper clean. That's not the nightly clean. Okay.
I don't think you take anything apart.
They do occasionally. Okay.
Yeah, but they have to hire a technician that's like McDonald's authorized to like work on those machines. Because 25%, the company that owns those machines, 25% of their revenue comes from sending out a technician. And it's like a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Did you watch that same vid
Yeah,
been
yeah.
on McDonald's ice cream machines. They're like, all these machines are all not working. And he's showing the dots. He's like, it was like 15% of all of them were not working.
Oh
And
yeah,
then,
he got an app.
Yeah,
they
Mick
had a
Broken.
finder. Yep. There was a guy, he did like a report about it, like a YouTube vid. And I'm like, what? I watched the whole thing.
His name's Johnny Harris. He's kind of a libtard cuck, but he is a good journalist in his own paradigm. Like, you know, he thinks fucking obviously space is real and all this retarded shit. So he like reports on some really dumb stuff, but some of his work is good. If you have eyes to see, like, you'll see that he is reporting something.
Right. So I'm just coming in here. What's up with y'all? What am I jumping in the middle of this pill or discussion or whatever?
I don't know why did we get onto the McDonald's shake machines?
Well, I saw a story. You know, in Japan they have self-cleaning commercial kitchens, like everything's stainless steel, and it's like a giant dishwasher. So that's how they do a deep clean on their commercial kitchens. And the story I saw that someone was in there, and the person that turned on the machine, like turned on the deep clean cycle, didn't realize there was someone still in the kitchen, and they got third-degree burns.
Oh, yeah, sounds like a Japanese horror movie.
Dang.
I used to be a dishwasher when I was a kid. I washed dishes at an Italian restaurant. It was kind of shitty.
Yeah,
I did that.
I
I
wash
moved up to
dishes.
barman. I moved up to barman.
I got fired after 2 weeks. I was coming so fucking high. It was like this summer job that I just applied for, and at this Jewish bakery, I would just come in super high and wash the dishes and go smoke joints in the alley, and they just let me go after. I'm like,
Were you
I
washing
might,
pots and pans? The pots and pans are bitch, man.
yeah, and because it was a Jewish bakery, I had like a kosher sink and a non-kosher sink, and they wanted me to like wash the dishes separately to keep everything kosher, but I did not do that.
So one is for the goyim and one is for the Jew. The kosher one they get.
Well, no, it's like they don't want me to like wash a spoon that touched dairy, and then like in the same sink that I'm washing a knife that cut meat. They don't want anything mixed anywhere at any time.
Then they need to wash it their damn
I don't
self,
know.
right? It's like
it's a bullshit ass job.
Right. And they don't even keep their peas and carrots separate necessarily, which is gross.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, that was funny.
You don't like mixed veggies?
Peas and carrot. Yeah, it's a common mix. So did y'all hear about the new slang term on the street for Xanax?
No. What is it?
So all the kids apparently they're all calling it reference frame.
And why is that?
Because I'm a terrible comedian.
Oh,
Nice.
It's an in joke.
I got it. Yeah.
You were there.
I'm hip. I'm
You were
cool.
there. You're hip to it.
All right, on medicine though, there's a little bit of news popping. You can't mix certain new seasonal protection remedies, if you know what I'm talking about. Talk about causing yeah. Excess deaths, all this crap, man.
Dude, let the bodies hit the floor. That's like the theme song for 2023.
Oh, they've been hitting the floor, man.
Yeah, they've been hitting the floor, dude. They've been fucking hitting it.
I wonder when it's really going to start hitting. Probably 5 years from the initial dose, I'm thinking.
Dude. Yeah. I just try to stay off the roads. I've been seeing a lot of like accidents involving only one car and like a person with a mask on. And you're just like, oh geez, they must have passed out or had a little mini fucking stroke or something.
Did you see what happened to that football player? He just like dropped on the field and they're like, oh, nothing to see here. It was like a Monday Night Football game and this guy made a routine tackle. He gets up, like he pops up, and then he collapses. And they canceled the game. like, oh, he got hit in the heart and his heart stopped or whatever. But they're saying he got the jab, right? And
on the broadcast.
yeah, well, yeah, some of the people like Tucker Carlson was saying that, and like they're getting a little more like they know people know, so they're starting to acknowledge things. Well, maybe, and they're trying to pass it off as if it's just a side effect or it's accidental. It wasn't intentional. No, it's not intentional. They would never do that, right?
Was
And they're
that the guy
so
that was number 3?
Yeah. And there was number 33, right? His name was Neil, and the only guy standing was Neil. Everyone
Wait,
else is
what?
kneeling except Neil. The guy
His
number,
What?
last name was his last name Farmstrong.
no, his last name is Neil, and he was number 33, and he was standing while everyone else was kneeling. And
And
number,
also the guy that tackled him was number 85. And the last time that someone got knocked out like that playing football was back in the day, like 50 years ago, and it was number 85 that got knocked out. And he's the guy that knocked out number 3 this time.
I don't know. I
That
know there
might
was
be a reach, but
one
interesting.
of the players for the Lions. He got his neck broke. Mike Utley. He was like a lineman, one of the linemen. I think he was a center, and like somebody jumped up in the air and landed on his neck, and he broke the dude's neck. And they wheeled him off the field, but they kept playing. They're like, guy, he went off the field and he was like paralyzed and shit. And
Oh, I mean
the
65,
game
not
went on.
85.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, it was number 65. Yeah.
See, this game they
The guy
canceled
that
the whole game. The one dude he got hurt and they hauled him off. They canceled the whole fucking game.
Yeah, that's some weird coincidental number stuff. I don't want to really. I want to stay on topic, I guess. What I'm saying, but the NFL has some cool like coincidences you could say to shit that happens in the real world, man. It's I always see the observer by my own bias, like just cherry picking the events or whatever. But it's some cool stuff. Are you guys comic book heads at all? Does anybody remember when Batman died? When Bane killed Batman? No.
When Bane killed Batman? I remember when he broke his back. I don't know if Batman
Broke his
died.
back. Right, he was dead for. So you remember the back breaking scene where he had him sideways over the knee?
I mean, I have the comic from the Venom series, I think, where that occurs in that frame.
Yeah, I remember when I saw that comic, I was like, that's some cruel shit, right? I was like, I ain't never seen nobody get fucked up like that. Like, all the cool ass wrestling finishing moves and shit that they have, I never saw like the Bane fucking backbreaker shit, But the NFL did that. It was like the most iconic shit ever. NFL, I was like, that looks like some Batman shit right there, And it was like, the dude who had his back broken was Batman. Well, and then they came back and won. They were fucking murdered. Anyway, the NFL is awesome, man. So who y'all got?
Well, I think we're totally wasting Wolfgang's knowledge about things because you should make advantage of his knowledge while you're here. I mean, you could talk about like a good starting point is when's the ISS going to fall out of the sky.
When is the
Okay. Well, introduce yourself to me, man.
Oh, he was talking about comic books. There was a comic book from the 40s. There was a Superman comic book, and he said the villain could turn steel into dust. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah,
Dude, what
and
was his name? Let me see.
let me see if I can find it. I screenshot it. Here we are.
I bet you his name was Bush.
I'll share the comic book. Let's see.
I saw a YouTube video removing termites with thermite.
Yeah, but this is not thermite. This is much more advanced. This is basically what they call the Tesla death ray.
The death ray.
Basically what you saw 9/11, but this is 1940. Right? If you read this, enlarge it so you can read it.
It's the same thing they're lighting all those fires over in Australia with, eh?
Yeah, yeah. Turn steel. The man who turned steel into dust. Like, how is that even a thing? 1940? Well, they used this shit in World War II. That's what the so-called nuclear weapons were, the same tech. If you look at Hiroshima, right, all the buildings look like they do in Paradise, where they're just certain ones are pulverized, the trees are left standing, the streets are clean, and guess what the only building that survived in Hiroshima was? It was a Jesuit building. It was 8 blocks from ground zero. Jesuit building. Didn't get damaged. He said it was because he was praying. He was praying to Mary, so he was spared. If you believe that story, man, then you believe a nuclear weapon. Like, the whole story is so ridiculous.
They had like 200 people in there, didn't they? Something like that.
The Jesuits? I don't know. But it's like, why is their building spared? If you had an explosion, nothing would be spared. Anything in the blast radius would be flattened, right? It's not going to go around your building. There
Yeah,
were
I've
just,
heard that argued, but I'm far with even fairly knowledgeable on it. But I've definitely heard people on both sides kind of quell some of that stuff you saying, like, oh, the fire would have just moved on, would have did this, would have did that, or.
no, the
But if you have
explosion.
evidence, I'm interested. And I just wanted to flash back or call back to that comic you posted real quick. It's interesting that it's a World's Fair issue as well. But I don't, yeah. But anyway, tell me more about the explosions, man. But if you're gonna talk about
There
it, like,
was
please
none.
don't be loose. Like, be like 100% positive. Like, if you're gonna be like the bomb can't do this or it can't do that, like,
No, no.
please be
Okay.
real with it.
Was no explosion because there'd be debris on the street. There would be okay, everything that's in that site, like a normal explosion, everything that's in that blast radius gets affected. There's nothing that's exempt. Well, this building is in the blast radius, but it's not blasted. So what does that tell you? That maybe
Are
it
there any
wasn't.
maybes though? Are there any maybes before we just jump off the deep end though? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Put two and two. You know who the Jesuits are?
I don't know them personally. No, I've heard
Well,
stories.
they're the ones behind the New World Order. That's the ones that are behind the globe Earth. So basically, they're part of the main people running the world in secrecy.
Okay.
And they weaseled their way into Japan. The OG Japanese kicked them out, but then they weaseled their way back in. Like they were hated and despised, and then they kind of gained a little foothold, and they usurped the government. And when they're behind these wars too, the wars that are between nations, they're the ones, the middle.
Right.
And when the entire city gets flattened except for them, it's very suspicious.
That is pretty interesting.
See, when you see stuff like this, right? Like,
So can we look at it together though? Do you want to like?
I'm gonna post it.
You
Bear
want
with
this
me. I'm gonna get some pictures for you.
Like,
the structure the church would be.
yeah, I mean, think just as lay
Let's
people, like
just
off top, you're like, there was an explosion, but one building didn't get affected. You'd be like, well, is it a stronger building?
right.
What's
But if
It
the
different?
big
was
bad
not an
wolf, if the big
explosion.
bad wolf,
That's my point. It was not an
right.
explosion. That's the point.
So most of the native structures would have been natural fiber structures, not rock. So
See,
big bad wolf principles apply here.
in the live stream, the way these steel beams are twisted, how it's like a S shape. Steel doesn't do that. Like, this is a box beam. There's I beams and box beams. Steel has a certain inelasticity. If you try and bend it too much at a severe angle, it's gonna tear. You can't just bend it like taffy. And if you notice, there's still paint. There's white paint on this beam, and there's wooden floorboards above it. The square one that's kind of white and it's in an S shape, and then the one above it is from 9/11. The way it's twisted, and let me see. There's one from Hiroshima. Oh shit, I didn't get it. I had one. Let me get the. There's one from here, or no, it was from Dresden. Dresden. It said Dresden was firebombed, but it wasn't. It was the same tech, in my opinion. The same technology that they say was nuclear weapons or firebombing. It's this one is from Dresden. And if you look, you start seeing patterns, right? One is this is a building on 9/11. Now you see that the way the steel is buckled, and it's not. That was from Dresden. And this one, the white one, is from Russia. This is a building. It was an indoor playground for children in Russia that allegedly caught fire. The foam pit caught fire, but you don't see no smoke on the ceiling. You don't see the paint is still white, but you see things bending steel. And then also in steel turning to dust on 9/11, you've seen like the majority of the steel, well over 90%, was not recovered. A building of that height, you should have recovered a lot of steel, but there was almost none left, only the bottom floors.
Well, what steel was left, they sold to the Chinese, didn't they? They wanted to get the evidence out of there as soon as they possibly could.
Actually, there's still quite a bit in these memorial sites. They're still around, some of it examined. They made memorials by fire departments and shit all across the country. They got some of them got pieces of the scrap metal, so it's still around. Bits and pieces. I mean, there was 6 buildings destroyed, and they all had similar style where the steel is bent in impossible ways like that. How the hell did it do this? Like guys that are in the iron industry, like iron workers, like, wait, how the hell did it do this? They can't understand how it bent like that. In this building, how the building is warped, like sideways, like what did that? And these were not the ones directly hit. These are like indirect effects. And then that one is the Capitol in Washington, D.C. All the underground levels that you don't see. They poured concrete over it. They dug down and they said, we need to reinforce it because the Russians might launch a nuke at Washington, D.C., back to their fake nukes. When in reality, they have that same weapon that was in the Superman magazine in the 40s. They've had it for a long time.
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna be honest, man. That I had a little bit of multitasking going on, and I also was from the very beginning having a hard time following you. What are you saying affected this area but did not affect this building?
Hiroshima. It was
The bomb.
Hiroshima.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it was a bomb, though.
No, it was not a bomb.
I'm saying supposedly, it was supposedly a bomb.
They said it was a nuke, right? The little boy and the fat man. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was the claim. That's the claim the U.S. government makes. But that claim is false.
Fine, that's fine. The perspective was throwing me off. That's fine.
If it was an explosion, right? An explosion doesn't discriminate. It flattens everything in its way, right? So their Jesuit building would be just as flat as the rest of them. It would have been pulverized, but it wasn't. They have something with pinpoint accuracy. You also see in Japan some of the trees and stuff, just like you see some of the towns destroyed in California, like Paradise, California, and then other towns, Fort McMurray, Canada. There's towns in Russia. It's happening everywhere.
Have you ever seen the footage, Wolfgang, of the bouncing bomb?
I have, yeah. They destroyed dams with it. It's like a barrel bomb, skips, and then it
the dam buster or whatever it's called. I've been looking for some footage of that. I haven't been able to find it. It's like disappeared.
I have seen that. I have seen that footage. They spin the bomb up, so they put a backspin on it, put some English on it, skips across the water, and then when it goes behind the dam, backspin rotation it's supposed to suck it down, draw it down deep, and then that's when it detonates. But they don't need such things, man. They don't need bombs. Bombs are like primitive technology, man. And they've had high-tech weapons like this a long time. See, now if you have the upper hand like this, if you have a technology, you can really who will stand up to them if they've got this kind of weaponry? Um, it's like Superman, the villains in Superman, right? They have superpowers. They could fly. They shoot laser beams out of their eyeballs. They're just these super powerful villains, and no humans can defeat them.
Yeah.
How do you
Definitely,
how
like
do you fight an enemy you can't see? Like no one can see the enemy when it's destroying these towns. You don't even see what hits you. The towns are just destroyed. It's it's pretty sad state of things, man.
You
You
think
know
you
who
have? It seemed like you have an order and a motive, like kind of pinpointed, or are you open to the range of why and what they're doing? Or do you know they're like it's this group doing it because of this motive?
No, nobody knows their motives. They're just evil. Like they do have certain motives, like Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, that they were building like high speed rail through Australia and through California, and where they had that path where they wanted to build their high speed rail, everything got fucked up in that whole path in California and in Australia. So there's some coincidences. You can connect the dots if you want.
I like to connect the dots all the way around the globe. Global highway orbit. Well, not orbit, but Great Circle Highway.
Well, they're definitely really good at digging tunnels. I heard that those tunnels they can do like 40 kilometers a day.
You know how? The same kind of tech like this, where it's literally like
Justifying
evaporating
the
the
rock.
stone. Yeah.
Isn't there one from America to Europe?
There may be something like that. There's the channel that goes from the UK to France, but I'm sure they have other ones they don't tell us about. There's probably one that goes to Siberia. They probably have more. I mean, why would they? They have them under the United States. I've heard I've heard from New York and Maine to Colorado, where they have their airport, and into Mexico, into Canada. They have a whole network, but
Yeah, I
I
don't think
can't
there's a
I
America.
can't I can't say for certain. I've never been in them, but this is what I've heard reports.
Okay, so how do we? Is it a bloodline thing, or is it a like just like word of mouth, or like how do you get in the group?
Well,
It's
none
a
of us
big
are in
club
it.
that
I
you
mean,
ain't in it.
probably got to be born in. You got to be born in, and then the minions, if you're like a Freemason, then they allow higher level Masons at different levels of the. Say you want to go to Bilderbergs or Davos or the Club of Rome, like these high level meetings they have. You have to be a
Okay,
trusted member.
so
Trusted member.
how could you get born in? Like if you're beautiful enough, you can
No,
join in, or no?
you've seen how ugly Prince Charles is. Like, it doesn't matter how you look. You have to be from the right people or like high level Freemasons and shit like that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying if they're not inbreeding forever, who are
You
they?
got to be a Jesuit, a Freemason. You got to be one of their high people.
And if not, like who else is allowed? Like, is there certain chromosomes or some shit
No,
that's allowed?
no. If you're a royal family bloodline, yeah. If not, you have to be one of the other members. Like I said, the Freemasons, Jesuits. But I don't sit in on their New World Order meetings. I don't have that internal seat at the table, so I can't say for certain. But
Yeah.
they're left to some assumptions that it's pretty easy to connect the dots because you keep seeing this common thread pop up every time. You keep seeing a common thread, and you can just you have circumstantial evidence.
There's a bunch of new pop culture, so like Netflix stuff, cartoons, and I think there was some Mike Myers show was funny as hell. It's like it's
You know,
poking fun at that shit.
a lot of their shows, like The Simpsons, they'll do that. They'll reveal truth and shit. So like there's their Illuminati card game. They like to put it out, and a lot of things like 9/11 and incidents like that, they happen afterwards. Like these games are made like 30, 40 years ago. Like some of these Illuminati card games. And then okay, say you looked at it 30 years ago. What does this mean? You don't really know what it means until after it happens. You have no idea. Like, oh, what is this building? Oh, it's 9/11. Afterwards, it's plainly obvious, but that's many years after it happens. So they gave you a warning, but you didn't realize it at the time because it's 20, 30 years before it happened. So what good is it? You have to interpret it.
And isn't it a coincidence? Like Ellen, you remember that TV host? She's like related to the royals, and you got the Bushes and what's his name, Obama. They're related, aren't they? They're cousins.
Every one of them are related. Like all the presidents are related. Clinton's, Obama, Trump, Bush. They're all like, different levels of cousins and shit.
What a coincidence!
Yeah.
What
How
YouTube video
convenient.
could I find the proof of that on?
You got to do some digging. I mean, it's not going to land in your lap. If you do enough digging, you'll see. There was like a young girl that put it all together too. She like followed the genealogy and she did like a book report on it. It's like, oh, and she won a prize for it, like some, I don't know, her blue ribbon award. It's like, yeah, she thought it was just some coincidence. They're all related. Okay.
But
Even
what
she could find out.
what would I search for on YouTube to find that?
Oh, probably you're not going to find much on YouTube. YouTube is their network. It's going to be scrubbed.
Okay.
This is going back to 2012.
Actually, as recently as like 2016, 17, you could find pretty good stuff on YouTube. But after that last shooting, the one in Vegas is when everything started getting scrubbed. A lot of good stuff got scrubbed off there.
What do you mean the other fake shooting you're talking about?
Yes, the other like Sandy Hook and all that stuff. And they went and cleaned everything up.
We're not streaming on YouTube right now, are we?
Probably not. Well, this is not any. There's no pictures or anything. It's just.
I think we are, man.
Are you?
Yeah, get excited.
Certain
dude,
things.
This is like immortality, dude. Like we're being recorded, dude, on the servers, man. Like right now.
Guess what?
The digital bits and boops.
All of your calls and text and emails are recorded anyway, unbeknownst to you.
What do you mean unbeknownst?
Well, I mean, if you think it's only them monitoring you, it's every time you could be on a private phone call, you're being monitored.
Yeah. So do you want to join me in a project where we have a dedicated server, like, you know what I mean, where it's like the library, you know what I'm saying? The archive, the protected archives and shit?
If it goes through the network, it goes through the NSA. Like everything.
No.
Traveling over the network, your server is connected to a network that goes through the NSA. It's not there's nothing getting past them.
No, so that's
Even
what I'm
those-
saying. We have to
Even
build.
those apps. right? The apps that you have to have a special code and it's all encrypted, that's still going through the NSA,
Who
right?
do you think
Man,
makes
yeah,
it,
you talking about
dude?
lemming shit. You talking about that fucking lemming shit. I'm talking about fucking like a project to where it's like an impenetrable vault of
Yo,
memory data. You know what I mean? We only add in to it, and it can be accessed by safe lookers.
yo, Don. Unless you lay your own cables or put up your own satellites, there's no way you're going to have to use the same system. There's no way you're
That's
going to be able
no,
to do that.
that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about walking around with a fucking brick that we keep sacred, but and we link up our own cables always, and we always. That's what I'm talking about.
You got $1 billion for this network? I mean, how are you
No,
gonna
we have me and you to dedicate. This is what I'm saying. Do you want to join me in the project, bro? Where it's like, and then I want to talk, like, you know what I'm saying, what format, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you multiply. Data redundancy, bro, is the thing. They have it. Why give it to the private thing? This is a public thing. When there's a cemetery, it's public. It's owned by this private cemetery company, but the public, you could go out there and look at all the information of all the dead people that was right there. You know what I'm saying? It's not
But
owned. They're not going to keep you out of the cemetery, right?
No, but the network, all the lines in the fiber in the ground, the copper lines in the ground, all the switching stations, all that shit's run through their network, right? It
Fuck
runs.
them.
no,
Okay, but
Don,
unless you're going to build a network, dude, how are we going to communicate without a network?
that's what I
Dude,
just
you
said, Don. And unless you know a flat earther that's a billionaire, you're going to have to run your own cables. How are you going to do that?
no, man. You're just okay. I'll help you out later. It'll come to light to you later. It's not as hard as you think it is. Yeah, people are gonna have their own stuff.
Well, putting up satellites would be a hell of a lot easier
See,
and less
even
money.
Whatever
wireless,
you say. Like, it's
wireless
gonna
net-
be new stuff, bro. There'll be new stuff too. There's gonna be, just more this 5G. You know what I'm saying? Think about how to transmit they have big uh cell towers now, right?
Kahunas.
Right? They have big ones, but now the 5G is like little mini ones, and you're like, people are gonna have to have their own cables. We are. We're gonna have our own devices. It's about keeping the programming safe and then keeping the super safe, secure like archive. You know what
we're
I'm
still
saying?
talking, dude.
But
We're still talking right this minute over their network. At least for the moment, we're
For
talking
now,
great.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but what can we really do? And I think they allow it because there ain't a damn thing we can really do about it. It's like
I'm
we
not
know all
opposed
this
to being
shit.
on their network. We can get on their network all they want. But what I'm saying is to have like your family record, right? People don't want it written in paper or stone anymore. It can be digital. You can store way more information space-wise
Mhm.
digitally. So whatever, for whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it can be reproduced very
You know,
easily.
digital can be corrupted is the easiest to corrupt.
Yeah, but you have reproduction and all this, and you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a net. That's what I mean. And it can just be this organic, like, like people are already doing it. So you can join me or not. I'm saying I'm doing it. But it's going to
I'm
be
not
like,
against
imagine if
it.
people talked about it more and how evolved it could be. It would,
We
spark so
need
much
more private places to upload videos and shit. I'm all for it, man. I'm just saying
public, private.
it's no. I'm just okay. It could be public, but what I'm saying, like privately owned.
why don't you start your own platform? Surely
I'm
there's a computer programmer that's
I'm on
sniffing for
art
the
right
truth
now,
that
bro.
can start their own platform. Surely.
I'm on art, bro.
Telegram is pretty good. It's a lot better than this. It's a lot freer. As far as things you can talk about.
Oh yeah, but the governments will get in and they'll accidentally
Well, I'm not worried
release
about that.
35 papers proving
They're
that
up
the
our
Earth's
ass
flat,
right now, dude.
supposedly.
I mean, the government's up our ass right now. Like everything we're saying is being monitored. I mean, there's no way around it.
Well, you only really have to worry about that if you're doing something wrong, don't you?
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, we haven't gotten to the stage where the wrong think. Once they get like a central bank digital currency, then you could really be canceled. Like they could cancel you like say everything, it's literally the mark of the beast. Like no man will buy and sell without it. So when they get to that stage, if it happens, people like us, um, unless you have someone taking care of you, someone who can buy things for you, you won't be able to operate in their system if you're one of the people with wrong thing. If you think the wrong way, they will cancel your ass, and that's the ultimate control they want. When you have no way to purchase anything because you have to use their digital central bank shit, and if you get out of line, they turn you off. Nothing for you.
I think there's always going to be cash, though.
Well, they
or
want to get rid of it.
some form. No, there'll always be some form of it.
Yeah, you could have gold and silver.
No, that's not cash though. I don't know if he means that.
That's money. That's real money is gold and silver.
Yeah, but you would be bartering at that point. I don't know if he means that. You
Not
mean that?
necessarily. You could trade it in for fiat.
Or you could trade it in for just any cash. But my man, you don't think we could ever go back to barter? Or do you think we could? There's also a thing where you're saying, yeah, we won't be able to buy stuff, and there's philosophies that are like, we don't need to ever own anything, or there's be utopia or plentiful share, but that's going to be, like you said, there are going to be still the lowest class will be, they just have their basic needs met. They don't feel like they need to own anything, while the rich elite class are going to have all this extreme materials that they pass around, trade around, all this shit.
Already that way, man. It's the only thing you own is the shirt on your back.
They're like $10,000 shots of whiskey. Like, what is the point, dude?
It's
Like,
like
seriously.
you own
Hey,
nothing
Tom.
and be happy. It's like we
Tom.
already own nothing. What do you mean, own nothing?
No, like I was just saying that there's always going to be a form of cash. Whether
I hope
it's
so. I hope
there
you're
will
right.
always be a form of that, and cash come in when the population got so large that it was that you couldn't keep a track of the trades. Like
Well,
I've heard the term in New Zealand, and I'm sure you've heard it in the States. $1 is a buck.
yeah.
Have you got a couple of bucks? In the
A
1800s, whenever it was, that was trade. That was a male
buckskin.
hind deer.
A buckskin, yeah. A hide from
Yeah,
a deer is a buck.
yeah. Have you got a buck? Lend me a buck, and I'll give you some fucking potatoes, tomatoes.
Well, you know what's currency in jail is cigarettes. If you got cigarettes, those are your dollars, your bucks. So the one
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
most cigarettes is the richest man.
yeah. You got some cigs, and even in the civilian life, that has come out as just as the bucks have. You got a couple of bucks, buy me a beer at the bar, mate. Have you got a couple of cigs?
Well, you got digital currencies too. You got like your Bitcoin and Litecoin and Monero. You got different digital, but I'm worried that
Yeah,
shit. I'm worried that they're gonna like Ethereum. I fucking hate Ethereum, and it's all centrally owned because it's all like proof of stake. So all the people that have enough Ethereum to stake are like people that you don't want to have it, right? And anybody who
yeah.
thinks online, they will shut you off, and they've already done it. There was a thing called Tornado Cash. It was like a Monero where they would you could send cash anonymously. So I don't want the government to know. Like say the Canadian truckers that went on strike, people were sending them donations on PayPal. PayPal went after their accounts, and PayPal said they will take from your account up to 2,500, or they will shut your account off for people that are spreading misinformation. So any information that they deem
What?
misinformation, yeah, I canceled my PayPal account. I had one and I fucking shut that bitch down. I won't use PayPal, but because of that. And they're like, well, no, we take it back. Oh, my bad. It's because a lot of people were leaving them, but other means of payment they were going after. Anybody that was trying to help them was getting punished.
Yeah, but
I just feel like there's like this whole range of utility for NFTs that isn't used because an NFT can be smart contracted to accept money to it and dispense money from it. It's just really interesting that they could be
Well,
programmed to do this.
NFT, it's a unique piece. Like let's say you had a special diamond ring and you wanted to have a title for that. Like, oh, I own this the Hope Diamond is whoever holds this NFT owns the Hope Diamond. It's attached in this script. It's for a one-off.
You
NFT
could
is
have
just a
that.
one-off token.
Yeah, it would be it'd be difficult to like legally bind somebody to attach the material object that's in the NFT necessarily, but it's just that like within the smart contract, you could send crypto to an NFT. Like an NFT can be designed like as such, like to be able to do that. So there could be like appliances, basically. Like
You know
there'd
what
be
they were
like a
using them? NFTs for money laundering. So let's say, the Hunter
oh
Biden artwork, it was like really subpar garbage art, but they were giving him like millions of dollars he was funneling through his, fake art to get like to claim it as earnings, right? So let's say you did I needed to pay you some a favor. You did a
yeah,
favor for me and I need to pay you somehow. I'll say, "Oh
right
no, I bought your art. I
so,
bought this art." So it's just
right
funneling money and then you could
right
claim it as legal income and buy your
right
yacht. I'll
right.
buy
So
my
there's
yacht, my mansion.
essentially there's like public and private information that can be expressed within the NFT. Right. So some things can be made public, right? The name, the series, attributes, and things like that, right? To a Bored Apes or whatever.
remind
But
me
that
what
doesn't
NFT stands for, please.
non fungible token.
Non-fungible token. It's a
Right, right,
unique, like a one-off. Like if you have a Bitcoin, every Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, right? It's
right.
I can give you a Bitcoin and you give me one back, and they're both the same. But an NFT is unique to one. You can't. It's like I said, the Hope Diamond is a
Right.
diamond. There's no
So
other.
so
NFT is one-off token.
for like the playground of what all this is, and like if you take like the Bored Apes thing, like let's say, and if Bored Apes was to have like planted some cards to have like extra values like that, like or there could be cash in them, and they could just like get other cards generated from them. Like you can build all these things into the NFT to give it functionality. It's just like it's presumed that there are none for any of these art things, but like it could give you like it could open up a whole new folder of pictures for you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like so you could
What?
buy like one NFT and then it could like basically open in a month's time after you own it. It will open up because it's programmed to do so. You understand what I'm saying?
You don't want to use Ethereum because let's say I send you that NFT,
What?
I got to use Ethereum for my gas and the gas fee. Say I want to send you it over the Ethereum network, the gas fee is fucking ridiculous. The gas fees can be hundreds of dollars. So if I want to send you that, here's a data packet on this NFT, you're going to pay tons of gas. Every time it changes hands, you got to pay another gas fee.
Other things that you could do with NFTs are that they would interact with each other.
What about a data token? You can tokenize data sets and sell data sets to AI developers with NFTs.
You
I'm
don't want
just
to use
saying,
Ethereum, that's all. Ethereum network is horrible. It's so expensive.
Yes, sir. You should use AVAX or Solana or something like that.
There's other ones, even Cardano, but
No. Cardano's a shitcoin.
Solana's a shit coin too. That's the Sam Bankman. You know
Yeah,
what Solana
Solana's kind
means?
of a shitcoin, but like it's a lot better than
You know what it
Cardano.
means? In backwards, it means anal OS. That's what that's what
Yeah,
it
yeah.
means. In Big Ron, they write the shit backwards, dude.
Well, I mean, Solana's definitely going to outperform what is it, Cardano in the next bull market. So
I don't
do you
even
have
know if
Rip?
it'll be round, man. I don't know if it'll do the Luna dive.
no,
Do you
it'll
have
I have
definitely be
serious.
around.
I
Do
don't
you have
know, man.
Repco in the States?
Do we have what?
Repco.
I haven't heard of it. Rapco? Is that a company?
Yeah, there's a car parts.
Nah, we don't have that brand, that company.
It's spelled REPCO.
I'm not
It
familiar.
means rip,
No, I'm not
rip,
familiar.
The
It's
other
a
guy from
subsidiary
New
of the
Zealand, you'll know what
Rip
does it
Wait.
mean? Eh?
Are you going to say something like Ripcon or something like that?
It's a lizard
No,
people carp. It's lizard people.
Ribco means rip
What?
every poor cunt off.
Oh, okay. Righto.
Oh man.
The new
You
cars
think?
are not even repairable. Like I had a car that I bought used. It was a BMW, and they don't even have a dipstick to check your transmission fluid. So most cars you can open the hood, and if your transmission fluid's low, you can add a little bit in there. This is sealed. There's no dipstick. You can't check your levels. You have to have it serviced, and you take it in for service, and it costs a shit ton of money.
Just using logical thinking, is it a new car?
No, it wasn't that new. It was like it was about 14 years old. I bought it used. I bought it at
Oh,
auction and
okay.
I sold it. It was old.
Oh, no,
Not real old.
I was going to say that with all the computers in car these days, if it was new, that the fucking car would tell you when you need to change it, and you wouldn't need to have a look at it. But
Well, I
if
mean,
it's 14 years old,
relatively new. It had all computers and shit, but I mean, it wasn't. I think it was. Yeah, like I said, it was
So it
about
didn't
12.
even have like a reservoir where you could see if it's low or full.
No, it's all sealed. You got to take it to a service station, and the car has to be put on a lift, and it has to be kept level. And then there's a side maintenance hole. There's a in the side of it where they would have to do all for you because you have to have
You
the
know,
engine running. You have to have the
back
engine
in the
running while you
day,
do.
back in the day in New Zealand when Bentley first came to New Zealand, a really prestigious car, yeah. But you know what they had to do when it first came here to get it serviced? They actually had to put the car on an airplane and send it all the way back to England to get it serviced.
Oh man,
How
it costs
crazy!
more than the car. By the time you send it
it's
there and send it back on air freight, shit.
Carlos,
And it,
that still happens with McLarens in New Zealand today. Or they actually send
yeah,
out technicians from Germany.
yeah, it's crazy, eh? The amount that they spend, but like, yeah, it's like if you've got the money, why not? Yeah.
That means money is no object. If you're that wealthy, nobody's buying a McLaren unless you're like that wealthy. You can afford to do that.
Yeah, well, the whole point in someone buying a vehicle like that is just to show to whoever their ability, right?
Not only
I
that, but
I
if you
sorry, go ahead,
money to
Wolfie.
burn, I'm just saying if you have money to burn, like these people, the elites, they like New Zealand. A lot of the elites have moved down there, and they want to get rid of you guys, you commoners. That's why they were taking away your firearms.
But if you're gonna buy a car like that, like I've got a fucking double cab 96 Toyota Hilux, 3-liter turbo. If you're gonna buy a car like that, 1996, just because I like the shape of it. If you're gonna buy a car like a McLaren that does 300 kilometers an hour, buy a fucking holiday house in Germany and use it on the autobahn.
Well, they have multiple houses. I guarantee you that.
Our
Yeah, well,
roads in New Zealand aren't designed for anything over 130 kilometers an hour, are they?
Too
oh
twisty, aren't
fuck
they?
no.
Your roads are twisty and mountains and all kind of shit.
Fuck yeah.
And they have the camber going all the wrong way as well. When you're turning a corner, your car flips over.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
And
Not
and
not for you guys, but good for those assholes.
and
I don't
and
think
then
they drive, man.
on the straight bits of road that you can go fast on, they don't have any passing lanes.
I think they use a chauffeur. You know what I mean? All these billionaires, they
Yeah.
don't literally drive.
Well, if you got
There
time
was
to
a big
spare, travel
concert
by
here in
air.
Auckland. We had a big concert here in Auckland tonight.
Red Hot Chili Peppers?
No, it was Elton John.
Elton John.
He's still alive. I thought I don't
That's
know.
what I
I thought he
thought.
was.
Oh, didn't it get cancelled?
Or maybe that's why there was a traffic jam, because all the people that were driving to the concert were over 100 years old.
Elton
No,
John's a robot.
no, because my friend Elise was there, and she just texted that it got cancelled due to a massive flooding in Auckland or some shit.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
you didn't
flood.
see that
Manhole
manhole.
popping out of the ground.
Yeah, apparently it got cancelled. Everyone had to turn around and go home.
How would you drive through that? You know what I mean? That shit was deep.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was some man-made weather. Did you guys get hit with a typhoon or something?
Oh yeah, it would have been the fucking chemtrails and shit coming over today, fucking strong and full. I'm not trolling.
No,
You're fucking
that's some heavy
right,
weather,
but
man. To get
you're
that much
laughing
flooding.
so hard. Like, you're
You
talking
know,
to
man.
someone that.
Sorry, Carlos, go ahead.
No, it's all right. You make me laugh, man.
I'm
You don't know what chemtrails are.
I do. That's why I'm saying I'm not trolling.
not even that, but it's there's also their harp antennas where they can manipulate storms. Like they could say they want to keep a storm over one area and just flood you out like they did in Houston. There was a Hurricane Harvey. That fucking thing just sat right over Houston, dumping just tons and tons of rain, flooding out the whole shit. Katrina was like that too. They pulled it back into the Gulf of Mexico and then back on the land again. It never does that. Every time a hurricane would hit land, it would continue on forward. They never go back in reverse, recharge, gather up more moisture and then go back into the land. It's like, what is this shit? That was some man-made weather, and it's called disaster capitalism. So all those towns that got flooded out in New Zealand, there's going to be a lot of flood damage. People are going to have to rebuild.
Yeah, but that brings even more people into the lie. All the insurance companies are in on it.
They're just going to pass the bill to you, right? The guy that's selling you the insurance. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
And then that would mean that all the insurance companies are owned by the governments.
No, they're owned by at the top. It is owned by like the people, disaster
By
capitalists.
the banks, and then the banks and the
It's all owned by, if you go to Yahoo Finance, you can see there's two companies. One's called BlackRock, and I forgot the other one.
Right, and
Blackwater.
They're going to get you
BlackRock.
with the premium. Whatever they pay you out in benefits, they take double that in the premium or more. They're going to take way more. They're just going to take it out of your hide. They're going to take it out of your hide. You got to buy flood insurance, right? You get hit by a hurricane in Hurricane Harvey, but the flood did all the damage, right? If you don't have flood insurance, you're screwed. You might have even bought the hurricane insurance, but it don't do you no good because it's flood damage.
Okay, so this just proves my point that cash is never going to go away because they're just going to have to keep printing more of it.
We don't want their fiat currency. We do want real money. Like you don't want to use their fiat.
But at the end of the day, you have your cryptocurrency and stuff like some. I'm going to use some harsh words that you may not like. I'm not directing it at you guys. Some idiot in a resort town in New Zealand, not far from me, sold his house instead of for cash. The buyer goes to the bank, gets a mortgage. The bank pays the owner the cash, but they sold it for bitcoins.
Yeah, he's underwater.
And 2 days later, their bitcoins, instead of getting 950 grand, Bitcoin went down and they only got like 550 grand for their $950 house, $950,000 house they could have got cash for.
Well, that's where fiat's a little better, and so at least it has a little more stability. Like if you get a better, much better, yeah.
Much more stability. It's never going to go away because the population has grown. Yeah, years ago, 100, 200, 300, 4,000 years ago, when there was not many people around, trade was the way to go. Never going to happen now.
Yeah, the thing that I was trying to do with I was trying to make a quick buck with some crypto, try and buy it when it crashes and then flip it and get the hell out. I don't trust it for the long term. I think it's I think they're sucking people in to get them used to digital currency to transfer to the to get them used to it so that the central bank digital currency, which is not cryptocurrency, it's literally like the mark of the beast. It's the worst thing that we could possibly have. It's trying to condition people to normalize it. Oh, you've owned Bitcoin or you owned Ethereum or Litecoin. You're used to it, right? It's no big deal. You used Tether, you used USDC. You're used to stable coins. But this is just a government stable coin. Instead of giving you paper bills, we're just going to do it this way so you don't have to touch the dirty money. You don't want to get COVID, so you just do it digital. Don't touch filthy, dirty money.
Yep, but even digital, even that's almost as good as cash. Like the
I would say no. I would say no because you don't have anonymity. Like cash is good because say you want to do something that the government doesn't approve of, say cannabis is not legal and you want to get some. You don't want them knowing your business. You just want to conduct business privately. Say, okay, here's this and give me that and thank you very much. And no one needs to know.
Or you could just do bartering and you don't have to have any currency.
But that's sometimes you don't have something that I want. So like at least that is fungible. The paper currency is fungible. I can buy whatever I need. I can buy gasoline or food or whatever I need. Sometimes if you have something that I may not need, like say I have chickens and you want to give me eggs, but I've already got chickens. I don't need eggs. Like that might be all you have. So we can't really barter if you have something I don't need.
and if there's something that you need, then your isn't enough.
Well,
whatever
my
that
father
is.
my father was in Barter Club, and long time ago before he died, and he he got a holiday house in Hawaii because he was an osteopath. So what he would do is he'd fix their back, and he got a holiday house in Hawaii. He got timeshares all over the place. He got properties that he could stay in for the weekend. He could go down to the local Jaguar place and take the car for the week. Just all he had to do was fix their back.
Now that you could barter services like that, I mean, but it's not always practical. I'm not against it if there's some kind of fair trade. I'm not against that at all. But sometimes it doesn't work. It doesn't work for every situation because there might not be an equal trade, right? If you have something that's not equal, and I have something that, say, I have a car or a truck, how many eggs are you going to give me for my truck? You know what I mean? It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It works a little bit deeper than that. Like if you look into Barter Club, it's like you might not have an equal trade. Like I fix your back a few times, it's worth a few $100s or whatever, $800. And the house that you're going to be staying in Hawaii is probably worth that much a night. But like you get to rub shoulders with these people and get to know them, and it's kind of like a society that you sort of put a foot in the door.
Carlos, I'm just going out to have a quick smoke, but have you ever Googled Barter Club?
No, I haven't, but I know my dad was in it.
Okay, well, don't do it then.
That's probably why he died.
What do you think those are probably the New World Order kind of people if they got houses in Hawaii and stuff. They may be the people that hate us secretly.
Now, I'm just going out for a quick smoke. We'll talk to you guys in a minute. But yeah, no, don't Google it. Just
he's gonna talk with his reptilian handlers. Go ahead.
No, I'm
Why don't
saying
you just take your phone like I do and sit in your car?
You know he's gonna do it. Now that you said don't do it, he's damn sure gonna do it.
He's gonna be like, hello, Rip Tex. What do I say? What do I say now to these people?
You don't have to, because I already have, and you don't need to do it. Just carry on with the conversation. I'll be back in a minute.
He's talking to reptoids.
That's the reverse psychology. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Why don't you do me a favor and go have a cigarette?
That's what I'm going to do. I'm doing that right now. I'm just saying to Carlos, carry on
Have-
with the conversation.
Good.
Have
Thanks
a
for doing.
fag. Do they
thanks
call
for
it a
doing what I
fag?
told you to do.
Is a cigarette a
When-
fag down there, or is that
No.
only in England?
I don't think
If it
so.
was if it's a fag, then he'd be smoking inside because only English people call it a fag and they smoke inside.
Yeah, now I'm going outside for a ciggy.
Right.
I didn't know if they still used it because it's like a non-PC word. It's like been
I want to know when he comes back how he can land his helicopter on something that's moving 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
We will reconvene in 3 minutes.
I know if we can hit his helicopter while he's fucking drunk.
even fly a drone, dude. You could fly a drone over the same spot.
I can even do it drunk. That's how fucking easy it is.
Well, obviously the Earth
Wow.
is not moving, dude.
You know, you know something cool like now that's that you can do with using like photogrammetry is like you can just take video of with a drone and then just develop like 3D topography sort of like it'll create. Yeah, you can just like shove it into a computer program and it'll like organize all the video and then develop like 3D geometries. It's
Did
pretty
you
cool.
ever see the lidar maps?
Yeah, LiDAR's
Those
pretty cool. LiDAR's
those
pretty
are
expensive.
badass. No,
Yeah,
you don't
but you
buy
could-
it. You could use. There's other people that have it.
Yeah.
There's a guy that no, what the fuck is his name?
LiDAR.
LiDAR.
Yeah. See how they misspelt the last two letters? It's AR, but it's supposed to be ER.
So why did they do that?
You guys have got no sense of humor.
You know,
Confirmed.
a lot of words like have been altered, like the Mandela stuff, how the spelling of words has changed. It's like, wait, it never used to be spelled like that. English is a funny language. You could substitute letters and still get the same sound.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron, just so you know, they do still call cigarettes fags in the UK.
Right, but they've also called them fags. Like nowhere else do they call a cigarette a fag.
No.
It's more old school to call them a fag.
All right, yeah.
I don't know if
But
they
it's
say
still,
it too much. Yeah.
it's still done because you know who calls it that? Martin Ledke.
Yeah.
I think I have a fag. Have a fag. Well, he's smoking a cigarette. Oh,
Well,
okay.
he's old school. He's Antiquitech. You know what I'm saying? He's old school.
He's the OG, man. He's an OG Brit. I like OG guys, man. The OG Brits, they
He's
have
the
their
OG
own
Flatty.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an OG Flatty too, man. I actually learned the Tartaria stuff, a lot of it from him.
You live 20
If
minutes
you
from my
go,
house.
if you go and if you go and stay with him for a week, you'll get nicotine poison from the ceiling.
That's why he puts those sunglasses on that are blue color, so you don't
I
see
think
it.
he rolls his own. He rolls his own fags.
And he uses those like foot long papers.
Does he? Nice. Blunts. He rolls like blunt cigarettes.
He's rolling a spliff.
A spliff.
I think so. I think he mixes it together. I don't think he's smoking the straight. A lot of places in Europe they don't smoke straight weed. That's like Americans do that.
Well, because it's expensive, so he has to dilute it a little bit.
It's like too strong as well. I like
Yeah,
to.
it's strong as hell. Yeah, you can't smoke it straight. The only way you can have it straight is through a bong.
Not me, man. I just have a doob.
So we're
or a
Americans.
blunt. Yeah, I have a blunt. The paper contains the tobacco, so you could cut it down a little.
You Americans, you just smoke straight weed in your joint. You don't
I
even
think
roll it
this-
up with tobacco.
We're
Yeah.
just spoiled
Cheech
here,
and Chong.
man. We get all we need. We get all the weed we need. It's like it's totally legal to grow it. That's the one.
Yeah, man. You guys have like strawberry flavored weed, eh?
As
You
much
should
Strawberries
have.
yeah,
and
When I
cream.
went to
lemon,
Florida, this when I
lemon,
went to Florida,
strawberry.
when I went to Florida, this kid rolled up a joint so big. I saved the roach. My wife was like, he threw the roach on the ground, and we were at this rental place. My wife's like, we can't leave that there. I'm like, no shit, we ain't leaving that there. I took the roach. I smoked it for like a week. It was so fat.
Oh my god. Yeah, man, I was on a bus going on a Greyhound, and there were these like rappers that had like hair like I've never seen or whatever. They rolled like the most natural, crazy ass buds that they had grown. Like they looked like I was smoking a goat horn or whatever the fuck. They were rolling some crazy shit. I don't know. And that just
Oh, you
was
mean a taper doobie? It's got like it's like taper shaped like a cone, kind of. Not that exaggerated, but I've seen some people roll funny like that. Like from the
Oh,
dispensary, they
man.
sell them like that shape, like a baseball bat shape. It's like fat at the end and skinny.
no. I'm not talking anything on that. I'm talking about like straight like backwoods rolled, like just ugly ass, but like smoke great, but just ugly, so ugly.
No, ugly dupes don't work for me. I use a rolling machine.
These guys had so much weed. I don't know what they're doing on a bus. Probably maybe moving it. I'm
I
guessing.
like them
Guys are like
uniform.
on dispensary duty or something like that, moving some product. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with on a bus like that. Crazy.
You know what you could do? I learned this trick from my friend. You cut a piece of cardboard, like a business card type, and you roll it up like into like a coil, and then you put that at the back of your paper, only about like maybe quarter inch or so wide, and then you put your weed in front of that, and then you don't inhale any
Yeah,
of those peppers, whatever. It
yeah,
doesn't.
then you can use like we call it the mull, which is like all the crumbs and they don't go in your mouth.
Yeah, that and it doesn't collapse. It's just yeah. And then you don't have to smoke
Yeah,
it to a
right.
small roach. You just when you get down to that paper piece at the end, you just ditch it. You've smoked it off.
It's good. We made some advances in joint and blunt rolling technologies in the last 20 years. I think put the 70s to shame. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, just even just using a machine, it keeps it one thickness
Blunt
and one
rolling machines?
tightness.
That's amazing.
I
It
like
would
the
have taken
machines.
somebody so Dutch and so smart to figure that out. I don't know where it comes from. I'm just guessing. In the 70s, like when, man, I think that would have been much bigger if it was around.
The 70s, they were probably smoking the Mexican brickweed.
But like the oil,
Back in the day, I used to like to start with like a lager, and then I'd move on to like a what's that, Guinness, and then I'd have a doobie, and after the doobie, I'd have a little bit of oil, like on a spoon, and then after the oil, would move on to the edibles, and that's when when it really kicks in.
yeah.
When you're
Right.
eating.
I mean, in the Bible, they're talking about doing hash oil, right? But like, but they're certainly not like they didn't figure dabs out, though. Do you know what I mean?
What
Like,
do you
I'm
mean
saying, like it's almost as
hash
like,
oil?
sorry,
See,
What
CJ,
verse is this? I never heard.
cannabism. It's cannabism oil. I think you can read reference to it. I'm not an expert, but
Cannabis. Do you know the verse, like the chapter and verse, so I could find it?
yeah, it's talking about like just talking about like yeah. No,
Yeah,
it,
I've heard
like, gather up like a bunch of fucking weeds. I don't know, man. Like what? Where is it
I
from?
don't
I've heard
know. It
Santos
might
Bonacci
misinterpret
talking
it.
about it. 'Cause Santos Bonacci knows quite a bit about the Bible, and he says they mention marijuana a lot of times.
You can Google it.
makes a lot of
I don't know,
sense.
But I think there's also metaphors, and they
but they
used
didn't.
it for different
Anyway,
ointments and stuff.
I know, but they probably didn't have pure distillates or great wax or like all these varieties and hybrids that we have today. Like I'm just saying, like marijuana has gone to the moon as far as like we've done more than NASA.
Well,
No,
nothing's
we
went to the moon, but
We've
Yeah, no
achieved more.
question.
We've gotten higher. We've gotten higher than fucking NASA, obviously, right?
We just
Much
have to be careful because we might destroy this technology, and it's very hard to rebuild.
hey, dudes, just real quick. You guys are talking about cannabinoids and shit. I've never done any of that. don't really care to. Does that mean I'm a virgin to not understanding the flat Earth because I'm not paranoid as fuck, or
Nah, you don't need to be paranoid, dude. Like,
no, you totally do.
you could take CBD and it won't even get you high. Like, if you wanted to experiment with something like that.
Not really interested. What I'm really interested in is why you guys think the Earth's flat.
It's not even thinking, it's just verifiable. I mean, if you like, you're thinking it's a globe, that's you're just believing something someone told you. You're not going out and verifying it for yourself. See, that's the difference. We don't have to leave it up for interpretation.
Well,
We've done our
no,
investigation.
not really, Wolfgang, because is every single point on a bowling ball, every
Mhm.
single eeny teeny little point, would that be flat?
No, it wouldn't.
Spheres
There's no flat
flat,
spot
dude.
on a ball.
So if you put a bowling ball
Spheres
on a
have
marble
constant
counter, would the
causing
bowling ball
curvature.
keep
Oh, hold
rolling?
on a second. Hold on. Can you hear me, Jezza?
Yeah, absolutely.
We went through this the other day. I thought
We
you
did,
heard me. I
and you
told you,
don't
yeah.
get it.
Spheres have constant Gaussian curvature, constant positive Gaussian curvature, which means it's an undevelopable surface. And that means there are no flat spots because there's curvature from every point.
So that would mean that
That
a
would mean there's no
bowling
flat
ball.
spots. That would mean that the atmosphere there's no flat spots.
Okay, so let's take it to the next level. If you look at a basketball and look at the equator, if you like, of the basketball, you know what line I'm talking about, right? Surely.
Talking about the seam on a basketball, the seam around the center line.
Yep, the one that doesn't curve like to the left and right that the other
They
ones
all
do.
curve though. It's curving around a ball. Don't you get it?
Yeah, but do you not get that from the beach? That with the sextant, you'd look at the horizon. That's a straight line. It's not curved.
Of course. What does it tell you?
So, well, why do
The
I keep hearing
horizon is
about this
straight.
fucking curved straight
Think
line
about what you
bullshit?
just said. If the horizon doesn't curve, what do you have? You have a flat surface. You just answered your own question,
The
man.
line's to the horizon.
Huh? What did you say?
The line is to the horizon.
Right, and the horizon is a horizontal line all the way across, as far as
Yeah,
you can
and
see.
from your 6-foot height,
Yeah.
are you incapable of standing on a roof that has a 6-foot pitch and putting a straight line to the pitch of the roof?
If you've got a straight line across the
It's a
horizon,
straight line.
right, it is a straight line. I don't disagree.
So it doesn't matter whether it's curved. To the
No,
horizon from where you are is a straight line.
if I put a straight edge on a basketball, what do I have? If I put a straight edge against a basketball, one piece is curved and one is straight. If I put a straight edge against the horizon, guess what? They're the same.
Flip a right angle ruler upside down and put it on your basketball, and it's a fucking straight line.
No, it's not. It's a ball with a straight edge on it. If you do a
Ah,
straight edge on the horizon, you have a straight edge against a straight edge. The
oh,
horizon
you
is
just
a
want
straight
the Earth
edge.
to be flat because you never understood what you
No,
believed,
I
and
do
now you
understand.
have to make up all this bullshit.
No, see, that's where you can't wrap your head around it because you're contradicting yourself.
No, I just back myself up.
You what?
I just reiterated why you used to just believe that the Earth was a globe by saying that you believed it. You never understood it. And
At
now
first, I did believe it was a globe because I was ignorant. I didn't look into it.
you
I
did.
blindly believed. You know what when you believe something, it's just blind faith. You don't go out and do
Mm,
the due diligence. When you due diligence and you test these things that you're told, you'll see you come up empty-handed. Everything that they've told you is nonsense.
No,
And the
you
thing is, there wouldn't be so many of us if we're not all fucking retards. Like, we went and looked. See, you don't go out of your box and go and test the things you've been told. If you go test them, you'll see that it's absolute bullshit.
But
and
that
you come to
goes
your senses. You sound like a sensible man.
that goes back to what I said before about the bowl